Start.
Okay, 10 seconds. All right, thank you. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you joining us virtually today. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I shall be your host for today. I'm honored to kickstart the prestigious BW Disrupt 30 Under 30, the flagship event of BW Disrupt community at BW Business World, which exclusively tracks all the aspects and conversations of entrepreneurship in India. Launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 15 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across the industries. Today's event marks the inaugural edition of what has been the quest to pour through hundreds of applicants in a hunt for the 30 most resilient young disruptors in the country. The brightest entrepreneurs, innovators, and game changers, all under the age of 30. The day's events will be enlived by a series of panel discussions that will inform us on the various topics that will cover digitization, impact of the pandemic, and the enigma of entrepreneurial spirit, amongst many more. May I now request the BW Business World team to play the Legacy AV. Requesting the team to please play the Legacy AV.
I think we can move on and, we can play the AV later.
Sure.
Time matters, Bhavna. Every second matters. We have a very big agenda today. So let's move on.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's begin the day's proceedings. I now invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, in exchange for media, to say a few words. Over to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much. Bhavna, the topic that I chose for me to speak was 30 is the new 50s and the age of achievement is getting younger. Normally, old people like me say, 50 is the new 30, 40 is the new 30. But I'd like to give you some, data points to say that the age of achievement is getting younger. It was like this for many, many centuries. First of all, this is the inaugural edition of our 30 under 30 disruptors. We will announce the list and do the awards at 6:30 p.m., at 6 p.m. in the evening. And we have a day-long conference to celebrate these entrepreneurs who are making disruptions. Now, let me say that it was chosen after a jury process, and you'll see the jury AV, as happens with all our BW awards. We're only custodians of the process, but really our jury decides who the winners are. Let me say, when it comes to success, age is really just a number. And the question hangs over the career of every ambitious soul. Is there a skill? Is there still time to make it work, make a mark? I want to give you that Charles Darwin was 29 when he came up with this theory of natural selection. Charles Darwin was 29. Einstein had his annus mirabilis at age of 26. Okay. Marie Curie made it big and made her discoveries about radiation in her late 20s. Mozart's Symphony No. 1 in E flat came when he was 8 years old. 8 years old. Right? So clearly, not only today, but if you look at physicians, you look at, artists over the last 100 years, they did do a lot before they turned 30. That is the point I'm trying to make. So we are reliving history. Uh, for years, scientists who have studied achievement have noted that in many fields, the most electrifying work comes early in life rather than later. At least the base for that is set. Uh, After all, younger people can devote their life to a project in a way that more senior people cannot. And young stars attract, support, mentors, and prestigious appointment. And in today's context, let me say a lot of funding, right? Uh, Also, big data analysis of scientific careers appearing in the journal Science is a journal that is very respected, very data-led. It found that a host of factors that have nothing to do with age or early stardom which contribute to success. So again, while this is a 30 under 30, I want to say is age is just a number. You can do it at whatever age you determine to do it, whether you're 25 or you're 55 or you're 45. The bottom line is never give up. When you give up, that's when your creativity ends. That's the bottom line. When you see the list today in the evening, you'll see that we have, out of the 30, we have 8 women. Out of the 30, we have 4 entrepreneurs, which means people who work for companies. And we have entrepreneurs from almost every sector that represents the Indian economy. These are bright young people who have chosen to dream and do. And the winners are right from the age of 23 to 30. And some of those who didn't win, the quality, even in the first year of the inaugural 30 under 30 was superb. And some of you were very close to winning, but we had to take 30. So that's where we, ended. But I really want to say that the top 50, there was very little difference. It was on how you performed that day, what you told the jury, so on and so forth. So I would like to say that this is a 30 under 30. As the age of achievement gets younger, we'll see more and more of these. And let me say that they're not only building businesses, but they're building an impact which is 360 degree. So I look forward to listening to the stories of these entrepreneurs throughout the day. I must say all the speakers that are speaking in the day are not necessarily winners. Some of them are winners in the sense they're all winners in the sense that truly they're making something happen, and I'm sure they'll do very well. But they're not part of the 30 under 30 list. So in the day we are speakers, they are not necessarily all of them are winners. I want to specify that. Post 6 p.m., after we play the jury AV, the list would be announced. So I would like to congratulate all who participated, who were shortlisted to present to the jury, and who have finally won. I leave it at that. We have a very tight schedule. And back to you, Bhavna, and we have Mr. Samir Shah, who's over the many years understands what it takes to be an entrepreneur, what it takes to make an impact, and how do you do the right thing in the right manner for the right reason. Stephen Covey, who's my favorite author, said the intent matters, doing the right thing for the right reason in the right manner. So clearly, Mr. Samir Shah, who's a managing partner at Peak Ventures, which is a $100 million ESG fund, will speak to all the entrepreneurs tuned in the broadcast today and our speakers on how ESG is not just a fashionable term or a fad. ESG needs to be the fabric of every enterprise. It needs to be the basis of every enterprise. So I look forward to his address and listening other enterprising young founders. So back to you, Bhavna, so that you can invite Mr. Shamik Shah.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Well, I couldn't have introduced Mr. Shah any better. Dr. Batra already spoke about him. So, ladies and gentlemen, next we have Mr. Samir Shah, Managing Partner, Peak Venture, who will enlighten our audience on how every business needs to be ESG business. Thank you, Mr. Shah, for joining us today and being a part of our wonderful day ahead. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Bhavna. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, Mr. Shah.
Good. No, thank you. And first of all, thanks to Business World for giving me an opportunity to speak on a topic that is very close to me and a topic I care deeply about. But first of all, congratulations to the 30 under 30 for being selected at under such challenging and sort of competitive environment. I'm sure each of you have tremendous passion for what you're doing, and and hence you have been selected for this journey. I'm sure you're well qualified to achieve what you have set out to achieve. I am here today to plant the seed of ESG into your DNA and ensure that you're thinking about it as you commence and or continue your journey. 15 minutes is not sufficient to talk about such a complex topic, but I will do my best to address some of the key issues. And obviously, we are always available to discuss any of this further. I think, first of all, to respond to what Anurag has said, that age is not a number. Very true. I mean, I think age is, invention and entrepreneurship can occur at any stage. We are also now seeing entrepreneurs who are, in addition to being under 30, which dominates the space, people who have spent many decades in the corporate world also seeking to be entrepreneurs. It's a brave journey, and I commend you all for commencing it. In fact, one of my earlier companies that we invested in was called Arya.ai, which was founded by entrepreneurs who were both under 30 and now have become a leading AI company in India. So with that, let me turn to the topic that I was given to talk about, which is ESG. As Anurag mentioned, I think ESG is not a fad. ESG is here to stay, and it will increasingly be a part of all business decisions, hopefully sooner rather than later. So to address or to deal with this topic, what I have chosen to do is first discuss what is ESG, why is it important, what can companies or startups do about ESG, and share with you some of the experiences we have had. So let me just begin by a comment by John Elkington, who has coined the famous triple bottom line. He said, what should companies care about? And he says earlier, profit, people, and planet. I mean, I couldn't have summarized it better in so eloquently and so eloquently as he has done. So let's deal with what he's saying. He says profit. Of course, we are a business enterprise. So profit drives and motivates how we take decisions. So that is a key driver. However, it cannot be the only driver. People are important. People meaning, I would say, people who are within the company. That is, a company needs to take care of employees in the best way possible. But also people we deal with, which is, the broader term of stakeholders, who would be representing your suppliers, as well as your clients and everyone you deal with. And the third is the planet. I mean, at the end of the day, we are all citizens of the world, of course, being citizens of India first, but we all have to care what is the world we are building and what is the world we are leaving behind. So all three aspects are critical in terms of any decision a business makes. Interestingly enough, John Elkington recently has come up with three new words, which he says, look, people, planet, and profit in the current post-COVID environment should be also, three other words should be added. One is responsibility, resilience, and regeneration. So essentially, sometimes it's like the coining of a term galvanizes effort towards a particular destination. So let's talk about a couple of other aspects of what I mean by ESG. What does that mean? I think there is a move to say most companies must also move from what is a shareholder return to a stakeholder return and care about what is happening to all the stakeholders that are impacted by the economic activity carried on by a business. A third broad comment I would make is on externalities, and I will define the term shortly. But a comment made by Pawan Sukhdev, a good friend who I work with closely at a company called GIST, he says that today's externalities will be tomorrow's risk and day after tomorrow's costs. So today, if we ignore how we are impacting the world negatively, they will come back and hurt us in the years to come. So it's important that we think about stakeholders, we think about broader aspects of what happens when we conduct a business. As I said, externalities, and I found a very good definition, is that the impact of economic activity which is felt by unrelated third parties. So this is an externality. I mean, if a company, for example, dumps effluent without treating it into the water bodies, this is a negative externality. If a company on the other side is producing solar energy and is profitable, it is replacing what was fossil fuels with renewable energy. So that creates a positive externality. So these are impacts, I mean, two simple examples, but these are impacts felt by third parties who are not necessarily benefiting as shareholders in this venture. So let's begin with a simple definition of ESG. So E stands for environment, and where we will spend more time on. And I'll come back to that later to say, look, what is it that E stands for? But the other two, let's deal with first. One is the social. And so it's like, how is your business impacting society at a broader level? And you need to think deeply about saying that, look, to the extent possible, we are creating a positive impact. And to the extent that we are not, we are minimizing negative impact. I think that is, that comes in terms of either when you're using scarce resources, are you thinking of, energy intensity and water intensity in your production methods? Are you thinking of energy as a cost as well as a resource, a scarce resource that you're using, just as you think of capital efficiency? So we focus on companies that are trying to make the world more energy efficient and saying, look, you conduct your business activities, but you conduct them in an efficient manner. The third is the G, which is the governance. And for investors, I cannot tell you how critical that is now to say, look, people invest in founders or in companies where they say, look, I think the founder has a backbone, he has integrity, and he will run the business in a professional manner. And I think that is becoming increasingly a key part of the metrics by which investors, seek, investments that they are making, or the seek as a quality in the founder that they are investing in. So this is the broad definition of ESG. Why should you care? I think there are many reasons I can cite, but I'll just limit myself to a few. One is that, look, you are a citizen of the world. What happens to the planet impacts you. If you can do less damage and be positive and create positive impact to the extent possible by reducing resource intensity of what you're using and or reducing the intensity of consumption, that leaves a more positive footprint to the world. And there are ways to do that where you're not compromising lifestyles, but at the same time, you're achieving an objective that benefits others. The second, more commercial aspect is that today there are about $267 trillion managed by firms globally. And about 15 to 20% have today said that ESG is an additional benchmark by which we will consider new investments. This number is expected to go to 55% by 2025. So this is like a 3x increase in the allocable capital to investment companies, such as yourselves as you grow as well, and others, which will have a metrics that will have a further filter in addition to the commercial viability of ESG to say, look, how are you managing under these conditions? The third is actually, when you think about profitability, you have to think about long-term profitability as well, because regulations are also getting tighter. So today, if you're saying, look, I will save a few paisa or save some rupees by not treating the effluent which I'm supposed to treat, and you have a regulatory impact that can kill your business, because obviously nobody will touch you if you are found to be falling foul of the environment laws, etc. So I think while as innovators you have to care about growth, you have to care about profitability, it is important that you do not forget the other aspects, which is effectively the stakeholder analysis and the impact that you leave behind in terms of how what you do affects everybody. Now to some positive that we are seeing in the under 30 or in the younger generation, largely in Europe to begin with, but also in other parts of the world. What is very interesting is that the younger generation, and I don't fall in that category if my age is considered, but if you consider my enthusiasm, then perhaps I do about the various things I do. But they are voting through their pocketbook. in the sense that, younger people, and that is younger in the 30s, they would invest in funds, and they have seen allocation of capital to funds which are investing in sustainable companies and are investing in ESG. Secondly, they are buying products made by sustainable companies. Perhaps frankly speaking, I'm not seeing that too much in India, but that is just a revolution that is bound to come. But in Europe and other countries, people are, young people are buying based on sustainability practices of the company. So, and the third thing is there was a study done of increase in market capitalization on companies which are following sustainable practices and those who are not. And there was a distinct difference in terms of companies which achieved a higher market cap growth within that period of the last 3 years. So even from a commercial standpoint, if you want to sell more product, if you want to attract investments, and if you want to attract good talent, being ESG sort of sensitive, and I don't want to use the word compliant because the rules are such where in many instances, it is the company that has to go above and beyond the call of the regulation to say, look, how can I build a sustainable business that achieves profitability in the long run? Number two, takes care of the stakeholders that are involved with me in my journey, even though they may not be shareholders. And number three, fulfilling a broader responsibility that each of us should have towards sort of overall, the planet. Now, I wanted to talk about some of the sustainable or ESG type companies which are profitable and we have funded. But I just want to emphasize that, this is not about having a company focused solely on that. You can have your own venture serving the motives that you have and serving the objective that, that you're passionate about. But even within that, if you can reduce the resource intensity of the products you use, of the energy you use, of the water you use, and or sort of improve the utilization of resources, I mean, that would also be a great step in the right direction. I think thinking about profitability, when you say, look, I want to think about financial return, I wonder why we don't think about return on energy used, return on water used, and return on sort of the various other resources that you are using during the course of your business activity. So just to talk about a few companies that we have funded, one is a company called Ion Energy, which as of yesterday just was one of the first companies to get an investment from the Amazon Climate Fund. This is a company doing battery management systems in electric vehicles. We are looking at a company doing water purification using electric coagulation to see how we can allow SMEs to meet their obligations with respect to, the environment as well as responsible disposal of effluents. We're looking at a home automation company, which is also a startup, allowing people to measure the various devices and the energy utilization to see if there is ways to save on that. And there are other companies, which is one of the companies which is allowing you to do solar management a lot better and increase the solar efficiency of your portfolio. So these are companies which are directly involved in this space. There are other companies. One I would highlight is a company called Shepherds, which is allowing people to work from home in a more effective, collaborative manner, and at the same time improve productivity. So anytime when you're saying, look, I'm getting more from less, to us, that is a positive sign in ESG sustainability and also the right way of thinking. Effectively to say, look, how do I make what is a better use of a scarce resource to enable us and to enable everybody who is sort of working on problems or using this resource to make sure that we are using that in an effective manner. So in summary, I would want to say that, look, we are set up, as Anurag said, just to correct him. We are in the process of doing this fund. We don't have the fund already set up. I mean, we have the fund set up, but in the process of raising capital. But we felt that catalytic capital devoted to sustainability is very limited. And that's where we want to make a difference. I think that is a broader comment I would make that, look, whatever goal you're pursuing, I think the objective should be making a difference in what you're seeking to do. because having small goals is not good enough. Having a big goal and reaching halfway, to my mind, is a better measure of success than having a very, very, I guess, pedestrian goals and achieving them in the manner that, that you do. So I think ESG, in my mind, is, revolves around a combination of, environment, but not in a negative sense, in a more positive sense, to say, look, just as you think of capital efficiency, you need to think about how do we use the other natural resources, how do we use energy in a more, responsible manner, and how do we use water in a more responsible manner. And the fact that, complexity, all these problems are complex, and you have to be familiar and ready to deal with complexity, because the more complex the problem is, and you are one of the few people who has an answer for it, that makes you successful. I mean, there will be a lot of people trying to solve very similar problems, and the differentiator is finding something that you are keen and you're passionate about to solve, doing the hard work that is needed to solve it, and then sort of, being sure that, look, you can make pivots on the way as you need to do, and achieving the success of the goals. I mean, we have a number of companies we work with very closely in trying to achieve this objective. I think to also come back to the point on ESG, it is not a luxury, it is a necessity. I think if you adopt some of these principles earlier on in your journey towards sustainability and towards sort of making a better future for your company, as well as, making a positive contribution, I believe, and I strongly believe, that that will stand you in good stead as you progress your journey in entrepreneurship. Good luck to you on your journey, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. What a wonderful start you've given to our summit, and what thoughts you shared definitely will resound to a lot of entrepreneurs in, who are waking up in the different fields. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Shah. So ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. And right now it is time to delve into the first panel discussion of the day, which is going to be moderated by Ms. Mineya Chatterjee, CEO, Sustain Labs. And the panelists will include Gautam Madhavan, founder and CEO, Mad Influence, Girish Ananthanarayanan, COO and Director, People, and Yashas Kode, CTO, Fire Security. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome our eminent speakers and our panelists on the screen. Thank you once again for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. And with this, I'm going to request our moderator, Mineya, to take it forward with her eminent panel. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you so much. It truly is an eminent panel. They're so inspiring. I remember as a jury of the 30 under 30, when we were looking at all these profiles, and we were like, wow, every profile, I think all the contestants were worthy of winning. But even within that lot, we had to shortlist, and really, really happy to see all of them come through. And then today to be actually speaking with 3 of the winners. So, I'll introduce, I'll try to be brief and introduce them, and then probably give them more time to speak about their journeys during the panel. But we have Girish Ananthanarayanan. He's the Chief Operating Officer of People. And, it blows my mind really what People does. It's so important. They're working with public schools, with public education. It's a not-for-profit foundation, works with governments to transform education systems, and looking at teachers, looking at, the public education system, which really is the bulk of the source of education for kids in India. Great to have you on the panel, Girish.
Thanks, Mineya.
We have Yashas. We have Yashas Kode. He's the co-founder and CTO at Fires. So it's very interesting, because Fires is an online stockbroking firm, and he mentions in his introduction that after he was frustrated by the traditional brokerages in India, and so he created Fires. And it'll be really interesting to know how he came about doing that, because I was looking at his profile, and before founding Fires, he himself was at a traditional brokerage firm called Sherry Khan. So it'll be interesting to see what he saw there, and how he created Fires. There's Gautam Madhavan. Gautam is in in a field which is very crowded of the influencer industry, and yet he stood out. So he's the founder and CEO of Mad Influence. That's an influencer company. So it'll be very interesting to see, I think, insights from him in this field and his journey as well. So welcome and congratulations to all three of you. I'm going to start this conversation about your success, right? We are speaking about how success is a marathon. We have to keep going and going on, right? But when you keep going, you also fall, isn't it? So I'm going to start about speaking about success by speaking about failure. So tell us, how hard did you fail? How low did you fall? Any of you, maybe, Girish, you could start.
Sure. That's a great place to start because it isn't often that we do talk about failure. And I didn't quite, I've been one of the lucky ones who didn't actually, face failure and see it in its face for a while as I was growing up. And so I was working at McKinsey & Company, and I was doing well. Things were going great. And then I got onto a project where things went way above my head. I realized that I wasn't ready for the role that I had taken on, but there was no turning back. I had a manager who tried to pull me out of the depths of my misery and tried to get me to perform at the level that I should. I have immense respect and admiration for him, but still turns out that I was almost a lost cause. So my clients were wondering what I was doing. My team was mutinying. My managers were confused as to why someone who used to be a high performer is not able to do it today. It was a variety of factors: personal, professional, cultural, because this was in Southeast Asia somewhere. And finally, after 3 months of, I remember this feeling of trying to get ahead of this problem, but just not being able to do that. And finally, I had to be airlifted out of that project and put somewhere else to reset and re-energize. But by the end of that, I was crying out of, without cause in the office. I was feeling anxious, not able to focus. It was a complete mess. And that root shock was when it's one of those things that even 4 or 5 years now, I think 3-4 years now, I still can remember how it feels. And it is a very strong centering mechanism when you are about to go down a path which is not sustainable or which won't work. Because I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't resting, trying to get ahead, it just didn't work. Yeah, so that was failure, and in all its glory. And yeah, it was difficult, but there's a lot to learn from it.
Yeah, and to add to what Girish was saying is that it's very important to fail early, because it actually helps you grow as a person. So I've always been very passionate about technology and finance. And after my education, I actually applied to one of the largest global fintech companies, which builds platforms for traders and investors. So despite giving in my best effort, I was actually rejected by them. And when I was rejected at my very first attempt of getting a job, it really, I was quite dejected, very upset. And that actually helped me quite a bit, because it, motivated me to sharpen my skill sets more. I took up a course in algorithmic trading, which, deepened my knowledge of technology and finance even more. And because of that failure, it actually allowed me to look back as to, I need to improve a lot more. And by the time, we came to a point where we were starting fires, I was more well equipped to handle, larger challenges which came towards us. So I really believe that failing is a part of the journey, and it's a very important step for us to grow as a person.
Yeah.
Thank you. Being true, failing early is better sometimes. So I failed. So I started before Mad Influence. I had a different company. So I never worked in a company as an employee. Never in my life. Okay, but the first thing that I started was a company by myself called Go Dutch. It was a crowdfunding platform back in 2015. I was 19 years old, and I did not know anything what's out in the world. And I just took some money from my father Luckily, I had a shelter that he gave, so that I don't need to pay rent, I don't need to buy food, etc., etc. So I just took this loan of 2 lakh rupees, and then I started this journey called Go Dutch. 2015, crowdfunding as a platform, as a concept, was too early for India. So whenever I go out to pitch myself, to pitch my platform, everybody was like, "Oh, ye chanda ikhatte karne wala company." Right? It was too early for Indians to accept crowdfunding as a platform, and I was too. But we still did some good revenue. But crowdfunding as a platform, you only make money when you're at scale, right? So we made 20 lakhs of business, but the profit margin was 1%. So you can just imagine the profit we earned in the entire year. Eventually, it fall off. Like, it fell off from all sides because number one, we didn't have a team. All the team that we had was my college guys saying that, hey, I'll give you stake, but just work with me. And everybody was getting 25-26% stake at that time. And I did not know what the concept of equity sharing. And I was the one investing. I thought 2 lakhs is a very big amount of money to invest myself. So I'll hold the majority and the rest will hold the equity. But eventually what happened was, and everybody was getting the titles of vice president, COO, like, people with 18 years of age getting just vice president, just like that. And with having no experience, what we realized that, hey, I learned team building. I learned team building out of it. I learned that it is, for any business, it is not the idea. It is the idea that has to be right for the current scenario, not for the future, right? If Go Dutch was present today, it would have been one of the best platforms ever. But we sold the idea eventually. We sold the platform eventually to somebody. So the software was sold. So we sort of saved some money there. But eventually, that's one of the biggest failures. And then when we started Mad Influence, again, I was not that old. I was 21. And when I entered into the advertising field, a guy with no advertising experience and no marketing experience, the only marketing experience that I had was to sell myself for Go Dutch. What happened 6 months down the line, I was at a revenue stage of 6 lakhs per month revenue, right? So what happened, I went to an event where I was meeting some great advertising guys who were there from the industry for the last 10-15 years. And there was one speaker out there, and I'll probably not name him because he's a good friend today. So that person, I went up to him because his aura of speaking and everybody was just surrounding him. And it was in BKC, Mumbai. And I went to him and hey, can I talk to you for more? I want to learn from you. So the one thing he said that, hey, I don't have time. This is my manager's number. You can drop him an email and probably fix the time. And I didn't feel bad. I did that, and he never got back. So I just thought that, okay, give me 1 year. Give me 1 year. This
challenges you, right? Yeah, these kind of setbacks challenge.
I have to get back. Okay, so now he's a good buddy. Now he calls me, bro, I am stuck. Can you help?
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. This kind of things. Thanks for sharing. And Girish, you had something to come.
No, as I was just listening to us speaking, I was just also reflecting that to some it just might seem like failures, not really able to relate to it. Just wanted to also just throw out a reflection there that no matter what your failures look like, when you do go through it, now it might seem like something small to a second person, or it might seem like something big when you look at it from the outside. But naturally, as with any experience, it is a sort of emotional turmoil and the sort of stress and tension you go through during that time that actually kills you.
Yeah.
So yeah. Just thought it's worth the audience to think of that. Yeah.
I think it's really intense, and I also think it's the intensity which then probably picks you up, and that's what I was wanting to ask you, because as I was thinking about the panel last night, I was also watching Wimbledon, and I don't know how many of you caught the Murray and the Shapovalov game, and where Shapalov, there was a shot where he actually fell down, and then he picked himself, he got up, and then he ran to the other side of the court, and he actually got the ball. So that was making me wonder also about you three, that yes, you did fall, but then what makes you keep going? And I'm sure the answer will be different for each one of us. So Gautam, since you were telling us about you got back, right? You got back. The person didn't reply. That happens. That happens even to my students and people who I've mentored. They said that, oh, but this person is not replying and stuff. That happens. But how did you then make it 1 year later to be on a on a conversational mode with the person that you mentioned, or even other such examples? How do you keep going?
Yeah, for sure. Like I think that is one factor to what makes you work even harder. But I think the biggest factor for me, at least, is my team. Like the team that has believed in me, that has left some good companies and joined us, or probably our team was all under 30. So apart from like few people, but our team is all under 35. Okay, apart from my CFO. But the thought was only like they have, so every month it is just for me that, okay, if I stop adding value to these guys, there is no, like, there are better companies who can pay them well. There are better companies who can hire them and just have them at their space. The only thing that keeps me running even today is that I have to add value to my first-hand team, that is my core team, right? My team that works with
your team keeps you going.
So the day I stop it, I think the entire journey stops.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I relate to that. I relate to that a lot.
Yeah, I agree with Gautam here, because as part of the journey, I mean, your team becomes one of the most critical aspects of it, because like the topic says, success is a marathon. There are going to be ups and downs, and during the downs, the team coming together and helping each other and pushing through and going through that hustle is extremely important in that journey. Because if your team doesn't come together during the hard times, I mean, that's what will determine how fast you can grow towards your vision. And it's very important to collaborate with them and make sure that all of us are aligned with a vision, and we're working towards something that we all believe in.
Yeah.
And for us, one important thing that we faced was, as a bootstrapped firm, right? The benefit is that you don't have like these rigorous, expectations set from your investors. So what actually keeps us going is the passion of building what you've set out to achieve. That is what actually helps us to get going.
Thank you, Yashas. Another push for the team. Absolutely. So Girish, does your team keep you going? I'm sure it does, but is there anything else also that you want to add to this?
So I would add two things actually. I think absolutely, I think the reason why I joined People was also simply because of the culture and the sort of people. I mean, in our team, by the way, the age range is significantly wider, and I found it very, compared to the McKinsey, where it's a predominantly young team, just realize that having a diversity of experiences just makes it, like someone beautifully said, united but not uniform, right? And I think what additionally, perhaps at least in our case, because it's an education nonprofit, what keeps us going is what you're out to do, right? And the social impact that you're out to create. The fact that over the last 1.5 years with COVID, things have just gone significantly worse for education in the country, and I think we're all grateful for the opportunity to make a difference and to be able to, in a dark time, make things significantly better or as better as you can across like hundreds of thousands of students across states, right? So that's, I think, it's difficult, but then it keeps you going because it's worth it.
It's worth it. Yeah, that's exactly, yes, it's worth it. Thanks for those wonderful insights. I'll talk about something more practical. Maybe you probably face this on a day-to-day basis, because I certainly did a few years ago. You're all in your 30s. you're definitely doing stuff which people in their 50s, 60s, are striving to do, building companies, leading teams, trying to convince others, tackling very difficult problems. Yeah. When I was your age, I was thrown into setups where people were double my age or at least 30 years more. That was literally the statistic. The challenge which I used to face mostly was that I had to work doubly hard, because to be able to keep everybody's trust, because one thing, if I say wrong, then people would say that, oh, she's young, doesn't know what she's saying. So I then would realize also the virtue of experience, because I could see that my peer who's 60 has done this several times, has probably done this 10 times, and the reaction that person would have would almost be out of instinct, because that person's done this so many times. Whereas for you, there might be situations where you're actually thinking on your feet and thinking through it for the first time. How do you deal with this practical problem of all of three of you, young, in your 30s, tackling things which experience would have helped, but you're still doing it so well?
So actually, one of the things that really helps is the entire team being very young at our team as well. Like Gautam said, I think all of us are below 35. Many times we don't have that somebody much older, like a 50, 60-year-old saying, hey, you know what, this is what you should be doing. So it's important to know that it's okay to do the wrong thing as long as you're learning from it. And, as long as, you have your mind at the right space, some things will not work. But as long as you learn from it and pass on that learning to the rest of your team, I think, you won't really face.
Fantastic. Thank you, Yashas. That's so insightful. I hope all the people hearing this, hear that it's okay to make mistakes, as long as you're learning from it. Great. Thank you. Gautam?
Yeah, I think, as Yashas said, that at least for me, what I've done is I listen to a lot of conversations from a peon to a clerk to everybody who's out there around me, and they have beautiful insights to share about their life and experience in professional world also. But end of the day, I just pick what I feel is right, and it's okay to fail again. You'll not fail. You'll probably lose that particular battle, but you'll learn from that particular battle.
Yeah.
And it's better not to repeat that. That's how you become wise.
That's great. Thank you, Gautam. Girish, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah,
with a follow-up question, with a little follow-up question as well. That you mentioned that you do it because it's worth it, right? And so, if you could just also tell us about your journey, because you actually gave up a dream job at McKinsey to move to a not-for-profit. And doing some fabulous work here. So if you could run us through maybe the backstage of your life, that, what made you take decisions that you did. Go ahead.
Sure. I think, how do I answer the two questions in one shot? Let me give it a shot. I think to answer the first part of the question, I think it's critical to know your source of value, right, in your team, because the idea is, so for example, when we work, what I bring to the table at least has been being able to structure a problem, being able to understand the motivations of the people that you're working with and being able to work with that and help them achieve their success. While I wouldn't claim to understand what it means to be a teacher in a classroom and helping 40 children learn better. For that, I will lean on our education director, Urmila, for example, right? Or when things are way above my head, I would also reach out to Kruti, our CEO, and be like, listen, where do you think this is going, right? So I think working as a network of leaders helps you to just play your part in the decision making and reach consensus and work. And second, like both Yashas and Gautam said, I think look at it as a learning problem, not an execution problem, which is hard to do unless you are told that, and once you see it work, it works. Quick background on how would this happen. I mean, I've always had an inclination for the social sector. I put it on reading too many fantasy novels where there was a protagonist and an evil force in the world and wanting to do that, and two wonderful parents who've been socially minded. I was at McKinsey and I had delayed my entry into the social sector for enough number of years. At every turn, it was a decision between mainstream and moving away. I got the opportunity while at McKinsey to work with people. So I did a pro bono growth strategy with people, worked for 2 months. And that was the one time I worked for 7 days a week because I was just loving what I was doing. And I fell in love with the organization at that time. And then a year out, I joined full time. So that's the quick story.
Thank you. Thank you, Girish. Gautam, actually, Yashas, you in a pre-panel conversation when we were discussing about stuff, you mentioned about hustling your way through difficult times. And I just wanted to, just reflect a little bit upon that, because these are critical times, these are difficult times for a lot of organizations and individuals as well. How do you do that? It's easy, I think, to just put it in that one sentence, hustling your way through difficult times. But what goes into it? There's grit. But what else goes into that? How do you do that?
Actually, I think I can explain it better if I just talk a little bit about the journey, so I'll be able to relate to it. So when we got started, right, obviously we start with a vision of building platforms for our traders and investors. But when we approached a lot of investors and VCs, we were rejected plain sight, because they said that the space is too crowded, it's too competitive, there's no scope for a new entrant to come in and do anything. So instead of waiting for finding that investor, it was a decision that we took to bootstrap ourselves and take the road less traveled. Like it would have been just easier to sit back and say, hey, no, we're not getting funded, so let's not do it. But it was important to take that plunge. And once you take that plunge, it's quite difficult, because being a bootstrap firm, you don't really get the same resources that you would have if you were bankrolled by like a huge fund. You'll have to make those difficult decisions wherein you have to be extremely judicious with your funds, with the team that you get, and the time that you spend. You have very little margin of error as well. So at that point, it's important to keep that hustle going, rather than saying, I'm going to build this and only then go live. It's important to just say, okay, build out an MVP, roll it out, see what works, what doesn't work, and keep going through that grind of that build, measure, and feedback loop, so that you're always going through the grind and hustling your way through, rather than just having a goal of saying, I will either do it all the way or I wouldn't do it at all. That's something that's important.
And Yashas, you went from traditional to doing something new, right? Because you were at Sher Khan, and then after that you moved. How did that happen? Did the initial role make you realize about what is needed in the market? How did that happen?
So I started off working with Sher Khan, and my time there was I very quickly understood that I couldn't relate to it. So a lot of my peers who were also my age would also not relate to it.
Yeah.
And there was very little being done to cater to people like me who are interested, but don't really have the tools which we want.
Yeah.
So me as a user, when I realized that it's not being done in the company that I'm working for, obviously I saw that there's a lot of potential out there for to be able to cater to the new age traders and investors. So and that really helps, because when you are part of an ecosystem and you see that something is not being done, that gives you the ability to see that there's an opportunity there. And along with me, so the co-founding team had a similar experience. So it was easier to get together and then get started at Fires.
No, that's great. I think that's a great message for many of our people, of our members of our audience, that when you are at a role and you're getting frustrated, it's probably an opportunity to think about what is it that's frustrating you, and then go out there and create the solution, right? So thank you. Gautam, you're in an industry which is getting crowded by the day, which is already crowded, just getting crowded out there. What's your differentiator?
Yeah, we are already crowded. When we started, we were 3 agencies of agencies in India, influencer agencies. Now there are 500 agencies in India.
Yes.
Last 3 years.
Yes.
Everybody is an influencer marketer these days.
Yes.
They have like 4 numbers from different influencers. So they try to I think the biggest differentiator with us that we have been touchwood, I never thought of it back in 2018. But when we actually started, it was just a bridge between influencers and brands. Today, it is more of an evolved concept where we are not only that, we're also an incubator for influencers and content creators. That means we have a talent system also, wherein we have a lot of influencers exclusive, like Chinky Minky, Jannat Zubair, which is the biggest influencer of India at the moment. We just signed her 2 days back. So the incubation program not only works with we don't just nurture them, we also have a studio space that we guys have sort of built so that people can come create content. From a UGC perspective, you just create content randomly, but we want them to create professionally generated content. So I think we started with just becoming a bridge between influencer and a brand, but now we're just not doing that. We're doing more of a complete 360-degree advertising, but connecting all dots with influencers. Whatever we do, be it social media, be it media buying, be it media production, be it Bollywood, we do it everything with influencers / content creators, or even celebrities per se, right? So we have not left our core. Mad Influence as a core is influence. So
got it.
Left our core.
Yeah. Thank you.
Minia, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's one small thing that I wanted to add.
Yes.
So a lot of times we get bogged down by what is the differentiator, right? But many times just being focused on achieving something, or just the fact that your team is that passionate, that can actually lead to a lot of differences over a period of time.
Absolutely.
This is something that a lot of people actually ask you, okay, how are you so different? But you may not be able to explain it out to certain people, but just having those smaller things accumulate over a period of time is a huge differentiating factor to achieve your end result.
I completely agree, Ashas, which is actually my next question, that each one of you, and the last question, the closing question, that each one of you, if you're talking of the marathon, you've had a good start. You've had a sprint right at the start. But like you said, Yashas, that it's not always about just the differentiator. It is about keep going with the team, right? So, what does the track ahead look like? You guys have had a good start, but there is a full track of the. What does that look like for each one of you? And anyone can start. Maybe Yashas, since you were speaking about it, why don't you go?
So for us, we want to be catering to the millions and crores of people in India who haven't yet started investing in trading. So the way we look at it is the 1 lakh number that we have is still a drop in the ocean. There's a huge market out there which is still untapped. So our goal is to just go down this road, make sure that we're helping people to make smart investment decisions. And just the sheer numbers in India show that there's huge amount of work still to be done. And we're just at the beginning of digitization in India. So I believe that the next 10 years is going to be a transformation in the way people are going to be investing. And we want to be at the forefront of that.
Thank you. Any of the two?
Yeah, I think, last parting thoughts. I think it's very important to not. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
My screen just went off. Okay. I think it's very important. Like when we say marathon, it has to be not a sprint, it has to be a marathon. The day we stop thinking that we want to finish the next 10 years in 1 year, that's not possible. For some people it might be, but it happens eventually because you're doing a marathon and you're not doing a sprint. And for us, I think we'll be slowly expanding ourselves to a production house very soon. We're getting into a music label. We're building IPs for ourselves, but that was not possible 3 years back. Even if I would have raised the funds. Till now we are bootstrapped. But yeah, the next big stuff is building IPs, like building content IPs for the people who consume content.
Wonderful. Great. Thanks, Gautam. All the best for that.
Yeah. So in our case, the problem that we're trying to solve is massive. India is one of the world's largest education systems, right? 1.1 million government schools, 166 million students going and studying in those government schools, and the system in many ways failing them. Over the last couple of years, it's been exponential nonlinear growth for people, where we today are working across 100,000 schools, 300,000 teachers, 10 million students. And one of those strategic decisions we made is that we want to go deeper and because education is one of those problems that is probably the longest marathon one would have. It takes decades, if not centuries, to improve education. And so the journey ahead looks like deepening the work that we're doing in Delhi and Madhya Pradesh, where we're supporting the governments, and perhaps maybe in a couple of years also working in a couple of other geographies. But one of those things that we're also doing is every other day we realize that the team is doing something fabulous. There are lots of innovations and micro innovations that are getting created. So we are trying to codify that and making it open for other nonprofits, other organizations, other governments, so that they can learn from the work that we're doing. Because in the nonprofit sense, the faster you solve the problem and the more people who get on board, the better it is. So.
Great.
So,
Thank
Binya,
you.
just one last parting thought from my side is something that we believe at Fires. It takes 20 years to become an overnight success. So it is definitely a marathon and it's not a sprint.
Thank you so much, guys. It's such a pleasure to be in conversation with all three of you. Congratulations again, and all the very best for that marathon. And also keep inspiring. As you keep going, there's an audience that's watching you. Run this marathon. Keep inspiring so that the stride grows. Yeah. So thank you so much for your time and all the best. Thanks
everyone. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Royman and panelists, for joining us. What a great conversation. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible conversation that was, the first panel discussion, and it is now time to move on to our next panel discussion, coming on with the topic, business sustainability fueling your company's competitive edge. Now, this is going to be with the session chair, Prasar Sharma from BW Business World, and our eminent panelists joining us would be Anant Bingani, Director and Co-founder, Zell Education, Rahul Gupta, Founder and CEO, Singularity AI Labs, Sakshi Bakshi, CEO, Nucros Science and Taste, and Mayank Kapoor, Managing Director, Krishna Homes. Thank you to all our incredible panelists today for joining us. And with this, I hand it over to Prasad to take it forth with his eminent panel. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna, and welcome all the panelists. I think I still can't see everyone on the screen. So, Sakshi, Mayank, if you could just switch yourselves on, then we kick off here. So thank you for joining us today. 30 Under 30 is one of our premier IPs. It recognizes young, successful innovators, business people, and business professionals. And the panel that we have today are all successful in their own right. So I'm happy to welcome all of them onto this panel. Today we're going to be talking about how competitive edge, or the way some people call it, a moat, is developed for businesses, and how that helps differentiate ourselves from the competition. So today I have Sakshi, Anant, Mayank, and Rahul on this panel. Just to kick off quickly, let's go around the table, have them introduce themselves. We'd like to learn a little more about you and your journey, and what's led you to this path of success so early in your career. So let's kick off with Sakshi.
Thank you, Prasar, for the lovely introduction. So a bit about myself. So I come from a background in healthcare, and I definitely realized that there is a gap in the market for in terms of chronic diseases and their management. And that's how we got to start Nucros Science and Taste back in 2020. Nucros is a new age food and beverage provider with a single aim of helping people realize their health goals through the food we eat. So, we consider food as medicines, in this era where people have started considering medicines as food. So our aim is to basically help people reverse health conditions such as diabetes, PCOS, a lot of women's health conditions such as fertility, pregnancy, lactation, helping them boost their metabolism and weight management, among a few. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sakshi, for that quick and insightful introduction. Let's go to Anand. Anand, let's hear a little bit about you and your journey.
Thanks, Prasad. So I'll start with my educational background. I've studied my chartered accountancy and company secretary, along with my bachelor's in financial markets from HR. We started this about five and a half years ago. It's a bootstrap at tech firm, and we started this with zero capital. Today we have about 3 centers across the country, which is Mumbai, Pune, and we have Mumbai, Pune, and Delhi. We train approximately over 10,000 students a year. Our core differentiator has been experiential learning, which is basically hands-on application learning. The learning which we saw, the pedagogy which was happening across the country, was very, very theoretical, rote learning based. And we wanted to change that. Coming from a financial markets background, we didn't know how to invest in the markets per se. So we had to change the way people looked at that. We got a lot of international professional qualifications into the country. Apart from that, a little bit about me is that I love sports. I'm an Olympic race walker for the Maharashtra state, and I play a lot of chess. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. Over to you, Prasad.
Sure. Thanks. Very interesting. Olympic walking is something that is a sport that used to interest me as a kid, but I think I lost that. And chess is something I really don't have the patience for. But so if we ever run into each other, it's going to be like diametrically opposite stuff. But nevertheless, I'm sure very interesting. Now let's hear a little bit from you about your journey, your success.
Glad to be present over here. So I am founder and CEO of Singularity AI Labs. We enable Fortune 500 companies and technological startups around the globe to transform their businesses through data science and AI. We have already kind of developed some plug and play models like a deep learning based recommendation engine, dynamic pricing for revenue management. We have NLP powered conversational science. We have image decoders and personalization in marketing analytics. With this, we also design custom-based AI systems and solutions for some of the clients. We would like to kind of expand our services to various geographies and kind of develop and design SaaS-based product related to AI and data science.
Very interesting. I think that's the way to go these days. And I think while we wish you success, we hope you don't succeed enough to eliminate all of us. So let's hope so. But anyways, let's jump into the topic. Like I was saying when we just kicked off that when you're building a new business or even helping build a new business, one of the key things that's important is to have competitive edge. There are various words that are used. VCs love to use the word moat. If the business books call it USP, but every business has that something that differentiates and keeps them ahead of competition. What is it that in your businesses you've been able to do that has kept you ahead of the business? Let's kick off again with Sakshi. If you could talk us through what is it that you did differently or you're doing differently that's keeping you ahead of competition.
Thanks, Prasad. I think that's a great question to start with, and I think from the outset, you would seem, right, food is, I think, an easily replicable business, right? It's nothing, it's not a rocket science. But, what really has, I think, made us inimitable is one of the factors that we have created very intricate processes. While all our competitors are moving towards standardization, we are moving away from it, because in the end we realize, right, like a diet is not a one size fits all approach. We need, everyone needs extremely personalized recommendations based on their health condition, their biometrics, they need their different health parameters, their lipid profile. So what we've done is we've created a very intricate platform where we are able to profile each customer and provide in kind of an automated solution, which cuts down on our time to process those, right? So if someone takes 2 days, we are able to turn it around in 6 hours. We're able to start someone's subscription, say, from tomorrow itself. We don't need to wait for 2 days to wait for, we have we're the only ones who have included blood test monitoring in our success parameters. Every client goes through blood test monitoring. Their health parameters are constantly monitored. And that's, I think, one of the key reasons that's given us a competitive edge in this market. How to keep it going forward? Of course, I think in the span of 1 year itself, we have come a long way. Of course, due to the pandemic, I think everyone realizes, right, that health is so important. I think it couldn't have been a better time for us, of course. Even though that's fueled our growth, and when we started off with maybe, say, serving around 1,200 meals per month. We've come a long way to serving around 17,000 meals per month. And we have with the kind of market that we're serving, right? We are serving, say, diabetes management. It's a huge market. India's diabetes capital, right? So we have around 30% of Indians suffering from chronic diseases. And so we are looking to maybe scale to another 1.2 lakh meals per month, serving in another 6 months or so.
Excellent, Sakshi. So I do have one question there, though. Look, it goes diametrically opposite to actually the question that we're talking about, or probably even the theme, right? When you go and sit in front of investors, they have their own processes, and they'll typically talk about a cookie cutter model. And now, from what I hear, you differentiate on a customer to customer basis. Even though I see that you've scaled up probably 15x in a very short period. So, how do you address that, right? Because when you go to the market, whether it's to private investors or to the public market, hopefully, people will always look at rapid scalability. So how do you address that already? And second part to that, are you relying on technology for monitoring, for example, the blood profile, etc., of your customers?
Definitely. Of course, we do rely on, we have our own automated profiling tool, which, where we have already we have 7 or 8 labs where the results are processed from, which are synthesized into our integrated platform, which automates results, cutting down on human, say, any interaction as such, as in like, say, suppose if there is a client, who has a certain cholesterol and a certain, say, kidney profile, say their LFT or KFT is a certain level. So then, automatically the diet is recommended, then it cuts down on their macros, I think. And it's a very, very integrated and calculated macros platform, which automatically calculates their meals going forward. So I think it's something that, even though it seems very personalized, I think we have made it a business that it's easily sort of, in terms of, say, when it comes to scaling up, it's very easy to do. So I think that would address concerns of private investors also, right? Though, of course, a cookie cutter model is, an ideal, right? And in the end, even if we look at it, we look at like, okay, of course, there is a personalized segment. There is probably a segment which would do well with, say, a standardized product, right? So we do, of course, think about, say, going into retail, right? Which would have, say, a standardized certain products which are served, across the nation. So, of course, that is the plan, that, right, you have to segment.
Great, interesting. I think Sakshi's frozen there a little bit. So, but good insights. I think let's quickly move on to Anant. So Anant, you're in a field that obviously is, thanks to the pandemic, in part exploding, right? What do you see yourself, doing in order to stay ahead of the competition? What is it that one thing that gives you the competitive edge? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So, it's a question which we get asked almost on a daily basis, and we've always had a thought leadership that experiential learning, which is, you can't learn cricket through a book, in my opinion. You need to be on the pitch. You need to understand there are more and more pressurized conditions. The same way, if you're learning to work, or we're building a more skilled workforce for the country, we need for them to understand what happens on the job, and they need to understand this. I studied my chartered accountancy, and I didn't want to work as a chartered accountant. That was, after putting in, I don't know how many hours, and I had the realization late in my life that, there's something, entrepreneurship is something what could be cut out for me. So we had the model of experiential learning always going at the back of our head. But how do you make it to a scalable model was a question. So we developed a very interactive learning management software, which we built from scratch. And what that did was that allowed students across the country to be able to come on the platform and learn and go from 0 to 1. And going from 0 to 1 was the main problem which people across the country had. So we were able to address that in a very small way initially. So when I still remember going to because we bootstrapped the company. I remember going to colleges and just pitching the idea, and without zero marketing dollars, we were able to get about 1,000 people across a few months taking up the programs, and that led us to believe that there's something better for us to do and make a change. I think Rahul, Sakshi both will understand that the 0 to 1, the knowledge gap, because we're creating essentially a new product space that's difficult to address to the market. So we had to be creative with our marketing. So we were able to understand that marketing would begin right in the school segment. We use tech to be able to penetrate the school segment by having a lot of competitions where experiential learning could come at the forefront. You can't learn how to fly a drone through a textbook. So we were able to get the financial markets rolling. We today have a tie-up with IIFL and a lot of our customers would go on and have that platform to be able to trade easily. Apart from that, we got a lot of international professional qualifications, which had penetration globally, acceptance globally to come to the country and to be able and to be impart it at a cost sensitive, a normal. It wasn't very expensive to do the education. So across the country, we were able to penetrate very easily because of this, and because jobs were readily available for a lot of them, and companies were willing to come to us. So we didn't have that problem. Today a lot of people want to make programs, and then they go to companies and they say take it. But for us, it was the other way around, because we were really skilling them, and a lot of companies were coming on as knowledge partners, etc. So it was very easy for us to start up per se. The first 2 years, obviously, the first $20 million is always the most difficult bit, but that was the easy part. That was a fun part actually for us to reach to. So the only problem is to be able to get to and penetrate to more and more people. And I think we're on an average between about 10,000 students to 12,000 students a year, and we're aiming at. And like you said, the pandemic obviously gave a huge impetus to our industry, which necessarily wasn't the case because exams weren't happening. So, we had to be very creative for people to understand, to invest in us through and take our education programs at a time when, they aren't readily, students aren't readily available. The exams aren't happening. So because the nature of the exams were international, the exams kept happening through and through, again, through tech again. And we've seen a huge growth, but I think the best is yet to come again for us.
Great. Very, very interesting to hear that, Anand. I think it's a season for your domain. So let's hope that you keep scaling up and beating the competition out. But let's move to Rahul. Rahul, I think you're in a very interesting space, right? It's in a way quite the opposite of the way the action is happening in the edtech space, for example. Of course, it's a hot space, but people are still a little bit on the fence about where AI is going to take us. So while we'd also like to understand what your competitive edge is, how is it also impacted by the fact that there's still no real clarity in direction as far as what AI and similar emerging technologies are going to be able to do for us? We'd love to hear on that.
Great point, Prasad. So first of all, let me talk about some of the differentiating factor, and then we'll take forward that what all are the use cases where the AI has kind of established themselves, and what all are the places where they would kind of take some bit of time to reach the pinnacle. So talking about some of the learnings that we had, I'll kind of begin by having our first principle kind of intact, that listening to customers is very important. In our case, it would be listening to clients. Now, let me go back in time. When we started, we thought that we would be 100% SaaS-based AI model. But while we were going to various clients, we very soon realized that it may so happen that the offerings that we are doing might not kind of fulfill their own requirement. And they told that this is good. Can you actually solve some of the other bit of their AI related problems? So be agile at the forefront of the business in the times like this, when the environment is changing a lot, gives a very high competitive edge. The second point, Prasad, over here is that because of pandemic, I think the world has become superconductor, where a great idea is being followed from one place to another very soon, very quickly. So while you're building up any of the product, any of the services, we have to think global right from day one. We haven't thought, but like if we see last 1.5 years of our existence, 100% of our revenue is coming up from global clients, which we have never anticipated. It is like countries like US, UK, Brazil, Mexico, who are kind of coming up with more new and new use cases, and we are able to kind of serve them because we had thought that we would be able to cater ourselves with the global clients right from day one. So I think this interconnectedness, which has triggered kind of remote collaboration, which has bypassed the cultural boundaries, is kind of a moat which newer companies can actually look forward to. The third point, Prasad, that I feel is very important in creating a competitive edge, and we have kind of followed it up again from our first month itself. This is coming up from a fact, Prasad, that this is my second venture as an entrepreneur. The first one at a B2C startup named ClickPass got acquired, acqui-hired by Oyo Rooms in 2016, which is that like revenue from loyal customers is much better than any kind of funding, external funding. Now, if your CAC, which is cost of acquisition, is higher, if your LTV is lower, if the attrition rate is lower, you won't be kind of able to survive for a longer period of time. So we have to like look forward for the revenue model, look forward for the profitability model right from like while you are ideating the concept in your mind. So I think I would always prefer a revenue over a GMV, a profitability percentage over a revenue, a cash in bank, a cash flow more than profitability percentage. So these metrics should be crystal clear. We have tried to follow this up in last 1.5 years of our existence, and that is what has kind of differentiated us from others. Now, talking about Prasad, your second part of the journey, which is that there are places where AI has created a clear impact, and there are another kind of places where like we have to kind of grow a lot. And let me take few examples. There was a time, Prasad, when if you have an offline business, you just put it online. That is called as like the IT boom, and you'll see a uptake in the demand. Because there are few people who are available online, there are another few who are offline, and there is a clear demarcation between that. But as we know, as the geo has come up, as the number of internet penetration in India has increased, as you are going online, you have to also create some bit of extra difference between your business. Now, if any of the like let's say a new cab company starting, they cannot work on static price. They have to imbibe technologies like dynamic pricing to grow themselves. If there is a hotel that want to kind of enroll themselves online, it's not just the online portal which will start to give you demand, because there are lots and lots of hotels that is coming in. Now you have to use some bit of image science to further improvise it. Let's take an example of what's going into the market right now, healthcare. Now, recently we internally are kind of designing some softwares related to the radiologist. And we came forward with this very interesting anecdote that a radiologist in his lifetime has seen, let's say, in his lifetime at perhaps the end of his career of a 40-year, would have seen around 25,000 to like 30,000 X-rays in his lifetime. And while we are training our machines, it is like 1 million to 5 million X-rays are kind of fed into the machine in the first day or first week itself. So the intelligence or the accuracy which a X-ray is able to kind of predict that there is a likelihood of a cancerous cell coming in is much more higher than a doctor. So there are areas where like we are clear ahead of a human being kind of giving an output and a machine giving an output. But of course, there are areas like a software aspect, which is kind of machines are kind of still learning to kind of match it up to the level of a human.
Wonderful. I think, every time I hear somebody talking about an AI-based solution, it's always fun to imagine. I must give this anecdote to people. About 4 years ago, I had, as a part of something that I was doing, the head of Microsoft's deep learning project, Dr. Sayan Pathak, who's also one of the deans at IIT Kharagpur, and earlier he was heading the Allen Institute for AI, Paul Allen's Institute. And he's a medical doctor who decided to get into coding, and he was in a room full of academics, and he said that, look, and this is, I think, 2018. He said in 10 years there will be no doctors, right? Because part of what you're saying, but he said that, you just prick your finger, not even like prick a piece of blood. You just scrape your finger and put it into a machine, and there'll be no medicines that will be packaged. The machine will figure out what formulation needs to be made for you, and some factory somewhere will just manufacture and send it to you. So yeah, I think fascinating stuff. But it's always fascinating to understand, and amongst the panelists, we have such a diverse set of focuses that it gives us these brilliant insights. So while we're on that, now let's come back to Sakshi. So Sakshi, we did hear about how you are doing this very differently, right? But at the end of the day, the differentiation is just one factor in what you do, right? So we have to also ultimately then measure the impact that that differentiation has had on your business. So when you compare yourself to the competitors, compare yourself to maybe startups who've come into being over the last few years, or even established players against whom you're competing, how much of a difference do you think your competitive edge has given you, the differentiation that you bring to the market? How much has it impacted? Where would you have been had you not had that specific competitive edge?
Great question, Prasad. It's interesting to think about my journey to here. You mentioned what would I have been doing if not this. So it's incredibly interesting how I actually started this venture. It's because when I had graduated, I graduated from Singapore Management University, and I graduated with a business management degree. The most confusing part, for any young person at that age is, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with your life? There are many ways you can do. You can enter different industries, and I think what was unique to me was, of course, that my background in healthcare. Both my parents are doctors, and I've always among my friends also, I've always also been called a half doctor, a girl who is too knowledgeable for her age, and and unfortunately, and I don't know if unfortunate or not, but it's my friends would ask me for their prescription, so definitely that did help me. And then I think my progression, I got into consulting. And then, because I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do with my life then. And then surprisingly, even in terms of consulting, I was always given healthcare projects. And then after that, I've started across, worked with healthcare hospitals, and I worked with medical device manufacturers. I worked with pharmaceutical companies. And automatically, that's the time when I realized there was this gap. That's the time when I was working with pharmaceutical companies, I realized that, so many health conditions can actually be just managed with a diet alone. You really don't require medicines for them. And it's kind of being like, we're kind of going retrograde here. We're kind of, you just mentioned, a prick of a finger, the medicine is done, right? I am kind of going back into it, like going back towards our ancestors, how they used to manage. And so it's definitely been an interesting journey for me. And I think what's unique to me for also, and might be difficult for competitors, is that I when I realized that this was my calling, I've invested a lot of my energy, right? I think as an entrepreneur, you really have to put in your all. Because I thought I wanted to get into food, I did go to Le Cordon Bleu, the top culinary institute of the world, learned cooking myself, because I think I realized as an entrepreneur, you need to be able to juggle all hats. You need to know every part of your business very well, and what is your value proposition that you're giving. if I know that I'm giving food, but I know that I'm not just giving food, I'm giving tasty food with health. It's a unique proposition, which is very difficult for all to replicate. It's so I think that's what sets us apart. We are also going forward because of our unique background and having a team of doctors, chefs, and nutritionists. We have been able to move forward. It's an evolving process, right? And I think, as Rahul also mentioned, I think it's very important for a business to be agile all the time. So what we are now getting into is something not many people are very familiar with. It's nutrigenomics. So we are entering into DNA-based nutrition now, and we are doing DNA samples in which tell you, right, do a predictive analytics about where your health is going. What are you a fat metabolizer? Are you a carbohydrate metabolizer? What diet suits you? What are you possibly allergic to? What's your your risk for getting diabetes? So we're going into towards that sort of an arena, and I think that's I think what's will give us that edge apart from all the people who are coming into this market.
Sure. Very great insights, Sakshi. I think, though I must tell you that I knew one other person who was exactly like you. Both parents, doctors, and dishing out prescriptions all the time. And to you, as to that person, I would say, thank God both of you are not in the US, because you would be in jail. So, but good stuff. I think nutrigenomics is something that that I think has a very bright future, and I think we're glad that entrepreneurs in India are picking up stuff like AI and nutrigenomics and DNA-based profiling. I think it's got a long way to go, and I hope we see people finding good results out of that kind of approach soon. We have Mayank finally on the panel, so we're going to rush through an introduction with Mayank and let him tell us what his competitive edge is before we return back to the flow of the panel.
I'm extremely sorry. I guess there is a technical glitch. It's been almost half an hour since I'm trying. I did my level best. I guess I don't want to waste even a single second right now, because even a single second matters to all of us. I'm extremely sorry, first of all. I have no clue why I wasn't able to join it. But
no, it's all right, Mayank. I think all of us are slaves to technology since the last year and a half, and I think
it happened today itself.
People like Rahul are working hard on eliminating us.
But it happened. Why only today itself? I was supposed to interact with you guys. In fact, I was able to hear my co-PS, all the three of you, in the starting, but I wasn't able to have the access of video.
Yeah. But I think we are keen on hearing you. So tell us about your journey. Tell us what sets you apart, and how it's making a difference in your business.
First of all, thank you, Prasad, for inviting me for this panel discussion. I'm Mayank Kapoor. I'm a real estate builder and developer based in Madhya Pradesh. My company's name is Krishna Homes, and I'm MD of it. So basically, I started my journey when I was in school. I mean, it's a family business. It's been for almost 5 years that I have taken the role of, taking the charge of the company. But I joined the company during my school days itself. I used to come back from school in the afternoon, and I would go to my construction sites, and would see how much a labor is actually working per day. How much does they need time to break a wall, or to break a room, to build a room, or maybe how much quantity of cement or sand or steel is being used. But over the period of years when I joined, I did civil engineering, and during my MTech, I realized how am I building the next kind of residential covered campuses. It has to be something cutting edge, so that I can actually create a blue ocean strategy. I've always been an ardent follower of blue ocean strategy, so I thought that I have to bring a sustainable business model. And what is better than building as per the norms of GREHA, LED, and Indian Green Building Code, to build a green building covered campuses. So that was my forte. I started working on creating a building envelope, so that you can actually have an ecosystem where people are actually living with daylight, with a better air quality index. They are saving 30 to 40% of energy savings by using renewable resources aptly and efficiently, with proper rainwater harvesting systems and solar lighting. And even we went way ahead, and we had monitored basis of using what Rahul is actually must be knowing regarding the artificial intelligence basic systems, which you can monitor the water consumptions. And each resident, or the occupant is being able to save 30 to 40% in energies and 20 to 30% in water savings, which is equivalent to what they can actually give back to the society for residential welfare management. So these systems actually created a very like a healthy environment for green building. But during when I was building this thing, the campus, I realized that this is not one of the most affordable ones, and it was a myth that green buildings actually cost 100 or 200 rupees per square feet more. So to eradicate this kind of myth, I took the agile concept of the business model, where I used innovative design process to use the grids and columns of the buildings planned in a way that there is no wastage of square feet in energy in the flat. So suppose if there is 1500 square feet area of a flat built up area, uh, anyone, if you guys are residing in a like apartment, not a villa, then you will find that if you measure it by the system, there will be a wastage of 150 to 200 square feet of the flat in a say size of 1500. If the collector guideline rates is around 3000 to 4000 rupees, then the equivalent is that you are paying 6 to 8 lakh rupees for what you're not even using it. I mean, that square feet is not being utilized, but you paid 8 lakh rupees for it. So I realized that if I use the columns and grid in a very economically feasible model of the building, that the grids and the columns are placed in such a way each and every place is being utilized. So there will be the myth will be eradicated that green buildings are costly. In fact, I have saved the 6 to 8 lakh rupees of a person because he is using all the area which in a very productive way. During this time, I also realized what am I doing for the people who are below poverty line, or people who are from economically weaker section. Those people who in Madhya Pradesh are more than 70% in our state, and for them there was no proper houses system. They used to live in chawl or slum areas, and definitely that is not how you can see the building of the nation. And I always have been a voucher for the nation building. That's It's not just building through the bricks and mortar. It is basically through the values and the culture system you can actually create for your customers, for your clients, for your occupants. And how is that so? By providing proper sanitation, proper hygienic area, 24/7 electricity, proper lush green facilities for the people who are buying 4.5 lakh rupees flats. That's the most affordable flats in India, and providing them Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana subsidy of 2.57 lakh rupees. So ultimately, the flat costed them 1.90 lakh rupees. And when they took a loan from SBI, we provided, we built the gap. Basically, we bridged the gap for them to provide them the loan. So now 1900 rupees per month, they are actually creating an asset for themselves who used to live in chawl or kacha houses. And after 10 years, it will be their house. And earlier on, they used to pay 3000 rupees per month for kacha house or chawl, and they would never create an asset for themselves in a very unhygienic places where we won't find healthy lifestyle. So that's how I started it.
Wonderful. I think that gives us an additional, very interesting perspective added to the panel. All these discussions that we have, we always get into these deep, fascinating discussions, and then we realize that there's somebody at the back of our head saying that time's about to be up. So we will quickly go through the panel. Anant and Rahul, if you could talk us through quickly in 2 minutes each about how the competitive edge has made a difference to your business, and also how you're going to keep it up. And then we'll just spend 30 seconds each with Mayank and Sakshi to understand how they're going to keep it up with their competitive edge before we wind up, and before somebody sends a stick my way.
Sure. Again, experiential learning for us was the forefront of how we can change the way education could be looked at, and we're very we have to change the way education was being taught in the schools and colleges to what it can be for the future. So application learning or learning on the job is something which people can also understand how they would be working in that particular field for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of their lives. So we're essentially saving a lot of their time, and it's given us a great competitive edge, because when we started up, it was we put 18 grand in the business, and we had competitors who were multi-million-dollar funded businesses. So we had to be innovative in that sphere, and that's how we attracted people. right from coding our own website to be able to understand, having zero competitors up there, we were still showing up on the 7th page. So we had to be creative and in a lot of ways and ensure that the quality of education, which is actually what people appreciate with us, was top notch. So yeah, it's given us an immense competitive edge. While it saved us a lot of marketing dollars, but at the same time, it's helped a lot of people understand how they would be working in that particular sector, and it saved them a lot of their, it's helped them understand 5 years into the future how that would be working for them. So yeah, I mean, we found a very nice niche and we've captured it really well. So I mean, like you said, it's the age of edtech at this point of time, but we started this about 6 years ago, and yeah, since then till now, we've been able to keep the other incumbents, which are the Byju's and the Unacademies, at bay. So that's a little bit of our competitive edge. Over to you, Rahul.
Great, thanks, Anand. Rahul.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Prasad. So I think our competitive edge is coming up from a fact that we are kind of catering to the global audiences. So I believe that 1990s was the age of IT, where India has kind of outshined itself into the entire world, creating $100 billion of business, sitting over here and kind of creating millions of employment opportunities. We believe that this particular decade would be the era of AI and data science, with kind of India leading to the forefront. And because we have already kind of on the bus of catering to the global businesses, we believe that we would be able to create much better impact, not only to the clients, but also to our country as a nation, as bringing in dollars, bringing in like foreign currency, and creating employment over here.
Sure, thanks, Rahul. As long as Terminator doesn't come true, we are all with you. Yeah, but jokes apart, I think, Sakshi, if we could hear in 30 seconds from you, what is it that you're going to keep that competitive edge going and stay ahead of the competition?
Yeah, thanks, Prasad. I think in the end, I think the most important thing is to, always keep your brand very customer focused. It's very easy for an entrepreneur to get lost and, start cutting down on costs, or, start cutting on their prices to increasingly quickly scale. So I think what we have always tried to do is try to make it a brand that is about our customers, right? So we know that, of course, we don't want to cut down on costs. We want to make sure that we are giving very good quality food. We use top quality almonds, organic products in our product. So I think that will, of course, give us the competitive edge, right? And just making sure that we have great feedback channels and we're able to constantly evolve and stay ahead of the trend.
All right, excellent. I think we also want to thank you, all the panelists here, because you promised to send us free food for the next year. So I think
definitely.
But I'm kidding, but yeah, but we wouldn't mind.
For everyone to try.
We will certainly. So Mayank, just 30 seconds. How are you going to keep up that difference? How are you going to keep making a difference going in the future? Mayank, are you there? I think. So unfortunately, seems Mayank's frozen again. That saves me. Oh no, he's back. So Mayank, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yeah, Prasad. In a very short 30 seconds, I would like to tell you how my planning is. Basically, we are the only builders in Central India who are
Mayank,
focusing on
unfortunately, we can't hear you.
As well as the economically.
Mayank, unfortunately, I can't hear you, and we are out of time. But we'll probably.
So we have got
all
certification-based products, and as I told you, that our strategy that there is zero wastage in square feet that is being.
All right. So I think a wonderful discussion. Like I said, these discussions always do end up halfway because.
Sorry to interrupt you. There is some network.
Yeah, Mayank, we are unable to hear you at all. So, and I think there are people pointing guns and sticks at me now. So I think we need to quickly wrap up. Thank you everyone for being here today.
I'm extremely sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no worries at all, man. It happens to all of us. But we'd love to see you all back again very soon. I think this discussion remains unfinished, but so we will figure out a way of having you guys back soon again, and hope to see you successful and in the news in the near future and for a long time to come. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much,
much,
Prasad.
Prasad.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Sakshi.
Great journey shared right there. Apologies, we had to cut it because we've got an upcoming panel discussion coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. Please keep hashtagging BW30 under 30 as our official hashtag. Now moving on to our next panel discussion, which is coming up on the topic, the Founder's Guide to Fundraising. Now, this is going to be very interesting, and it is going to be with the session chair, Prasad Sharma, who's going to be joining us once again from BW Business World. Our eminent panelists are going to be Pranav Panpalia, founder, Oprah FX, Sanchit Wadhwa, co-founder and CEO, Book My Charters, and Ramya Ramachandran, founder and CEO, Wapple Global. So thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us today. And with this, Prasad, we're just going to be requesting all our panelists to switch on their cameras right now and unmute themselves and join us on the main screen. Thank you, Prasad. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Bhavna. So we've got our panelists up here, and interesting panel today because we're going to be talking about how people. Just sorry, I'm sorry. There's some interruption there. So we're going to be talking today about the founder's journey to fundraising. It's a hot topic. We read about it in the newspapers, online, and on TV every day. And it's something that people always wonder about. What's the journey been like, and what's the journey going to be in the future? We interestingly have one panelist who's also running a bootstrap company. So we're also going to be asking him why we shouldn't raise money, or something to that effect. So welcome. We've got Ramya, Pranav, and Sachit with us. Why don't we start with a quick round of introductions? We'll just talk to us about what your journey's been till now. Give the audience a flavor of who you are, what you've been doing, and then we'll jump into the discussion. So let's start with Ramya.
Thanks, Prasad. I've been hearing the discussion before, very interesting. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Ramya Ramachandran. I'm the founder of Wapple. At Wapple, we are a new age influencer content management agency. We have two main verticals, one being content-centric, where we churn out content for brands at scale. And the second being influencer marketing, where we do campaign-related work across categories, across industries with a bunch of influencers. And that's what we do at Wapple. And yeah, very excited to be on this panel, and excited to hear about the whole funding journey of Sachit and Pranav as well.
Excellent. So, Pranav, let's hear a little bit about you and your journey.
So I think this is a very interesting panel, honestly, for me, because I'm completely bootstrapped day one. So I think there's a lot to learn also for me on the funding perspective. But to tell you a little bit about myself, I've been in Ramya, we're in the similar space. I've been into the influencer marketing space for the last 4 years. I started myself as an influencer first. I was into the supercar vlogging space, and then that led me to a requirement that influencer marketing is something of the need of the hour. And right now we are also into the talent management and into the gaming influencer space. Currently we're representing India's top 30 gaming talents. Our agency is cumulatively pushing around 2.1 billion views in a month, accumulative of all the content creators that we represent. So that's precisely what we do at Oprah FX.
All right, so nice. I mean, both of you are in the same segment in a way. So as long as you're not going to get aggressive here and start fighting amongst yourselves, you're going to have some fun. But yeah, before we get into those fights, let's hear from Sachit.
Thanks, Prasad. My name is Sachit Wadhwa, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Book My Charters. We are an Uber-like model for private jets. So we've got about 40 aircrafts on the platform. We're the first and only instant charter booking platform. We basically, the whole journey started with a question saying, why can't you book a private jet with as much convenience, as an airline ticket? And, here we are. We've also got patents on our technology. and we address this interesting space of private jets, helicopters, and yachts.
Wonderful. I think if you're following the Uber model, we are all waiting for when we'll start getting those free rides. But so yeah, I think we are very interested in finding out when you'll get the Uber-like funding to be able to do that. So in any case, I think let's jump into our discussion. So let's circle back to Ramya. Ramya, so tell us about how your funding journey has been till now since your inception. How when have you raised funds, and what prompted you to make the fundraising decisions, or probably wait to raise funds at a point of time when maybe you could have gone ahead and raised some money?
Sure. So my company is a bootstrap company. I have been fortunate enough to have angel investors investing in, without part equity in such a way that we get to use the resources. So from day one, we had a very strong office space where we had a big space where we could churn out content, and there was nothing which was disrupting operations. We had the right kind of resources from day one to get started. So till now we've just been bootstrapped. There's no fundraising which we have done so far. But having said that, we have recently partnered with Aditya Birla Group, and they have actually, so the whole partnership is in such a way that we give them scale, they give us scale of business, and we give them cutting edge solutions. So in a way, it is like the fund coming into the company, churning out, and they bringing profit also, which is, I think, a very new model, because it's a win-win for both of us. One, we get scale of brands from 2.5 years into operation. Wopple is a 2.5-year-old startup. So from the ABFRL to other categories of brands like domestic textile to capital, we just have expanded our portfolio. And looking at the scale of things, we look at the partnership in that way. So until now, we have not raised funds, but fundraising is on the agenda. Maybe in the next quarter or the coming quarter. That's the plan so far.
All right, wonderful. So just a quick request: if you're not speaking, just stay on mute, because sometimes we get a little bit of background music, and while it's okay, but sometimes people do send in emails saying why there was background music. But let's quickly come to Pranav. So Pranav, you're also bootstrapped, right? But I'm sure at some point of time you'll also be looking to raise money, right? So what's been your thought process till now in terms of saying no to funding? Is it been just something that's been operational, that you've been cash positive, or it's been a conscious decision to try and reach a certain scale before you start looking for money?
Correct. So the moment we started the company, ideally, we've pivoted a lot in our journey as well. So initially, we wanted to become like a influencer marketing platform. We wanted to automate the whole process of connecting influencers to brands and everything. So at that point of time, I had in mind that to scale this, I would need a certain level of funds to build a tech team and stuff like that. But at the moment when I was beginning in the influencer space 4 years back, the term was fairly new for any marketing managers or overall industry as well to accept a tech platform for a concept which is so new at that point of time. So hence we chose to go the the agency way, right? And initially we got the mandate for a couple of really interesting clients like Hike Messenger, Excel Entertainment, and stuff like that, which enabled us to be cash rich day one. The cash that we sort of received from them enabled us to reinvest in the manpower, and that's sort of uphill journey of profit, and reinvesting that profit into the company never let us go for an investor according to our growth plans. So currently, I think we're in a very good position to sort of keep on investing our own money, enabling us to keep the equity to ourselves and not diluting our powers. And yeah, but my future plans of building an esports organization, which would be like 100-200 crore company. So ideally, that is something that would require me to receive funds, and it's also a cash expensive and an intensive this thing model. So for that, definitely I would be going the funding way.
Cool, sounds interesting. But I think we will circle back to that. Couple of interesting thoughts in my mind. Before that, let's have a word with Sachit. So Sachit, I think the business that you're in, right? Again, although you said it's an Uber-like model, so I'm presuming that it's a arm's length kind of an engagement. But it's something that you would need to kind of keep cash intensive at least for some time. So tell us about what your thoughts are. What's been your journey from the funding perspective?
Yeah, so unlike Ramya and Pranav, we've actually raised the seed round. So we raised this fund primarily because just to sort of bring some perspective here, when we conceptualized the booking of charters online, there was not a single platform across the world that enabled it. So after an extensive research, we realized that there was nobody who was actually automating all these complex operational parameters and cost calculations and giving you an instant price. And the traditional process took almost as much as 48 hours to book a charter. So there was obviously a requirement to kind of create this technology, which was when you talk about booking a charter, you need to see which aircrafts can land at a particular airstrip. You need to look at, when I reach there, will the airport be open? Do I have the fuel capacity to go there? So there are n number of complex parameters that get involved when you're looking at a non-scheduled operation. The job is a lot simpler when you're looking at an airline ticket, because there are already these aggregators who've created this technology where they get this feed from n number of airlines in terms of this is the price, this is the seat availability, and all the operational parameters have already been considered while proposing that seat option. That is not the case in charters. So it took us, a lot of effort to kind of create this backend technology which could automate all of these processes and give you that instant quote. So our journey started almost 7 years back, where we wanted to, create this gap between the operational aspects and the technology aspects, because, there was a lot of complex algorithms that needed to be put into the technology. So yeah, we raised the seed round, we got the platform in place, we got patents in place. We also now have 40 aircrafts that are quoting in real time. And would be happy to discuss about what is the plan going forward.
I think let's get into that, right? So before we get into going forward, right? When you did go out and start talking to investors, right? What was the experience like, and specifically in terms of how did they kind of approach something that was so innovative, which has not been tried in India? Because we do see that in India, a lot of founders do complain that investors tend to talk to them only when there's a model that is being replicated from somewhere else rather than being innovative. There is also a lot of pushback, because when you're talking to people across the table, they don't really understand your domain, but they can't really come across as somebody who doesn't understand what they're talking about, right? So there are lots of these interesting aspects that happen, and which do tend to create hurdles, more importantly in the minds, right? So what has been your experience, and what can you tell us that will help other founders, for example, approach this process better?
So while our seed round was not as complicated, at the initial thought when we launched the platform, the idea was, like any other founder, was okay, let's hit the gas, let's take it global. Nobody is doing this across the world. We are the most advanced technology, which is the reason why patents are coming through. So yeah, I mean, somewhere we also felt a similar experience of what you just mentioned, that primarily majority of the Indian investors are looking at, okay, this is a model that is successful outside, it has done well, the team is good, can we replicate this in India? When we were talking about taking this model from India, which is only 1% of the global charter market, to saying, hey, this is a technology that can also address North America, which contributes almost 50% of revenues of this market, we did face some hurdles. which is the reason why, we looked at, then a model where we became cash positive in India. So we are a profitable company today, and we are simultaneously also creating a technology which can now, address the global pain points sitting in India. And that's when we will be looking at our series around. So yeah, we're now building onto that traction. We're, building our revenues. We're showing the kind of scale that this technology can bring in, because at the onset, yeah, we did face resistance saying, hey, you're in India. India is a small market. India is only 1% of the market. How will you address North America sitting here? But that's the power of globalization today. That's the power of internet today, because it's the same aircraft whether you're in India or outside. It's the same operation. It's the same airport length that needs to be calculated. It's the same operational parameters. So how do we address such a big market, where India only has about 150 aircrafts, to a global market which has 40,000 aircrafts? Is going to be a beautiful journey for us. But what will work for us is the technology that we've built, because it will sort of act as a backend technology which has only been currently powering our platform, which is Book My Charters. But very soon we are going to get into associations with some of the biggest travel companies, where we will be providing them this feed of charters, and charter again, from a perception standpoint is looked at only the luxury aspect, or people getting into indulgences. But the pandemic has been has been in fact a positive factor to this industry per se, because people now understand, those people who were only looking at it from a luxury aspect used it for the reasons of safety, and now are soon adapting to the convenience that it has to offer.
No, I think sorry, go ahead.
So we always create a comparison, so we say it's like booking a private car versus, getting into a bus.
Right.
Somebody who's taking a private car or who's taking a taxi all by himself is probably spending a huge amount when compared to the guy in the bus, who's also possibly going to reach the destination. But it's about the time, it's about the productivity, and it's also about the convenience that this service has to offer.
No, I'm sure it'll be great. I think the one differentiation between the Indian market and other markets will be whether, people still want to carry their own food onto private jets also. So I think we'll have to figure that out. I don't know whether you built that into your algorithm.
We do get these requests actually.
I'm sure you can't take India out of an Indian, right? So I'm sure we do that a lot. So
we actually had to come up with a service called we'll Indianize your international flying experience.
Right.
I was talking to one of the head honchos of a pharmaceutical company, and he said, Sachit, I'm in France, everything is great, but at the end of the day you still need dal makhani.
Good stuff. So let's quickly move on to Ramya. So Ramya, although you're partially bootstrapped and you have certain strategic interest in your company, but I'm sure you've been talking to investors, and I'm sure at some point of time you're looking to go big. So even in that limited experience, how has your journey been in engaging with investors, with other people who are having a similar experience in terms of a founding journey? What is it that you would kind of give them advice in terms of the way that they should probably engage with these investors and when they should do that?
Sure. So what I feel is to have an investor on board, you need to be very clear on why the investor is coming on board. And I think somewhere you need to be very bullish and adamant about why you are getting this whole structure in place. So that is because when when an investor comes in, people get, like, the founders also usually get carried away. But the goal has to be very clear, saying why exactly have we got this X investor, or how are we going to grow together. So I think this is something even I've learned. There'll be a lot of investors who will come in the journey, because at least in my industry, this is something which is growing. Influencer marketing is going to be a $10 billion industry in the coming years. So everyone wants to be a part of this whole industry in some capacity or the other. So you need to be very clear on, okay, is this what we want? Is this the right investor for me? Is he going to tag team and, make me achieve where I want to be? So I think that is very, very important. Be very bullish, be very adamant on who it is, and why you are kind of getting into this whole investor relation. And answering your second question, where we are going to see a lot of investor coming in is when we are starting this vertical of social commerce, where influencer-led commerce, where that is the next big thing. Commerce-related influencer marketing is right now we do in individual capacity, which is basically all the campaigns which we do have some sort of affiliate program running to it, where there is some sort of conversion ROI-driven thing. But now that the commerce market is booming with influencers booming, we want to have a setup for that, before it becomes big. So for that, we will get into the right streamline of things where we, talk to investors and companies who are actually venture capitalists who are actually been there, done that. That will just help us elevate from where we are already.
So, Ramya, I think very interesting point that you made about social commerce as you go forward. Right now, I think one of the and this very interesting conversation that I had with an investor in such a setting quite some time back, and where when you see the initial evolution of social media, right, a lot of people made money and are still making money through the celebrity or the glittery aspect of it, right? There's a lot of money to be made in, deep down from data, from, transactional stuff, right? And which is what is becoming now, in vogue. So while a lot of people are making money from the glamorous side of social media, but now a lot of money is being made from, data analytics and transactional stuff. So when we talk about social commerce, it's a big buzzword now, right? Are you also focusing on, creating scalable transactional platforms, or are we still going to be focused out? Obviously you are running an influencer agency, right? So are you still focusing on the whole glamorous celebrity influencing stuff, or are you also looking at getting to deep data driven social commerce?
I think it's a mix of both, because we do need celebs to kind of blow up the messaging, what we want to do, plus the data analytics part of it, which tells you real time what is happening, what is the sale, what is the conversion. So I think the model which we are also adapting is a mix of both, which has influencers. So there's what we call it content commerce, or to simplify it better, it will be more like a shoppable video content. So whatever you see in terms of content, you do need influencers to be leading it as a front page, because today everyone is on social media consuming so much content. And how about you create a platform where what you're consuming, you can actually purchase it. So you do need at different levels, you need, a celeb to be doing it, a micro level influencer to be doing it, a regional influencer talking in their own language and dialect to sell a product, which is, of course, behind there is backlinking, data analytics, where is maximum sales coming from? Is it, if there is a live social commerce happening, then where are people purchasing everything from? So I think it's going to be like a mix of both. I think both go hand in hand, because you need someone to be the face of it, plus you need a backend team to get all the data in place, especially when it's real time today.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I think that I think if I go back to the conversation I was referring, I think that's the sense that investors are also looking at, that are we looking at something holistically, or are we just looking at superficially? So I think great thoughts there. So Pranav, you gave us some very interesting inputs about the next stage of your journey, where you're looking to scale up and then probably look to raise some big funds. So walk us through your thought process in terms of whether you started seeking out investors or potential investors just for conversation, maybe not for raising money, and have you sounded out people about it? What's the kind of feedback that you're getting, and what do you see potentially as your journey as you go to raise funds?
Yeah, so I mean, before we've even started the conversations of esports, just internally, within the community, people I've spoken to, and so Bollywood and all of these production houses have shown a lot of interest in our industry, particularly that, hey, we want to do something in your space, and it could be a strategic investment, or it could be just a very cash driven sort of partnership. But idealistically, I've not sort of went out. I have couple of investors, venture capitalists who are expecting like a presentation, a meeting. But once like a roadmap in my head is sort of structured and figured, that's when I will. And also for the industry that I'm wanting to step into is in the grassroots level right now. Of course, it's very big in general as well, because India being sure the size of India. But I feel it's just the beginning, and I need to time the company very right, and that's timing, and that raise of funds would make a lot of difference.
So certainly, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think people would be interested in finding out that when you're talking about some people expecting a pitch from you, or the conversations that you may have had with production houses, right? What has been what has been the nature of conversations? What I mean, without getting into the specifics, of course, but have they approached you? Did you kind of talk to them about a concept, and then they got interested? Has there been any pushback? Because I think that's the one thing that impacts a lot of founders, because the initial pushback from people who don't understand their businesses kind of makes them question whether they will be able to scale up and get funded. So what's been your experience in these conversations?
My experience honestly has been that there's been a lot of higher expectations in terms of equity from these organizations basis the brand value they have been carrying. So it's a very old school sort of model that is sort of expected from them, also from us, uh, that we are XYZ 100-year-old brand from Bollywood, and like this is our relationships. This is, once you speak with us, so we're gonna bring in, like some really top shots hot into your company. And like I feel like just 4 years into the industry, internet is such a beautiful place. Like I've spoken to people across the world without my dad being friends with Karan Johar. So I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah. So I feel like that sort of value proposition that comes from them doesn't really makes me very intrigued to that sort of partnership, and hence it's been on a very like I'm going to take my time before I make a partnership like that. So of course there's been very less money and more clout sort of push that comes from these partnerships that I've been offered. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I think interesting reference to Karan Johar there. I think all of us enjoyed that. But yeah, I mean, I must tell you, I did a lot of work with these Bollywood production houses in the past decade or so, and I know that the feelings all came boiling back in a minute. Right? The whole
Yeah.
expectation. I think all three of you, the kind of business that you're in, you're going to have to keep interacting with these people. Just the kind of overstatement of clout. I must tell you, without naming the company, there's a company that we helped scale up from probably 5 crores of revenue to about 150 crores of revenue, and at that stage, a Bollywood guy came in and expected like 60% equity just for lending his name, not a single penny to be invested, and he's not even a big guy. So, I mean, I shudder to imagine what would have happened if he had gone to Karan Johar at that time. So, yeah, interesting insight there. So, I think all these conversations that we have start taking these interesting turns, and then I start getting voices in my ear saying that, oh, we got to wrap up. So, let's just go around the table once quickly, 2 minutes each, to kind of understand what's your future roadmap, right? How do you see yourselves evolving over the next 3 to 5 years, and what role is funding going to play in that? Maybe we'll start with Sachit, go to Ramya, and then come back to Pranav. So Sachit.
So the idea is pretty clear going forward. We've been growing pretty aggressively, purely based on the kind of service that we are able to offer. And obviously funding is going to play a major role, and with funding we would want to also get into fleet management and start controlling some of these aircrafts, so that we further have a better control on price and serviceability. And we're also clearly looking at international expansion, so the team is already working on it. And we want to replicate the same model that we've done in India. We've learned through our mistakes. We know what works, and now the idea is to sort of replicate this into other markets, and funding is going to play an important role. And we're looking at raising a Series A in the next 9 to 12 months, where we know we've hit certain milestones that we had already discussed with some of the investors.
And the way you were nodding your head, I'm sure you'll be careful of Bollywood while doing that. But but yeah, I mean, interestingly, when I did look up my charters, an interesting company called Jetly popped up, which is based out of the US. So have you had a chance to look at Jetly? Is it something that you look at in your radar? How do you see yourself as different from a company like them?
Also, see, over the past few years, there are certain companies that have come through, but still, in terms of the innovation that we've done in terms of mapping out all the complexities, it's there are a lot of companies that are actually just giving you an estimated price, but there is no back end to it to really honor that price, because a lot of operational parameters may not be satisfying that charter movement. So we still have our competitive edge in terms of technology. It's now just about taking it to the right markets with the right investors.
Right. And then just in 5 seconds, do you also see yourself evolving as a platform rather than as a competitor to some of these players, or you want to be the prime mover as such?
Oh no, so like I said, one of the most interesting plays that we are talking about is lending our backend technology to platforms that have more reach. So we are already in talks with certain platforms, because our reach with the limited dollar that we spend on marketing is restrictive. Though we've created the right buzz in the right circles, I do believe that this market has a huge potential. There are concepts like ferry flights, which are empty flights, which today get discounted at 90%, 95% of its cost. So you can literally get inside, you can get inside a private jet for as low as 50,000. And the utilization on ferry flights worldwide remains to be very, very low. And the reason for that is distribution. So we've got a platform that can help distribute a lot of these services, with the help of a lot of partners that are already getting that level of viewership. So yeah, that's clearly the idea going forward.
Excellent. So Ramya, so tell us about how you're seeing your journey over the next 3 to 5 years. How do you see the funding journey, and where do we expect to see you when we talk again? I mean, obviously we'll try and keep talking to you, but if we were to have the same discussion again in 5 years, where do we see you?
Sure. To keep it crisp, what we ideally see right now is getting into the commerce section of things. So content-led commerce is something which we are very bullish on. And that is the main agenda moving forward for the next quarters, where we have a very clear picture. We need investors, partners who can help us elevate our commerce platform. And also, having said that, we also need very strong tech-enabled systems in place so that we can have a very clear-cut result-driven services what we are offering. So these are the two areas which definitely we, where we want to grow and where we see we have to put in a lot of energies into. So that's where we see 5 years down the line, I think I want to, like, my dream of Wapple was everything under the influencer ecosystem. We have it. So maybe 5 years down the line, it's not only leveraging influencers for basic kind of an arrangement, but also being able to give them a platform to launch their brands, to be like an investor for these influencers, to launch their brand, to do bigger than what they're currently doing. 5 years down the line, with the right funding, with the right roadmap, I would love to have that goal set as well.
Great, Ramya. Thanks for those inputs. So, Pranav, we'll come to you before we wrap this up. Where do you see your journey going in the next 3 to 5 years? What's the role funding is going to play into it? And where do we see you after 5 years? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm going to continue to automate and work on the process of automating Oprah FX currently, because this is my funding. This is my investor. So any idea in any company that I'm going to do, this is the company, like my cash cow, honestly. So and the where the money is going to go is in the esports, like the IP that I want to build, right? Like the team which I feel is the next leap I should be taking and I'm going to be taking, right? So my next I would say my next 10 years is going to be in that company. And Oprah FX is something, because we've all seen the space is now becoming very saturated at the same time, right? So there's just lot of automation that requires, and I'm putting this company on autopilot to move out of it to focus on the esports organization, and that's where all the funding internally or externally is going to be taking place from.
Excellent. So thank you, everyone. Ramya, Pranav, Sachit, for taking time today. So, it's always fascinating to have these conversations. I think I'm always left feeling that we should be talking more about the stuff that we started talking about, but, we'll probably get you back on some of our other platforms and have these conversations. But, I think great stuff. And we hope to see more of you, in conversation with us, and also overall in the news over the next few years. Best of luck to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasad.
Thank you, Prasad. See you. Bye-bye.
It was great talking to all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramya.
Thank you to all our incredible panelists. Thank you so much, Prasad. What an intelligent and a great conversation that was. Thank you for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been having a great time viewing this conversation, hearing this conversation and viewing all of them today. I'd now request our next set of panelists to join us. Well, our next panel discussion is going to be on our topic, survival at the time of crisis, starting up and staying up during pandemic, with the session chair, Ruhail Amin from BW Business World. Well, joining Ruhail would be our eminent panelist, Jessica Singh, founder and director, Stanley Communications, Nitish Sardar, the founder, SmartWorks Co-working Space, Shipam Singla, founder and CEO, Legality, and Vinayak Srivastav, co-founder and CEO, Tosh, joining us. Well, thank you so much to all our eminent panelists for taking out your valuable time and being a part of our summit today. With this, great to have you all. Ruhail, over to you with your panel today.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Am I audible to my panelists?
Yes.
You can just nod. Yes? All right.
Yes,
great.
yes.
Thank you for joining us. And we have this topic that is so relevant, and we're still living in these times when we are coming to terms with what is going around, how to survive, what to do with the cost that we have. So many conversations around it. So I want to first, the only lady we have on the panel, I'll start with that. So otherwise it will be like gender or like skewed towards one side. Starting with you, Jessica, my first,
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here.
Likewise, having you, all of you here on this panel. So, what has happened in the last 1.5 years, more than that, is that, startups have been forced to innovate. They have been forced to reimagine, and there's a certain kind of shift that businesses are witnessing.
Yes.
Right? From cash burn to right sizing, so many things. Jessica, what has been your story over the last 1.5 years?
Completely. I mean, there have been a lot of changes, a lot of uncertainty in the past 1.5 years. I remember when we were in March 2020, being a 4-year-old company, we were at our peak, working with great clients, great brands. And, the number of the biggest clients were affected. So it was something that we couldn't run away from. And like you said, cash burn and right sizing. When we talk about 2020, for me at least, this was a larger problem back in 2020 more than 2021. It suddenly hit you. You had no idea what was happening. You would not know when this would end. it was very difficult for me to control a team of 20 people that time with clients completely going off, because since it was the first time for everyone around, no one knew when this would end or what would happen or how would the customer respond. So that was a time which was, I think, at least for the PR industry or the entire brand industry, we were the most hit, where we were just trying to understand the sentiment of the clients. Moving forward, we saw August onwards, suddenly the peak again in consumer behavior, in them going out, and the retail industry booming. And when 2022 hit, for us, I think we were more adaptive to the situation, because once it hits you, you sort of have learnings and feedbacks from what had happened a year ago. So the only thing that I have maintained over the past year is, when it comes to sizing, is not to hire extra or not to let go of too many people. Is because when I'm a service industry, clients would come and go to me. When we look at brands coming and going, 3 to 6 month period where they would sign a contract. Now, if I keep letting too many people go and keep too many people come in, I am creating extra burden on my internal team and myself to keep training. So for me, the key was to maintain the right balance of people, where I can handle the workload, do not increase my cash flow too much, but do not decrease the work capacity, just in case the kind of brands that I'm looking to work with come in. And the biggest learning that I had this year in 2021 was adaptability. You are living in a very dynamic environment. People are consuming, but they're consuming products which have become essential in today's time. So it is that adaptability which needs to be very, very quick. You don't have time to strategize, you just have to act. So that was a few key things that I was focusing on over the past 1 year.
Nitish, what was your strategy like? What kind of how did you navigate the shift that is still on? What has been the story at your side?
No, thanks, Roel. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's always great to be talking to business world and like-minded peers. Essentially, the entire last year, we are pretty much a brick and mortar business, right? Unlike some of the other panelists who've been in the past few discussions, we're very focused on brick and mortar. We're not a tech company. We're not a services company. So since our focus is on brick and mortar, people weren't coming back to offices, right? And that was affecting sort of business. But how we mitigated all of this was our focus from the very beginning had been towards setting a different sort of co-working environment. When you talk about co-working in general in India, you think it's, people taking up 10, 20, 30 seats and, taking up temporary offices before they can build out their own space. We actually pivoted away from that model very soon into our formation of the company. And then we started focusing a lot on enterprises. So today, SmartWorks as a model actually has more enterprises than we have startups or smaller companies who are looking at, setting up a temporary office. We have larger companies like, the likes of Samsung, Ernst & Young, Microsoft. We've got Amazon. All of these guys looking at setting up their regional headquarters and the corporate headquarters within our office spaces. Because of which, these companies are not the guys who are going to go back and leave their office spaces, right? They pretty much need that infrastructure. Yes, people were not coming to work, but their entire infrastructure to run offices, their server rooms, all of their digital requirements were all running from the facilities. So while we'd all not seen the amount of growth, so just giving you a background, SmartWorks has been growing at about 3x year on year. We started off in 2017 and in 4 years have grown to about approximately 4.5 million square foot, which is the largest in India at this point of time in terms of managed office solutions. But last year, while the growth was slower, but we still grew. We grew at a 30% rate. We were very, very conscious on the kind of properties that we were going after, the kind of clients that we were trying to sign. And we were trying to make sure that at that trying time, we actually give back as much as possible to our clients. So we went back, negotiated with our landlords as well. Cumulatively, I think everyone worked together to sort of mitigate the risk. And very similar to Jessica's, feedback, in which I think last year was more of a challenge. Since September, October, we haven't really seen a lot of challenge. Well, yeah, there has been a second wave, but people still have had clarity. Last year, the challenge was no one knew what is going to happen, right? You were sitting at home, you didn't know if you're going to go back to work in a year's time or a 2 years time. You didn't know what was happening. But now at least people have clarity. Vaccines are coming out. They know that they're going to come back to work either anywhere from October to January. So we've actually mitigated the entire risk, and now I think our business is growing stronger to sort of pivot and blitz scale from here.
Just
right.
Sorry.
Shivam, coming to your yes, sure.
Sorry, just adding on to what Nitish said. Like
yes, please.
This year, I feel as it might be wrong for me to say this because there are news about the third wave coming. But even if the third wave comes, I feel all consumers and everyone out there have identified a pattern that a lockdown is going to happen. It's going to be affecting us for 2 months, and the minute that ends, it's all back to normal. So I think we're familiar with. It's not a long-term lockdown now, so we're okay with laying low those 2 months, and brands and companies out there have also understood that this pattern is coming and going, and they have to just adapt to it.
I agree. I think we have got a handle on how it pans out and what is the response. I think as we move on, even if there are more waves, we'll know how to adjust our business to it. Shivam, what has been your story? Was it as, were you as much as the receiving end as we heard about the other players here?
Right. So before I begin, thank you, Rohel and the BW team for having all of us here. And so for us, it's been a little different than what the two stories we heard. So we have been, at Legality, we've been one of the fortunate companies whose business was actually impacted positively because of the lockdowns. Considering that we have been a digital documentation solution, and most of our client base has been enterprise. The adoption, we saw a massive increase in adoption and the comfort in businesses to go digital with their documents. And in terms of a team size also, we have grown 3 times since the first lockdown was hit. And so overall, we saw that even before the pandemic, there used to be, for our market, people used to be hesitant to even execute low risk documents for documents which were worth 4-5 lakhs digitally. But through the pandemic, we saw that even multi-thousand crore deals were executed through our platform. Right. So in that way, we've been much more fortunate than a lot of companies around. And obviously, because of that, we, in terms of even financials, we did not face any issues per se. In fact, we became cash flow positive last year. And in terms of our revenue in the last 2 years, we have grown almost 10 times. So the effect for us has been very, very positive. And yeah, I think that's been our story.
Right. I know this pandemic has had different impact on different sectors. E-commerce is different, and a whole lot of other sectors. Vinayak, tell me your story of adjustment, reimagination, bringing that response quickly to this pandemic-induced, challenges. How did you pivot?
So technically, we didn't pivot a lot, right? We were in the digital phase where we all were looking for great adoption, right? And that's something that we very actively started looking at, saying that the digital adoption is here to kind of stay. And pandemic accelerated most of it, right? It gave us the opportunity to expand beyond India very aggressively. So while pre-pandemic, we were focusing only on the Indian market, we also started focusing on the global market during pandemic, because it became easier for taking meetings and converting clients. And we're also in the enterprise side of the business where we're kind of targeting the entire, I would say, high value customers. And pandemic accelerated a lot of digital adoption for us, right? And in the video first space that we are, it became very easy for us to kind of convert clients, because a lot of production work that used to go on from outsourced locations had to kind of been brought on cloud. And the entire pandemic also made a lot of companies realize on the extra cost that was being spent. And everywhere there was a cost cutting scenario, right? I totally sympathize with what Nitesh said in his kind of statement. Services businesses were impacted, and specific to his one, in the first phase of lockdown, a lot of people were lost in terms of what's going to happen. We were one of those few companies that actually gave up our office space, right? In kind of, understanding that we have to kind of save cash at the same time, look at the longer future, and safety being the first most importance for everyone. So summarizing that, we had great impact, a complete positive impact, and obviously pandemic has accelerated a lot of development and growth for us. Team size also, we have grown twice the size of what we were pre-pandemic. And in terms of a client base, now we are spread across 15 different countries.
Amazing. So it's been a different story altogether. Coming to you, Jessica, there's a report that says that, in this pandemic, of course, which is true.
I can't seem to hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, in this pandemic, a lot of startups have been left, most of them, 70%, with little runaway as far as, cash burn is concerned. And for a startup, raising funds is such a critical issue, such a critical part, One, how are investors looking? Has it become difficult to raise funds now when you pitch, when you try to reach out? What is your reading of the market right now?
I wouldn't have a very personal insight to something like this. Is because we're a full self-funded company since the past 4 years. We've never reached out to any sort of investors or funding company. But yes and no, both would be my question. When I look at we also are a startup consultancy agency where we help startups with their first initial steps and reach their consumers. And I would answer your question in yes and no, both. There are a lot of investors and funders which are hesitant, but there are a lot of businesses which are getting the boom as needed as well. Like our co-panelists shared, every business has seen a very different impact over the past 1.5 years. If I look at Stanley Communications over the past 1.5 years as well, the kind of brands that we are working with, or the kind of the team growth that we've seen over the past 1.5 years, considering the challenges that we've all collectively seen, I would say we've grown. So there are a lot of services, products, which have become essential to today's time and the dynamic changing times. So investors and funders are also looking at investing and reaching out to those brands. So there are two sides to this coin, and both of them are equally happening, I would say.
Right. Nitesh, your sector, which is touch and feel, experiencing it first. And we have seen this virtual rise of work from home. Where do you see, how does it work out from here on? I know, for example, when tomorrow offices, I'm so sorry, if offices open out, I'm going to stay for 1 week in the office. That's my personal statement. I really want to do this. But tell me, what are you hearing from people? What is your sector looking like? How are you trying to look ahead? If more waves come, what are you going to do with your business?
No, absolutely. I think, Royal, a lot of people are resonating to your fact, right? They're not, people are fed up of staying at home. I think they want to come out. See, at the end of the day, we're social animals, right? Office is not just workstation and desk for us, but it's interacting with, your colleagues, sort of getting into that team meetings, getting into that hurdles, discussing things, and that face-to-face interaction is important. Yes, what this pandemic has done is essentially created another vertical in which people are saying that, now we can work from home. But is that a permanent solution? Is the entire team, is it possible for the entire team to work from home? That is something that, in a lot of our discussions, we have over 400 clients today. We have like these roundtable meetings that we keep doing with the respective stocks and CEOs of these companies. And essentially, the major feedback that has come from everyone is the fact that while a certain portion of my office will work from home, but I think majority of guys will come back. Now what they require now is a more agile workspace. That is where we are optimistic on why the outcome of a pandemic is going to be, the post-pandemic world is going to be very, very good for a business like us, because now people want agility, people want flexibility. Earlier, pre-pandemic, everyone was talking about consolidation. Larger clients used to come and say, I've got 2,000 employees sitting out of 3 different buildings. I want to combine all of them into one tower. Now everyone's talking about, I've got this one tower. I want to break it down and give it out to 6 or 7 different locations, right? So that my employees don't have to travel that much. There's some sort of collaboration. So we're not really seeing, work from home affecting our business. Also, India is very, very service backed, right? If you look at our real estate consumption, 60 to 70% of it is actually service backed, which cannot work from home because of data security, because of a lot of reasons through which they can't, right? You had a makeshift solution in the middle because people didn't have a choice there. But eventually, when things open up, people would have to come back to work. So while obviously there has been a lot of talks about this, but I think even the larger brands, you look at TCS, right? Last pandemic, they were talking about shifting completely to work from home, being the largest employer, one of the largest employers. Recently, they came back and said that no, work from home is not the solution. I think it's the third place, which is the solution. So our target is now to become that third place.
Right. No, also the bit about, what are you hearing? I mean, what have you experienced or what are you hearing from your friends when it comes to raising funds now? How are investors looking at putting their money in startups?
No, absolutely. I think there's a lot of interest. Yeah. So, Rohel, I think there's a lot of interest. So we were lucky. We just raised a round of funding pre-pandemic, right? We raised a round of funding in November 2019. So that sort of helped us, even though we've been profitable, right? We've been profitable for the last 3 years. Not something that you'll hear in a co-working industry. We're a cash guzzling, cash burning industry. But I think the Marwari genes in me has always sort of kept me focused on profitability. I think, how investors are looking at is funneling growth, right? Whenever I think what this pandemic has done is solidified a lot of businesses, right? Earlier, people were funding concepts. People were funding the fact that, there's a potential to a business, but we don't know in a downturn what will happen. They were taking that risk. What this pandemic has done is sort of eliminated a lot of those companies, which wouldn't have survived through this challenging times when there is a downturn. And the outcome is going to be very positive. People who are going to come out of this are going to be the ones that are going to get funded the most because the interest is there, right? Liquidity is there in the market. People want to fund high growth, fast growing companies. And if you're able to blitz scale from X to 10X, and you can show that regularly, I think the investment, the interest is definitely there. And I think the second point here is that now the shift is changed in which people have now started focusing on cash flow generations. Earlier, it was more about customer acquisitions. How many people can I go and acquire? But I think now it is shifted towards cash flow. Can you be cash positive in a short period of time, right? Because now people want to be cash flow positive in the next 2 to 3 years, right? In order to sort of grow from that. So I think there's definitely a lot of interest, and India is in a very interesting sort of position to capture a lot of the liquidity that is there out there in the market.
Right. Shivam, whether you're doing great in this pandemic, but what are you hearing from the market when it comes to how investors are looking at startups?
Right. So surprisingly, there has been, despite the amount of unpredictability around right through the pandemic, since the first lockdowns were imposed, I think surprisingly investors have been quite positive. I remember talking to a few tier 1 VCs in the first lockdowns when I remember them telling me that they're in fact investing more than they invested in the same quarter the year before. And this was true for like a multiple number of investors I talked to. We have ourselves closed a round in the pandemic, and I think, and generally, even if we see we track the media, we see that a number of startups across stages, through right from early to mid to late stage, have been getting funded through the pandemic across industries. Even some of the industries which have been hit strongly through the pandemic have startups in those industries have also raised funds. So I think overall the sentiment surprisingly has been quite positive despite how unpredictable the situation has been. So yeah.
Great. Vinay, do you echo these thoughts, or you have observed something very different?
Well, in fact, resonating to what Shivam and Nitesh has said, good companies that have survived the pandemic or have made it successfully out of the pandemic have definitely found a lot of market interest, right? The sentiments are very high for companies that can survive more than anything else right now. There is obviously a lot of capital in the market right now. Liquidity has been generated for a lot of individual companies and also for a lot of people. That has led to immense amount of, I would say, deal flows coming in. Investors have become smarter. Definitely, there has been a reduction in terms of just outright investing in companies. Your idea stage companies usually don't see the day of light these days with the investors, but businesses that are generating revenue, businesses that are working towards that unit economics that really favors the investors and also their businesses is seeing a lot of traction. So definitely the market sentiment has been positive overall, and this is here to stay. I feel it's going to come here in the next couple of kind of quarters as well. You're going to see a lot of people focusing on the business metrics, generating revenue rather than just outright kind of just working on acquisition.
Right. Am I audible right now? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, Jessica, to you. This pandemic has changed all sectors. Perennially. In a longer term, I mean, they won't return to the same what they were, the same entities, the same ecosystems. When it comes to startups, if we compare to what they were at the pre-pandemic stage and what they are now, what are the broad shifts that will stay in this ecosystem? How has this changed the entire startup space in your view?
I feel the startup industry has changed and for the better. All of our co-panelists said right now, startups and businesses that are surviving and are making through this pandemic are going to grow here on after. So this has also become, as a young generation and the kind of go-getter generation that we are, there's a lot of ideas out there. So there's a lot of startup conversation out there. Every second person wants to start their own business, and that's a brilliant thing. But it's come down to survival, adaptability, and how fast you act on your ideation here right now. So the startups here on after that are going to they're going to start from the scratch or going to grow on further. Need to have those three things which are very, very important. You cannot live in a pre-pandemic world, and I think it's also for the best. There's a lot of positive outcomes that have come out of this pandemic as well. We are forced to, and we're not just forced to, but we're forced to learn and act upon that moment. We are forced to constantly innovate our ideas and change, because every 10 days or every 5 days, something is changing. Here, there's no certainty. One day you're in lockdown, one day you're in night curfew, one day there's a consumer consuming an X product, the other day there's not. So again, like I said, what I've seen is in the kind of brands that I work with is there's a large sector of brands which is becoming essential to the consumer. So a couple of months ago when we were back in April and we were trying to analyze what strategies do we adapt for our brands as well, we understood each brand has a sentiment or a product which is essential to the consumer, be it at home or when they step out or the hope for when they step out. So startups are also analyzing all of these points and are acting on it. So it's changing, but for the better, I feel. I can't seem to hear you again.
Okay. Nitish, how do you see this shift? I mean, how do you see the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem having changed perennially? What changes would stay?
I think two things. Yeah, I think, Rohel, two things have become very, very critical now. It's firstly the foundation that you lay for your business, right? Because now you need to be prepared with something like this. We're like, honestly, 2 years back, if you're talking to any startup founder, right, they were saying that, high growth stage, we want to grow the company, we want to get more and more customers. No one was really talking about a downturn. But now that we've gone through this entire phase, people will start focusing on creating a solid foundation that if this is to happen ever again, you are sort of protecting your downside in it. And I think the second thing is execution, right? Everyone's realized that execution is going to become key. Gone are the days where people used to take years to pivot. I think you have to now make businesses very agile and nimble, in which you're able to pivot very quickly whenever opportunity arises, you're able to pounce onto it. For example, one of the things that we realized during the pandemic is the shift of technology in workspaces. Real estate has seen limited amount of technology into it, right? Prop tech, while it exists as a category, it hasn't really seen a lot of sort of action happening in it. But what this pandemic has done is accelerated it by 5 years, right? Now we have started talking about things like calling the lifts with your phone, creating a completely digital touchless solution, ordering coffee through your phone and it automatically dispensing, right? So all of these things were good in concept pre-pandemic, but I think they've started becoming reality now. So I think you need to sort of be ahead of where others are. You want to be where the puck is going to be, not where the puck is. And I think the second thing is you have to focus on execution and make sure that your business is as agile as possible, so that when and if there is any situation that like this, you're able to sort of navigate through it.
Shivam, the gold run that you are witnessing, the great growth that you are witnessing, are you also prepared that things might change, or are you very confident that this is the way it is going to be? So what are your learnings, and how do you see the space changing as we move on? Your audio is muted, sorry.
Yeah. So I think, as everyone on the panel has said, the pandemic has been definitely a test of resilience for startups across the board. And I think considering that it's been a decent amount of time as well, it's been more than a year, it's built new habits. And instead of if it was the pandemic period was just a 2-3 month period, then we could have maybe thought about that, okay, this was just for a brief period of time and we're going to go back to exactly the way we were before the pandemic. But given that the amount of time we have been living this way has also been decent, it's been more than a year. So I think most of the habits we have picked up are here to stay for the good. One of the most personally, one of the topics which I'm personally very interested in is to observe how the working model of startups evolve post the pandemic, because as everyone's been talking about, the difference in opinions from like being very comfortable with a completely remote environment to some sort of a third place environment, which we are more looking forward to now. I think that is a very important topic to talk about, because
Right.
it obviously impacts the life of everyone and all the employees, everyone involved in the startup. And considering that it's changed, just completely changed how much time we spend in a day and how we spend our time in a day on work and on non-work activities. I think we should definitely. It's going to be very interesting to see how the startup ecosystem takes it forward and what kind of hybrid models evolve. So I'm going to be looking forward to that specifically. And in terms of our, yeah, and
Perfect. Sorry, sir, I'm rushing through this because I want to ask one last question before moving to Vinayak. First, your quick thoughts, and then one last question where we all get 30 seconds. Yes, Vinayak, your quick thoughts.
Work from home is here to stay, I believe. And this is something
Nitish
that's
is
good.
smiling.
And I believe that there will be hybrid models that will kick in. People have something called a Zoom fatigue that's building in. But the convenience that people get, right, when they're working from home is unparalleled to anything else. And there's absolutely no harm in an industry where we are, where if trust can be built in with your employees, having a hybrid model or a complete remote model is definitely here to stay. You get the best of the talent across the globe, right, when you have a remote option. And that's something that most of the companies will want to look forward to accepting. And Shivam here will also resonate to it. Not so much with Nitish, definitely, but people will realize that it's easier to hire across when there is a hybrid or at least a remote model built in.
I would agree, and I resonate with that.
Final question. I have 5 minutes coming to you, Jessica. Your key learnings from these last 2 years as a startup founder. What are your key learnings?
Resilience like no other. keep expanding, in my business at least, keep expanding the industries. Do not limit yourself to one industry, because this is a very vast environment, and the more comfortable you are with working with F&B, technology, automotive, and different sectors, the more you're going to grow. And handling the team sizing and the cash burn is something which has been a very important learning in the past 1 year. So, and adaptability. So these 4 learnings have been very key to me, and that's what's making me go ahead and keep going.
No, absolutely. I think there's been a lot of learning, but I think just to sort of bring my perspective onto Vinayak's point, I also believe work from home is here to stay. I have no doubt on that. But when you get to a critical scale, right, when you have 50, 60, 100 people, it's easier to do work from home. But when you get to a 2,000, 3,000 sort of number, it becomes very difficult. And that's the market that we are targeting, right? When you go after clients who are working on R&D centers, when you're going after clients who are working on developing solutions for banking, financial services, all of these guys, it's impossible for them to work from home, right? When you're talking about smaller, nimble teams, fair enough. Yeah, those guys can. So I think the biggest learning has been, sort of mitigate your risk, make sure that you are capturing all aspects. You're not focusing on one sort of business, very similar to Jessica, right? In which, our focus pretty much was on tech before, in which we were trying to get IT companies to come into our space. But now we've diversified with a lot of BFSI, we've got manufacturing companies and all of them also entering into our ecosystem. And I think we're very optimistic on how the future is going to be, right? Honestly, right before the second wave, Jan, Feb, March was some of the best months for us, in which we grew almost 30 to 40% in our business. And our business base is huge, right? We've got 75,000 working seats today, and growing 75,000, 30% of 75,000 working seats is a significant amount, right? So I think we're very, very optimistic on how the future is going to be. And we've already seen that growth. The last couple of months have been fantastic for us. And, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to blitz scale from here. Yeah.
Perfect. Shivam, so paperless world, that's where we're headed. What do you say? And what are your key learnings from this? Is everybody not taking a print out?
I think that's definitely one. But I think more importantly, one is the ability to just drop your assumptions and adapt to whatever is happening, as Jessica said. I think that's definitely a big learning. Everyone before the pandemic used to believe that working from remote cannot be productive. All sales meetings have to happen in face-to-face setups. I think all of us have seen how that changed, and how we just held strong unvalidated assumptions before the pandemic. Secondly, I think seeing the impact of digital platforms and digital media has been the second biggest learning for me. Seeing that how we have managed to build and grow our business entirely through digital means is a learning which, again, we before the pandemic we would have assumed that that's not possible. There's a lot of physical element that is required, but it's been proved the opposite has been proved post the pandemic. So I think going ahead, it's very important for everyone to also keep in mind that digital, the most important marketing channel is digital.
Right. Final words, Vinayak, your key learnings from this.
My key learnings have been very simple. That, focus on your business and focus on the execution. Everything else will fall in line. Ensure that the people that you have trusted stick around, and your team is going to be your biggest strength no matter what happens. And I think pandemic has made everyone realize that anything and everything is possible. So brace yourselves for the worst possible scenarios and the best possible scenarios in all the given times. Like Jessica and Nitish and Shivam have been talking about on this platform. It's all about innovating, staying ahead of the curve. And I believe that we definitely have a great second half of the year in front of us right now.
So there's some good news. I just got this message that people are loving this. They want 10 more minutes. So great. Here you go with another set of questions. So if you ask me, I would say hybrid is the way. Nobody asked me, but I'm just putting it. Hybrid is the way. Of course, you're not going to get stuck at home all the time and not at office. Of course, I think there's going to be some kind of arrangement. God knows what. Coming to you, Jessica, a lot of, the business sentiment never goes away, no matter the time you are in, whether pandemic, not pandemic, or whatever. A lot of startups or people, youngsters are coming up with their own ideas right now and trying to raise funds and start. Being there and being having your own successful company, all of you, what is your advice to them, right now, since you've been there, what would you like to tell them when they look at starting a new business?
Everyone starting out their business right now has to look at the situation very differently, I would say, as to at least when I was starting out. I would say I have learned a lot on the job, and I'm sure everyone out there, your experience teaches you a lot. But failures also affect you a lot. But when it comes to startups in today's time, I wouldn't say failures, but the environment responding to your business or responding to your ideology is something which is also controlled by too many external factors right now. So to keep going and not letting that affect you is the biggest advice, because here things are changing so rapidly. Even 4 years into our business, we're also trying to adapt and understand it. So to have a very strong model in place, the execution needs to be very, very fast. And do not let the external situation affect every single action of your company within, be it your, outreach or your team or anything, be it a hybrid model, be it getting a workspace. Just keep a focus and have a 6-month plan or a 1-year plan, because this year and the past year has taught us things, get a little different and they come back to normal, and then something again happens. So don't get affected by every month or every 15 days a scenario changing.
Right. Nitish, what would you like to?
No, absolutely. I think I completely agree with Jessica on the points that she said. In fact, to add to that, I think 2 things, which is, I think my mantra to sort of what I've learned is, first, never chase money, right? At the end of the day, funding is not the only thing. It will come if your business is strong enough, if your foundation is strong enough, if you know that the business has the potential to get to a certain scale, it's always going to come, right? And never focus on that. And second is don't be scared of making mistakes. I think that's one of the few things that we did upfront early, where we made a few mistakes. We realized that these were some things that we could have avoided, but that really helped us grow stronger, right? Today, and looking back in hindsight, if I hadn't made those mistakes, maybe we would have been in a very different situation, today. So I think these 2 things, over and above what Jessica said, is something that I would like to sort of highlight.
Shivam?
Yeah, I think just echoing what everyone has already talked about. One is focus, which, as Vinayak said, it's just about just focusing on the right things, not caring about what's happening around too much. And second is resilience. As Jessica was talking about, that things keep on changing. Hopefully we are past the hardest part of the pandemic, but things are going to go up and down. But you have to keep your focus and just continue moving ahead.
True. Yes. Finally, yes, Vinayak, your thoughts on this?
Oh, no, I'm just going to be +1 to what everyone said. Everyone's covered most of the things that I would have said. So definitely not much to add, but yeah, resilience and focus is going to be key factors for everyone.
There's another point, being an entrepreneur is not just about raising capital and, having a great company. It's also about your mindset, and maintaining that mindset. You have your moments of weakness as well. We're all human beings. We're not machines, right? It's not just about this pandemic that people have felt weak or challenged. I think it has been all through the journey of an entrepreneur. Jessica, what is your mantra of, getting over those situations? Is it like waking up at 4, doing that yoga? What is that keeps you sane in this mad environment? It's, of course, cutthroat out there,
It's very, very cutthroat.
Absolutely.
But I'm not into any of those things, waking up at 4 o'clock, etc. For me, balance is a very important factor of life. Some of my friends call me and my family calls me a workaholic, and I love being that. But I also give equal attention to every part of my life. And I think one thing that's kept me sane all of these years is I don't believe in the idea of competition. an X company or a Y company is going to do what they're going to do. I have to just keep the focus on myself. Because if I start seeing what are they doing, then I'm not going on the right path already. I've always tried to maintain this. I just need to keep the focus on myself, my business model, and keeping my team together, keeping them sane, and getting their inputs as well. And in my industry, just understanding how the client is growing and how the client is also adapting to the situation has really helped me keeping sane and also always being positive towards no matter what the situation is.
Right, Nitish.
No, absolutely. I think one of my biggest learning, I think, through this entire journey in the last 4 years has been letting go of things, right? As entrepreneurs, we're so close to the thing that we've created that we don't realize when we have to let it go. When we started off SmartWorks, we started off with about 12 or 13 employees. Today, we are over 450 people, right? So essentially, you need to create that second layer of leaders coming in, making sure they're, resonating with what your vision of the brand is and what you're trying to create, and make sure you empower them to sort of work through there. Because when you're scaling at the rate at which we are, you can't do it all on your own, right? And as entrepreneurs, we're so close to this product that it becomes very difficult for us to let go. So I think that's one of the things that has really helped me engage with my team. I make sure my leaders are always interacting with each other. We have these sessions on almost a weekly basis. We do out, even in these pandemic times, we've been having these Zoom calls between all of us, trying to engage, ideate between different divisions. If you keep everyone sort of engaged with each other, right, you're able to create a much better team out of it. So I think, that's just the mantra that I sort of try to follow when you're scaling up with many people coming onto your company.
So Jessica's, not looking at the competition and you letting go. I feel like I'm in a spiritual class. Great. I mean, Shivam, what about you?
So I think I completely agree with Nitish there. When we start out, it's usually we are so connected to our startups and to our initiatives that we spend most of our waking time just thinking about the problems and thinking about the possible solutions to those problems throughout. Even when we are not actively working, not in sitting in front of a laptop, not on a phone, even when we are eating, we are walking around, we tend to think a lot about that. And I think my learning has been that through the pandemic has been that it's very important to continuously detach and remind yourself that it's at the end of the day a business, and a business has its own problems. A business, like we exist in a very, very competitive environment and in a very dynamic environment. So it's very important to continuously detach and move ahead and not get too affected by problems. And I think that's my learning.
Final words, Vinayak.
Final words would be around, entrepreneurial side of the journey is always about, two sides of the coin. One is being obsessive with what you're building, and the other one is, getting emotionally attached. What we have realized, and what personally I have kind of understood in the last 1 year is, because of so many losses that everyone has had personally in their lives, getting emotionally attached to something definitely, clouds your judgment over things. It's always better to be obsessive with something to try and make it succeed. But there has to be a line between what really kind of works and what doesn't work. You need to understand at some point of letting go of things, like Nitish said. And at times, our industry is something where it's super competitive. You have to know what the competitors are doing at all times to stay ahead of the curve. So unfortunately, there I wouldn't resonate too much with Jessica, but understanding what Nitish and Shivam is saying, that it's all about the mindset at the end of the day. The entrepreneurial mindset and the journey is a pretty lonely one at the start. You have to kind of get used to it. Anyone who's looking to start during the pandemic also has to realize that this is one journey that will change your life for good, no matter what happens with the company. But be obsessive. Don't be way too emotionally attached, because at some point you also have to understand that there is a lot of people attached to your business that need to succeed with it.
Perfect. So I'm done with this time, and thank you so much for these lovely thoughts. It's been a great conversation, and I hand it over to our MC. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much, Rohil, for moderating it so wonderfully. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. We're right now requesting all of you to keep hashtagging #BW30under30. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion coming up is on the topic Innovation and Technology, COVID, and a New Digital Revolution. With our session chair, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Well, our eminent panelists include Divij Bajaj, CEO and founder, Aesthetic Nutrition; Neil Gogia, co-founder and CEO, iPlix Media; Nishtha Yogesh, CEO, Hunar Online Classes; Rohit Shah, CEO, Hemp Horizons; and Siddharth Maheshwari, co-founder, Newton School. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are requesting now our eminent panelists to join us on the screen by switching on their cameras. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for joining us today once again. And with this, I leave it to you to take forth with your panel.
Thank you so much, Bhavna and Rohil and the young entrepreneurs on Rohil's panel made me think about some of the things. I'm very emotionally attached to what I do, but that's how I am. And we all are unique and gifted in our own way. We must accept ourselves before we go on to build something. But we have a panel at the first inaugural edition of the 30 under 30. We have the conference on right now in the evening at 6 p.m. We have the awards, the first inaugural list of the 30 under 30 Elite Club. Today we're talking to our shortlisted panelists who are entrepreneurs. I have this young panel, and I talked about in the morning about how the age of achievement is getting younger and younger. And I said 30 is the new 50. And then I also talked to you about how Einstein, Madame Curie, everyone achieved what they achieved before 30. Clearly, I was late in achieving, but I did start Exchange for Media when I was much younger than 30. So I can say that I did start a company before 30. And again, it was serendipitous. So let me introduce my panelists. Bhavna has already introduced them. I have Mr. Divij Bajaj, who is the CEO and founder of Aesthetic Nutrition. Divij was the first person to present that day and did a great job. Mr. Neil Gogia, who is the co-founder and CEO of iPlix Media. Neil, again, very young. You were 23, if I remember from your form. And clearly, when I grow up, I want to be like you, especially your hairstyle. May or may not be possible, but I try. I'm very confused. We have 30 winners, 70 shortlisted entries, and whoever is won, there's a very little difference between the 30 and the 50 list. We had to do because it's called 30 under 30. But really, I want to say that. So Neil, I'm very confused who I want to be like when I grow up. But by the end of the day, I choose. But you're definitely one of the contenders because of your hairstyle. But jokes apart, Neil is the co-founder and CEO of iPlix Media. He presented his case very passionately. I was there when both Divij and Neil presented. Nishtha Yogesh is the CEO of Hunar Online Classes. Nishtha, welcome again. I was there when you were presenting. We have Rohit Shah, who's the CEO of Hemp Horizons, again an industry which is really at the early stages of its evolution. Rohit is clearly a pioneer. Last but not the least, we have Siddharth Maheshwari, who's the co-founder of Newton School. So Siddharth, welcome. We're talking about startups, technology, and clearly COVID has been the chief transformation officer, the chief digital officer. It has accelerated digital adoption by at least 5 years, if not 10 years. What would have happened in terms of numbers in 5 years has happened in the last 12 to 14 months. So let me ask by starting each one of you. First of all, I want to ask this. If I talk to you 5 years from now, where would you be? I know the list is already done. It will be announced in the evening, so you can say what you want to. And very importantly, what drives each one of you? Let me start with Nishtha first and then go around the house.
Thank you, Anurag. As much as all of us under 30s are working very hard to do what we're doing, we always need appreciation and support from all of you all, and it really helps us keep going on this journey. So before I answer where I'd like to be in 5 years, I'll just tell you a little bit about what we do at Hunar. So we provide skilling opportunities to women across the country in creative courses, typically homemakers, with the intention to help them learn a skill, create products, and gain financial independence through becoming micro entrepreneurs or starting up home businesses. What I'm hoping in the next 5 years, I'm my main goal is that we're able to provide more and more products and services to our customers and actually get to more than about 10 lakh entrepreneurs created through this whole process. And ideally, that's what I would like to do. I'd like to do it in 3, but I'll take 5 as well. And what keeps us going, what keeps me going is the impact that we're creating, right? I was born to relative amount of privilege. I was never told that there's something I can or cannot do, but I saw equally that there were many, many women around me that were driven and bound by certain rules and societal norms. And it's been my life's mission to do whatever I can to help women around me learn courses, become skilled, start up their own businesses, become financially independent. And finally, over the day of, the sort of the volume of emails you receive and the firefighting and the number of people you have to talk to, I think what really keeps me going is talking to the customers at the end of the day and being able to realize and, kind of you can see that you are creating some impact. And I think that's really the goal.
Thank you so much. Let me bring in Divij Bajaj. Divij, what drives you, and where will you be 5 years from now? And then we'll come to technology and how COVID and technology have really created a brave new world, which all of you are driving and exploiting. Exploiting not in a bad sense, but you are leveraging it. I would use the word leveraging and not exploiting. So Divij, what drives you? Where will you be 5 years from now? Will you have more hair? Will you have less hair?
Thank you, Dr. Anurag, for calling me in. In short, we sell nutraceuticals in the form of cute little gummies. And I think my driving force has been the challenge that, everybody laughed at the concept when we first bought it in India. When everybody said that, this is something that is for kids. Why do you want to do it for adults? And when nobody believed, I think that was my inspiration to, prove them wrong and to give a nutraceutical brand to the entire world, which is in a different format. So 5 years down the line, working on the same path, I think my aim is to give this globe, the whole world, an India nutraceutical brand, which is an example for the whole, for the entire world. Unlike what we have right now, we get US brands, we get excited on European brands in terms of nutraceutical. I think now is the time when India gives its first nutraceutical brand, which excites the whole world. And that's my 5-year plan.
Thank you so much. And I want to tell you a story. You're the first person to present. And again, I was a jury member, but I was integral part of the discussion on each selection. And, we had to do 2 sittings because with some of you spent 20, 25 minutes. So we did 40 in the first day. But I want to tell you that clearly when my kids were younger, I would eat their gummy. And, clearly you have the beach body thing on your, left. Clearly
Yes.
You can send me one and, or I can buy one. There's no problem. Maybe I'll have the beach body. Finally, I've been looking forward to it for many years, but soon. But glad, it gladdens my heart to see. And I can tell you, I've been talking about reverse mentoring for a while. What I can learn from younger people or from anyone. And I think one of the reasons I enjoy the jury processes and knowing about you is, one, we discover you editorially. Second, there is so much to learn from each one of you, and I really mean it. I'm happy that we did this. Rohit, again, Hemp Horizon is a pioneering player, early days. You're asked questions about regulations, how are you getting around it? But first of all, tell me what drives you. I'm sure it's hemp in a good way, not in another way, but in a good way.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Yes, definitely it's hemp, but the bigger things are pertaining to the life cycle of hemp, which is sustainability. So one interesting fact is that hemp in its whole cultivation life cycle, which is 3 to 6 months, can absorb about 22 tons of carbon from the environment. So for us, I think, or for me, the driving force is definitely sustainability and leaving a good world for our future generations to come.
Absolutely. And again, you outlined in next 3 to 5 years, where would hemp be as an industry, and where will be Hemp Horizons in that future?
Sure. I think in India especially, there will be no industry left untouched with hemp. So, you'll see hemp ingredient in any food product that you would see out there: hemp cookies, hemp pastas, hemp butters, breads, etc. You would see the hemp oil being used as a sustainable wood varnish, as sustainable paints. You could see, and you are already seeing, fabrics made out of the hemp clothing, medicines made out of the leaf and the flowers of the plant. construction materials coming out and being used as building block. So these are some of the things that will happen in the next 5 years, definitely in India, the way the industry is progressing. And for us as a company, as Hemp Horizons, we see ourselves as a vertically integrated company, right from cultivation all the way to retail, so that we have a transparency and trust for our audience. Because, let's be honest, the plant is still stigmatized. So a person really needs to have that transparency and trust before they can buy a product and start consuming it.
Absolutely. Now let me bring in Siddharth Maheshwari. Siddharth, the Newton School again is a very interesting project, and give us a sense of what you do for our viewers, and tell us where will you be in 5 years from now, and clearly what drives you.
Absolutely. Hey guys, thanks a lot for this honor. Just talking about Newton School. So Newton School is an online learning platform that enables people to acquire industry-ready skills and get into the industry, get started with their first career. A very special thing about Newton School is that we do not charge anything upfront. We charge only and only when a student gets into the industry, starts their job, and starts earning. So we are, in that sense, we are highly outcome focused. We are highly outcome oriented, and are completely rooting for the success of our students and showing it in every way possible, including our business model. Coming to what drives me and where I see myself in the 5 years, I think it would be prudent to look at my journey going back. So education personally has been a game changer for me. I got access to internet very early on. I come from a small town, went to small schools, did not have much exposure to the outside world. Fortunately, because of internet, I got exposure to a lot of things. I realized the importance of education and then got into a good college. And that transformed my life. Otherwise today, probably I would have been sitting in my father's shop. And not to say that's a bad thing, but at least I got a really good choice when it comes to education, through education. That is something that I want to give to every possible individual in India and probably the world. So for the next 5 years, we want to make sure that everyone who wants has access to high quality industry oriented education at very affordable or fees.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. Last but not the least, let me bring in Neil Gogia for his opening comment. Neil, you started at a very young age. I was in a business school at the age which you started your business, and clearly, what gives you confidence to be moving on, and how did you start? Give a sense of how did you start, where are you likely to be in 5 years, and what drives you?
Thank you, Dr. Anurag, for the great introduction. It's always great interacting with the kind of energy you share in the room. I started in the sponsorship committee of my college via spam email, sending out to 100 and 200 clients and trying to understand how we can crack a deal. Giving a context to everyone, iPlix Media is an influencer marketing and a talent management agency. We work with over 200 plus influencers on a monthly basis, and I've worked with around 500 plus influencers, on a quarterly basis, different influencers. And apart from just working with influencers, we also help brands in strategizing their influencer campaigns in an effective manner. Because when I joined this industry, I saw a gap that an influencer marketing campaign is looked at, an agency sends an Excel sheet, brands shortlisted, and the influencer goes live. But I felt that process could have been much better and effective if brand wants to reach their objectives in a more efficient manner, and that is where a strategy plays a very important role. So whatever campaigns we do, we play a very active role in strategy. Even if brand does not even ask us to do, we tell them how they can get even better results out of their investment. Now, if I look at firstly, why your first question, from where I get this confidence? My confidence comes from my knowledge of knowing my product. I know that no matter of whatever my age or experiences, if I know what I'm offering to my client and it is genuinely adding value, there is no point of being hesitant or being afraid about anything. My major focus is to add value, and in 5 years I look at expanding iPlix Media internationally. We have already expanded to UAE currently, and create a creator academy where we will be educating content creators via a mini university and give them certifications of how to create video content and become successful in any platform, be it Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and XYZ. My personal goal apart from the content space is to open one B2C business as well, which I'm really excited about because I've been a part of a B2B business so far and been in the agency business, and I am in talks with few of the content creators how I can take advantage of their marketing channel and start these ventures by Q4 this year.
And I remember you were asked questions about how is an influencer agency yours different, and clearly you gave a very convincing reply. But I'll tell you, when I was in a business school called MDI, and I was part of the kind of things you were talking of. I was in charge of placements. I was in charge of bringing industry professionals to the campus. I was in charge of raising money for our college festival, and that's what I do now with my last 20 years. So what you do in college does matter. What you don't do in college also matter. But let me ask, and let me start with you this time. Now, technology, especially in the last 16 months, has really accelerated each of your ventures. It's accelerated the digital economy, if I may call. Give a sense of where would be influencer. Clearly, you think about your business in the future. Where will be influencer marketing in the next 3 to 5 years? What are the changes you will see? There's an emergence of D2C brands. There's an emergence of influencers. But the beauty about technology, the technology makes itself obsolete. New technology comes, new ideas come, new ways of being come. So give a sense of where is influencer marketing headed?
So in India, influencer marketing has not even touched this, 30% of the potential. Before the pandemic, it was around, I would say, 10% of the overall potential, but the pandemic accelerated it to say around 20-25%. Every brand, what the major change which I saw was that before the pandemic, it was not, compulsory for every brand to have influencer marketing in their budget. Now every brand, most at least top 3 or 4 brands in a particular category are looking at influencer marketing very actively. How I look at it is India is at least 5 years behind the other Asian countries like China, and I did a case study in Vietnam as well, how the influencer marketing space has evolved in our nearby countries. And trust me, in the next 4 or 5 years, every brand, because the content requirement is increasing on an yearly basis. Right now we have 700 million active users. By 2025 it's expected to hit around 1.1 billion active internet users. So right now a lot of people are yet to come on the internet, and for that demand, supply needs to be high as well, which means a lot of content needs to be created in different categories by different content creators. I feel every brand will have option in every category. At least top 20 brands will have options of deciding at least good 50 advocates in terms of influencers on an yearly basis. Right now, the supply is not that high in terms of quality. Like every brand cannot blindly get 50, 100 good quality influencers dedicatedly for their target audience. But with the emerging influencers in every region, every category, in every language, brands will have various options in terms of deciding their advocates and creating a strong community with the help of influencers and with their target audience. Right now the supply is increasing, but there are still limited options with brands if they want to scale things up. I feel that over the next 4 or 5 years, brands have already started seeing the advantage of the influencer marketing space, but with the increase in surge of content creation, they are going to get the maximum advantage in every state, in every language.
Thank you so much. I think I need to check your birth certificate.
Yeah, sure.
You signed at least a 35, 40-year-old. Really, I mean, there is some problem, okay? Please, at the end of the panel discussion, share your birth certificate with all of us. But on a very serious note, Shraddha Kapoor is your brand ambassador, right? She's an influencer. Now tell me, apart from the fact that there is a natural wins for people looking after their health, their immunity, especially in the last 16 months, if there are 2 words that have become part of our lexicon and our consciousness has got raised, is health and immunity. Now, how is health, immunity, and technology coming together to make a difference to people's lives?
So first of all, Dr. Anurag, I'll give you a new context, and adding on to what he just said right now.
And do you think, I want to ask, do you think your power gummies can help me grow My hair?
Unfortunately, sir, they can't help you regrow the hair, but of course they can save the existing hair that you have and help you with the hair growth. And I think I'm the live example. I have nice hair, and that's the live example of the product.
Absolutely. Go on. On a serious note, go on.
Yeah. On a serious note, sir, as a D2C brand today, what are the kind of avenues that we have to market? Outdoor is not an option for us. When it comes to television, the whole audience has shifted to OTT platforms. When it comes to OTT platforms, the only places for marketing and the only type of audience left for you to show the ad or advertise is the audience that is not taking any subscription. For the kind of premium category, that is also an marketing option that is again gone out for you. Then it's only the digital marketing. And in digital marketing, I would say mostly the social marketing, social media marketing, SEO. And when it comes to digital marketing, in terms of social marketing, the only option that a D2C brand today has left is to make an impact through influencer marketing. So exactly adding to what he just said, that influencer marketing is going to become the hardcore tool of everything that we do. And that is exactly the technology that is driving health now, because first, your avenues to learn were only when you wanted to read about a particular ingredient. Today, organically, you want to search and you want to know what kind of vitamin is doing what. That amplifies when we add it to influencer marketing. So when you're following somebody, when you admire somebody, and that somebody is coming on board, giving you a video or explaining you over a story that, this is how this key ingredient works, this is how it is done. And today, gladly, because of the social media revolution, we have interesting ways to do that. So we have nice reels to spread out the message, which are interesting enough to look. We have nice avenues on social media, nice way outs on social media in which you can spread the message. The new thing that has happened because of COVID is that people have become 120% more attentive towards these kind of message when it comes to health. Because now health for everybody has become a prime focus. They want to learn. And this kind of evolution, Dr. Arunag, I'll tell you from a small example. My chauffeur that day was discussing with me, sir, this is the kind of vitamin C I am taking and this much mg. How much mg do you think I should take? Sir, this is a revolution. No McKinsey report, no world report can tell you what kind of grassroots level exponential revolution we are seeing out here. And this is going to blow the nutraceutical market in the next 2 years.
Fantastic. Now let me go to Rohit. Rohit, again, tell me a sense of how is technology accelerating your venture? Because the beauty about most of the ventures on this panel are the real products. At the end of the day, technology may accelerate them. Digital marketing and influencer marketing may help reach out to consumers and help connect with them. But at the end of the day, there is a physical product to be built, manufactured, and then technology can help in making sure there's better supply chain management, the efficient marketing. But to give a sense of how's technology accelerating your business?
I think for us, there is a two-way growth here. One is towards, breaking the stigma and bringing the awareness. And, there is no better place than digital. And as Divjit and, others mentioned before me, Instagram influencer marketing has been a very key tool for us to bring out that awareness and, bring in advocates who actively are not shy about talking about cannabis, about the benefits of cannabis, apart from the recreational side. The other phase of development that happens on the technology side for us is definitely the supply chain management. Apart from that, how a person is using these products, because the biggest challenge here is, yes, we can get the product delivered pan India, pan world, no problem there. But if, let's say, you tomorrow decide on buying hemp seeds, you probably wouldn't know what to do with them. So a big part of this plays on the awareness and then how to use the products, which for us, reaching the mass audience definitely happens digitally.
Okay. Now, Siddharth, clearly your business is using EduTech as seeing the most amount of investments. EduTech is really, again, in the infancy, but it's also seeing crazy valuation. There's no question that EduTech companies have value. Do they have that much value is the question. But give us a sense of how your offering is using technology to impact the lives of people who are engaging with the Newton School?
So to start with, the thing that you mentioned, that EduTech, what kind of valuations are they commanding? So one thing that is very peculiar about education, especially in India, is that even if you talk to the lowermost section of society, the poorest society, they will always aspire to give their children a great education. So people are willing to spend on education. The only problem always has been quality. What EduTech companies of today are doing is changing that. They are bringing a lot of quality on the table. Take example of Newton School. What colleges do is basically they hire MTechs to teach college students who have never had industry experience. On the other hand, we at Newton School hire only people who have had extensive experience in the industry, are working as software developers in the industry. So we are able to provide this kind of quality teachers to all students all over India. So technology per se is playing a very vital role in this on two fronts. One is, it is allowing people on the student side to have access to quality education sitting anywhere and in a cheaper fashion. The cost of launching an offline store or launching an offline class is much higher compared to launching an online class. Secondly, what it is also doing is, because everything is online, it is also enabling the creation of part-time teachers. And thus what is happening is a lot of good people who are otherwise in their industry or have a day job can also become a teacher, earn money, and impart education to students all over the place. So technology is playing a very big disruptor when it comes to EduTech. Today, a student anywhere, whether they be in a remote village, if they have access to internet, they can get any kind of information they want. They can learn from the best of teachers anywhere. So that is the kind of disruption technology is playing in my sector. And as for value creation, I would say definitely EduTech is not just creating value in terms of money, but also in terms of what it is doing in terms of students' life. At Newton School itself, we have now seen hundreds of students, those who primarily come from tier 2, tier 3 colleges. They do not even have jobs of like even 2 or 3 lakhs. Today, they are earning like 3 to 4 times that salary after graduating out of Newton School. And they're working in more than 200 companies. So that is the kind of impact that EduTech has the potential to create.
Thank you so much. Nishta, let me bring you into the conversation. As you rightly said during your presentation and now also, is that you didn't have to start a startup. You come from a fairly affluent family and you could have gone on. Now, all of you have been benefiting from the technology acceleration that has happened in the last 16 months. Give us a sense of what do you see happening over the next 12 to 15 months? Nishta?
So honestly, what COVID has done for interpersonal and in-person interactions has been catastrophic, right? And that's impacted everything: buyer-seller relationships, employee-employer relationships, teacher-student relationships. And the average Indian person I don't think they would have ever factored or thought that they could kind of go about life without these interpersonal and these in-person relationships. And we've done that, right? And this has happened, of course, because of the tremendous impetus that technology has been able to give us. Our penetration rates on every metric are through the roof. And so technology has really made it very, very easy for people to actually stay at home and use that time well, and use that time to learn skills, or use that time to entertain themselves, and use that time to do all of these things that earlier maybe they either wouldn't have the time to or the opportunity to do. What COVID has also done for our space specifically is that with the amount of people losing their jobs and overall the economic instability, households which primarily used to be single earner households, where women were typically homemakers or just taking care of the family, so on and so forth. It's put a lot of stress on them, on these families, to look at alternative revenue sources. So more people are wanting to become earning members. And this is tied in nicely with the Indian homemaker, which in general always is very aspiring, very entrepreneurial, has always had this deep desire to do more. What we've been able to do with that is that we've been able to create content and use technology to be able to distribute this content really conveniently to our customers, so that they can actually at home learn what would traditionally be practical courses that would be very expensive, like fashion designing, garment construction, jewelry designing, so on and so forth. And what these women have now been able to do, again, because of technology and the disruption, is that they've been able to create these products and actually start selling across the country, across the world, even from their home. And that is a tremendous amount of power to give to a so far forgotten audience. And that's kind of how Hunar has been able to use technology to really empower our audience, which is young students or women, people who have been held back for various reasons, and actually take that forward. I don't see any sign of these trends in any way reversing or even slowing down. EdTech, online education, it's here to stay, especially for courses which are maybe not compulsory in the textbook definition. And we see, I think these numbers are only going to keep increasing. We're already sitting at over 1 million users, and we want to be able to take that and create more and actually skill more and more people and help them create and become entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gogia, let me bring you on. I'll not call you Neil, you're too wise. I'll call you Mr. Gogia, okay? You're smiling. Now you have two advantages over me. One, you smile. Second, you are aware. Earlier, it was just there. Of course, you're more intelligent, but jokes apart, on a serious note, Neil, I want to start with you, and I want a real answer from everyone. Everyone talks about their successes. Tell me, in your journey, did you face self-doubts? Did you have failures, and how did you deal with them? And I want to ask this, and don't, like when I interview people, I've hired 1,000 people. So what's your weakness? And they're like, I'm honest. That's not a weakness. It's like me saying my weakness is I have no hair, right? I mean, that's not a weakness. Okay? It can be strength. It saves my time. It saves my money on shampoo and so on and so forth. So it's not a weakness, it's a strength. So similarly, honesty. But tell me real, moments of failure or self-doubt which you overcame. Neil?
See, when I started my journey as a talent manager, the journey was smooth because I was interacting with 25-year-old influencers who were able to understand where I was coming from. We had that rapport together, the bro zone sort of a thing. But when I decided to open another arm and create a company, iPlix, and start dealing with brands as well directly, I was 21 back then. Though my product was right, the brands usually were not easily convinced that they should be giving their entire budget of influencer marketing to a 21-year-old guy who has 1 or 2 members in his team. That was where I had 2 options. Either I could have continued the talent management journey, or I could have figured out ways that how I can talk to brand managers, vice president marketing, head of marketing, and still tell them that why I can add value to them. I decided the later part. Trust me, I still feel that I'm not the best person when I have to pitch something to someone who is, say, 15 years or 20 years elder to me. To create that confidence at the earliest stage is something which I am still learning on, how to create an impact and trust within, say, a short 5-minute conversation. I feel this is something which I would always like to learn on. Apart from this, I don't feel that I am facing any major issue where I can say that I have a weakness. And also one more thing, I didn't have a network, and I entered a media space. I didn't have any clue how you charge agency fees, how to create your own network, and I feel that network plays a very important role if you need to get clients on board, on retainers or long-term relations. And since I started from scratch, creating that was a challenge.
So much, I agree. And I also want to ask you, Neil, what if you didn't win in the list this year? I mean, you may win, you may not win. I don't know. I don't want to give away one, not one. How would you feel? How would you feel if you didn't win? You're only 23. It's 30 under 30. You have 7 more years to go, right? You're 23.
Yeah.
How would you feel? Give us an honest. I'm very authentic. I say what I have to, and that's. So how would you feel? Of course, it feels good to be in a list. There's no question. It feels you spend your time, effort, and you're very good. That's why you were shortlisted. But give us a sense.
See, Dr. Nurag, I will be really honest. I still feel that I might be there in the list and I might not be. If I'm not, I will feel like, okay, there were 30 better individuals than me who deserve to be on that list, and that will give me more motivation to work harder next year and give a better presentation regarding what I have done. But I'm not going to take it in a negative manner, shit man, I missed it, because I don't know what other 30 successful individuals have.
I really want to say, I would say in the 50 there was very little difference. We had to choose 30, we had to choose 30. I mean, I wish it was called something like 50. There were at least 10 people we left out, and I felt like they were very good, and but we had to select 30. So good. And let me ask Siddharth. Siddharth, any moments of failure that you dealt with?
Oh, absolutely. This is my third startup, actually. I've been a serial entrepreneur. Actually, you can say fourth because I also
But
started.
Amir Khan may get married for the third time. Would you call it a third startup, or would you call it two failures, or were they successful? Did he have successful exits or so on? But I'm sure you saw his announcement of divorce to Kiran Rao, but that's another discussion by itself. But yes, go on, Siddharth.
Yeah, I think when it comes to startups, I mean, marriage, you can say that, and if it didn't work out, whatever time you had, it was a good.
You wouldn't know. Are you married?
No, not yet.
You wouldn't know. Let's not discuss things that you have no idea of. So
okay, let me come back to startups then, which I have some idea about.
Yes, you have a lot of idea about it. Go on, Siddharth.
Yeah, so I would say while they were great experiences, my first two startups, but they were definitely a failure. And whatever someone outside might say, failure takes its tolls. Whatever someone might say, it is devastating. It shakes up your confidence. Everything is there. You just begin to self-doubt. So one thing that has happened is that there has been a journey of self-doubts, and I come from a technology background. So if I were to talk in terms of weaknesses or things like that, selling people or pitching to them was always my weakness. I had never done it before. I used to write code, then I started building product, then thinking about design and all. But I think the only way to overcome it was to start doing it. So I started pitching up, to companies. I had people who were 25 years experience. They had much, better communication skills than me. And I simply started pitching them, and, over time that just improved. So yeah, that's definitely something.
Thank you, Siddharth, for making it real. And I keep saying that experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. There's nothing called failure. It's an experience. I understand what you're saying. And really, the beauty about life is you can always change. You can always grow and get better. You're not defined by your past, and it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay not to do it perfectly. At some stage, as you keep trying, you get the experience, which you may call success, but it's an experience. Let me now come to Rohit and ask Rohit, any failures, and what were your lessons from that?
Definitely a lot of failures in life, but I think the most relevant one was, when I personally left my job, moved back to India to start this Hemp Horizons, and very early on, registered the company, moved back in 2016, December, registered the company in 2017. Literally 6 months in, we had our machineries in place, packaging in place, and September of the same year, we got the first FSSAI license, food license in the country to start selling these products. And interestingly enough, 20 days later from the day we received our license, that license, went away just because of certain regulations that got changed. So that was definitely a very big self-doubt moment for me, moving back from the US, leaving a big real estate job and coming back, starting something with him, being scared of, police or excise people coming to us and being like, what you're doing. But yeah, when motivation like this happens, we get credited for what we're doing. This definitely helps us, remove that self-doubt and keep moving ahead.
Thank you so much for making it real. Nishta, any moments where you didn't get the desired results that you were looking for? I don't use the word failure. There's nothing called failure. It's an experience.
No, not just any moments, right? I feel like an entrepreneur, I think we fail or make mistakes twice a day on average, right? Like there are 2-3 things that go wrong every single day. I actually read a quote by Elon Musk that actually sums up this conversation recently.
No, I don't know what is people's fascination with Elon Musk. But there is every conversation, he comes up, I ask people, who's your person you look up to? And they say Elon Musk, so clearly he's very tall. When I meet him, I'll also look up to him, but that's another day.
No, but I think the thing
yes,
is that he keeps it very honest and keeps it very, very real. So that always helps. But something to the effect of, if you wanted accolades and if you wanted support systems and if you wanted pats on your back, you should never become an entrepreneur. And that's kind of it. It is rare. It is a lonely journey.
That's exactly, I used to go for lots of lectures. These days I don't. But I went to IT Delhi a couple of years, maybe 6, 7, and I asked them, why do you want to be an entrepreneur? And they said, I give 3 options. You want to make an impact, you want to be wealthy, or you want to be famous. I want to keep it simple. And, people say, some people say we want to be wealthy. Some say we want to make an impact. Some people say they want to be, famous. But the fact is, people become entrepreneurs when they enjoy what they do. I genuinely believe that all of us start not knowing what we are getting into fully, and then we discover what is good, and then we believe that we can make it better, and that's how it happens. So I agree. I want to ask Divij Bajaj. Divij, give us a sense of your own journey, and were there moments where you felt self-doubt and how you overcame that?
So first of all, I would like to appreciate you're a wonderful chair. I mean, I'm really enjoying this panel discussion. And agreeing to Nista, I think it's not that, we have had one or two moments. It's like we have it twice or thrice daily that we get ourselves on a self-doubt situation. But I think it's all about confidently overcoming it. For me, I think the biggest self-doubt experience was when I went to hire. So when I started the concept, of course, everybody was anti it. But when I went to hire for this company, that's when I realized that it's not easy to build something which nobody can even envision right now. Because when I used to hire, they used to think that it's a joke company. And when we join it, this company has no future. I mean, how will this concept work in terms of adults? So I think that was my biggest moment of weakness. But I remember my dad. Rather than quoting Elon Musk, I'll quote my dad, and he said,
By the way, I must tell you that I have two children. My daughter is 17, my son is 13. I never made it to their DP, but that's my aim. Like, if I have to really arrive, our dog Sydney has made it, and other people, grandparents, I have never made it. So I want to make it there. I was thinking of people who put photos with celebrities, and nothing wrong with it. But the fact is that they don't admire their parents. They may admire, they don't show. So I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you're talking about your dad, especially
I
dad
have a
and
DP
not
with
the
my
mom.
dad.
Okay, mom, dad. It's okay, fine.
Yeah. So I like to quote my dad.
And the reason I say, I told my son 2 weeks back, today is Father's Day. Papa, there's no Father's Day. There's only Mother's Day and Daughter's Day and Sister's Day. There's no Father's Day. I said, man, wait for another 10, 15 years, then I'll ask you. Okay. But go on.
Yeah. So I remember my dad saying that, if you confidently follow in what you believe, there shall be a time where everybody else will follow you.
Absolutely. If you believe in, that's the starting point. And you've done very well. And all the best. I'd like to wrap up this panel by asking each one of you to say one word that you believe will mirror the future. I'll start with you, Divij. One word.
So I think technology.
Technology. Rohit?
Plant-based diets.
There's 3 words, but that's okay. Hemp would have been better, but Neil?
Content.
Nishtha?
Killing.
Okay, and last but not the least, Siddharth, your final word. Siddharth?
Sorry, I lost the internet. Can you repeat the question?
I said, what is that one word you think will represent the future, if you had to sum up the future in one word?
AI.
What did he say?
Artificial intelligence.
AI. But I think it'll be natural stupidity, which I have a lot, so I'll do well. But on a very serious note, let me end this panel and thank Divij, Rohit, Neil, Nishtha, and you, Siddharth, for making it fun at the end of the day. It's good that we take what we do seriously, but sometimes it's good not to take yourself that seriously. I'll see you at 6 o'clock for the awards. And I really mean it that all of you were good. You were shortlisted. You did a great job. Some of you are in the list. Some of you may not be in the list. Some of you are young enough to be in the list next year. So we'll see you at 6 p.m. Okay. All the best. Back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Amazing panel discussion and great moderation right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, as rightly said that at 6 p.m. we're going to be having the awards, but right now it is time to move on to our next panel discussion. Well, we hope you all are tweeting and hashtagging BW30under30 with all your learnings. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now for our next panel discussion coming up is on the topic, how next-gen leaders are changing the game, with our session chair, Urvi Srivastav from BW Business World. Joining Urvi would be our eminent panelists. First up, Sanjula Miklani, Business Marketing Head, Dine Out, Anika Tanwar, Business Head, Woggle AI, and Deshari Dutt, AM, Branded Context, MX Player. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we've got our wonderful panelists who will just be joining us. Firstly, hello, Urvi, how are you doing?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm great. So Urvi, we're just going to be requesting all our panelists to now switch on their cameras and unmute themselves so that we can have them all on the screen. Lovely to have all of you. With this, Urvi, I pass on the live patent to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, for that lovely introduction. I'll take it from here. So this is our first panel of the day of all intrapreneurs in the company, and also our first all women panel. So this is going to be a slightly different and a slightly more insightful interaction. So let's start with a basic introduction of everybody. Sanjula, why don't you introduce yourself to our viewers?
Hi, Urvi. Thank you so much. Hi, guys. I'm Sanjula Miglani. I head business marketing at Dynout. And I've had a career stint. I won't call it long or short, but I've worked in the industry for good 10 years now. I started with co-founding an NGO, which I still head marketing for. And yeah, I've been at it since then. It's been a long journey, and I only feel that I've gotten started.
Yes, Dishari, over to you. You're on mute, Dishari. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, my bad. Hi, my name is Dishari Dutt. As of yesterday, I've just completed 5 years in the media and entertainment industry, and I actually stumbled upon this industry by chance. I was an entrepreneur in college, and a recruiter had come to recruit, and he had read about me in the newspaper that day and offered me a job, and I just finished college and moved, and it's been a wonderful ride from not knowing a single thing about the industry. I've come to learn a lot, and I've created a very unique positioning for myself. And I don't know a lot of people in the country who, work in the intersections that I do. So it's an absolute honor to be here and be part of this panel and be with so many successful women who I hope to get to learn from over the next 45 minutes.
Yes, it's been a learning for all of us throughout the panel discussion today. So Anika, let's hear it from you now.
Hey, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Urvi, for having me on the panel. And I already feel great sharing it with the likes of Sanjula and Dishari. Hi guys, happy to meet you as well. So I'm Anika, presently VP Business at Bobble AI. I've been working in strategy consulting for the longest time of my career. And it was, I think, in a year and a half back that I took a detour from that so-called glamorous consulting life and dived into entrepreneurship, which is Bobble AI. And I've been given the opportunity to really create a business category from scratch, and really excited. It's been going great so far, and I look forward to learning a lot more. It's been an absolute roller coaster for me over the past couple of years, but I think learning is something that just keeps on happening. So look forward to an exciting discussion.
Yes, learning is indeed a lifelong journey. We learn on the job, we learn inside and outside our educational institutions all the time. So since our topic for the day is around leadership, that is how next generation leaders are changing the game. So let's start with the very basic. How would you define leadership? Sanjula, let's start with you.
Honestly, there's no definition to it. And I've learned this the hard way. You try one thing and you fail at it, and then you try another thing and then you fail at it. So leadership for me is, so I read a quote. I know Mr. Batra was just making fun about how people just keep referring to quotes, but I did read it. And the quote said that, a good leader is somebody who listens. So for me, I think leadership is listening. It's exactly like, when we're pitching a product in marketing, or when we're trying to, sort of get it out of the doors, or we're listening to our customers. So I feel that a good leader is somebody, or leadership to me is something when I listen to people and I sort of pick up traits, or I sort of drop traits of what I feel is right and what I feel is not right. So I think, that's leadership for me.
That's an interesting take on an otherwise very glorified and well-defined space. But as we go on in life, we tend to develop individual definitions for subjective things. Anika, what about you? How would you define?
Urvi, when you said what is leadership, I think the word in itself carries a lot of weight, or at least when people look at this term, they've kind of amplified the meaning. And I really resonate with what Sanjula said, that while of course there's so much weight that is associated to the term, and I also feel I'm too young to be calling myself a leader. I have a lifelong of learning and experiences that I look forward to. But what I've learned in my journey, the little short journey that I've had so far, I feel that, leadership is anything which is, the ability to be able to articulate a vision and unite everyone with that vision that you're able to see, because it's difficult to, like, you're able to visualize something, but how does your team visualize the same thing with the same conviction, with the same belief? So I think being able to, unite people with a common vision, and as at the same time empowering them, enabling them so that they are equipped with everything that is necessary to move forward. That is my learning so far of whatever I've been doing at Accenture and Bobble. This is what I think leadership is to me. And of course, I have to add to what Sanjula said, that I think it starts at listening. That is the first very, fundamental philosophy of leadership.
Yes, providing what one needs is a Herculean task, especially if it's a group of people and getting everybody on the same page. Like you are providing us with all your knowledge over here.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. And now I'll ask Dishari something. You've been an entrepreneur before switching to your role as an intrapreneur. Firstly, why did this switch happen, and how is your leadership game changing with respect to an entrepreneur to an intrapreneur?
To also take your question in parts, the first question is, why did I make the switch? I read a very important quote, and I think that's relevant to today's discussion. I think it said that the purpose of life is not finding your passion, but to find something you're really good at and then get great at it. Baking was my passion, food was my passion, and after running a food-related company for 2 years, I knew very well that I wanted to keep my passion and my profession different. And it just so happened that the time that I was grappling with this decision, because at that point at 21, I was making a lot of money. I had investors lined up offering me all kinds of help and all kinds of methodologies to accept that help to be able to scale up operations. And I was superbly lucky. Like, there were people wanting to be in my position, and at that time I wanted to abandon it all, move to a strange city and start from scratch. So I think it was fueled by the fact that I wanted to, like I said, wanted to keep my passion and profession different. I think one thing I've learned from my journey from an entrepreneur to an entrepreneur is the fact that as an entrepreneur, I was taking all the decisions myself, and I took pride in that. And some of that graduated to me when I was a part of a company. And I realized the power of collaboration and the power of listening to what people say, like Sanjula said, and to, not disregard something just because you don't agree with it or it is not the way you see things. I think it's extremely important to be able to open up your perspectives to a perspective that doesn't match yours. I think all of us at some point are really guarded by the way we think, and it's essentially leadership is about being able to accept what's good for the end goal that you have in mind, and that end goal is bigger than personal objectives.
Yes, I hope you are still baking cakes and will be sending the entire panel cakes very soon.
For sure. Yes, I do.
Going anywhere to eat out as much as we used to.
Yes, I do.
Our next question, Anika, I wanted to ask you this. Since you are very young and everybody over here is under 30, so there must have been many challenges as a young entrepreneur to build yourself, to establish yourself as a leader. Were there any failures along the way? What were the challenges and how were you able to overcome them?
There were many failures, Urvi, I would say. I have to give credit to everything, that I've been able to achieve so far is thanks to the team and the culture that we have at Bobble, like Ankit Prasad, who's the founder and CEO, which since day one, he'd given me a lot of autonomy with respect to, just trying different things out, like, experimenting. If one day one thing fails, it became a learning for us. And if on another day something worked, that also became a learning. And it was what do I say, like a constantly packaging together of those learnings, re-looking at problems again and again. That is what helped me in terms of, how did I think it's a question that I won't, not trying to sound feminist here at all, but women at a lot of times get that question that, how do you establish your credibility as a leader? I just feel that for anyone to establish credibility, it's your work. Like, your work talks for you. You don't have to be bogged down by your gender, by stereotypes, by anything at all. Like, there isn't anything in the society that can define you or put you in a box of this is right, this is wrong, this is how it should be, this is not how it should be. I feel I really have that thing in me that I tend to just look at things the way like anything is possible, right? If you have the clarity, and my team is going to quote me often on this, because I keep telling them, if you have the clarity, everything else is logistics. Then you just need to figure out the how. But if you have the clarity that this is what you want to do, you want to achieve, that is something that can take you forward. So for me, essentially, would be this. It's been a lot of learnings from failures, from mistakes, from collaborating. Like, a lot of collaboration, I think, since the Shari also talked about it, is what is essential for an organization and even a small team to move forward. That everyone has to come together on the same page and they're working towards the same goal. So all of that, it is literally an amalgamation of everything.
Yes, that's a very nice quote, that if you have clarity, everything else is logistics. We can add it to the quotable quotes that are coming up today. So Sanjita, I have the same question for you. What about leadership during the pandemic? As an intrapreneur, what were the issues?
There were a lot of issues. I was working in an industry like F&B was literally hit in the gut. Like, I mean, I was scared. Like, being a business marketing head at a company, I was scared. Okay, tomorrow they might just call me up and they might just say that, okay, it's done. You're fired and we don't need your services any longer. And believe it or not, like, however successful you think you are, I just believe that it's in your head. You are thinking, you are portraying that image and you are believing it, but is the other person even listening, or is the other person even thinking in that direction? So I've been lucky, thankfully it's not happened to me, but I'm actually ready for that challenge that might happen the next day. But that was the biggest thing. I mean, when a company is not just getting any revenue, okay, and suddenly the leadership or the founders or the for that matter, it's a times internet companies. So right from Vinny, Jen, everybody was looking up to, like, यही तो बिजनेस वर्टिकल है यार, यही तो टाइम है ना जब आप कुछ चेंज कर सकते हो, जब आप कुछ अलग कर सकते हो. दिस इज योर टाइम. हाउ कैन यू गेट रेवेन्यू इन? And I think that was like the shock of my life. Like, howsoever we say that we face challenges every day, like that challenge was real, like there's no maids coming up in the house. So you're doing everything. And then suddenly people tell you, and honestly, I really believe in equality. I feel that me and my husband are like two ends of a coin or two sides of a coin. But after a point, I just feel that mentally a woman is just a little more responsible for the house. And I was suddenly like, okay, like what's happening? Like, it's like the entire pressures on my head. And I on so Anurag asked me this question earlier also, that what's the biggest fear that you have? And my fear is that I'm not, or what's the challenge that you face on a daily basis? And I just feel that I'm not good enough. Like that it's a real challenge for me. So at that point in time, I was like, okay, now this is just not happening. And I think that was the biggest challenge that I've ever faced in my entire life. And I don't like to call it as a challenge. I now call this as an opportunity, because there was revenue in B2B. So what I felt was that even during lockdown, in an industry which was in shambles, and like my entire team could have gotten fired, we just figured out a way that, okay, let's do this, because we were at rock bottom. Abhi usse niche kahan jaoge? Like, tumhe kal bol sakte hain ki guys please leave, thank you. Like, what worse can happen? So I think that sort of motivated or pushed me towards, okay, let's do something different, or this is something that we can do. So after that, my perspective changed. I've started to feel that there's no such word as failures or challenges. The word is opportunity. You just don't know when it's knocking. So yeah, I feel that way. I know that this is a very Baba answer, that वो Sadguru type की यार पता है कुछ भी challenge, but it's actually true. I felt it. So now I think that everything that even Anika just said that clarity. So I think when you're at your worst, no, clarity just hits you somehow. So I think that's what I want to say.
Yes, the people who preach can be right also sometimes. So getting back to our topic of leadership, Dishari, this question is directed towards you. You've been a leader inside your company and in your own enterprise. What were the leadership lessons you learned in both of these roles, and how are you going to take it forward in your present company?
Thank you, first of all, for calling me a leader. It feels like an honor. I think the lesson I've learned over the last 5 years as part of, two of the biggest companies in the media is that I'm not always right. I think coming from somebody who tasted a slight sliver of success very young, you tend to think that, okay, mujhe sab pata hai, I know everything, I am the smartest person in the room. I think the biggest lesson for me was a reality check that I am not always right, and I need to be open to accepting when I'm wrong and to be able to learn from, what mistake I've made. I think that was the biggest transformation point. And now I've become a far more patient person. As an entrepreneur, you're used to taking decisions and seeing the action of those decisions instantly. It's an instant reaction. In a company, it doesn't happen like that. There are processes involved. There's a timeline that's set. There is a buffer period that's added to it. So the action and result is actually spread out. So I've learned a lot of patience while being a part of gigantic companies and learning how the business operations here work. So I think both of those things have been my biggest lessons, to be able to be patient and to be able to understand that I have a long way to go, and to use every day as an opportunity to be better than yesterday. I think that's something that I imbibe every day, that I need to my challenge is with myself, nobody else, and I need to be better today than what I was yesterday in anything. It doesn't have to be work driven, but anything at all, like make a better cup of chai, for example, but something I have to do better than yesterday.
Yes, making a good cup of tea is indeed an art, which usually comes from practice to some of us only. So getting back to our panel discussion for the day, Anika, I wanted to ask you, since we are on the topic of learning and leadership, how has your leadership style evolved from, say, day one when you joined Bobble to where you are right now?
I think very interesting at this point in time, because I am actually going through a transition in my own leadership style, to be very honest here. So I think, I was reading this quote, not a quote, I would say the article. It was published in Harvard by Cheryl, and I could resonate with that so much, and that is why I want to use it, because it talked about when she was just probably 1 and 3 people in her design team at Facebook, and then how it just it literally snowballed into becoming a team of 50,000 employees, and how she could feel the disconnect, and the way it was a very beautifully articulated article, but then I could resonate to each and everything. So in Bobble, when I joined, I was just managing a very small team, 2 and 3 people, some interns. So, that's it. And it was very defined. Like during the pandemic, what we've been able to do is literally something that none of us had even imagined. That, of course, we were hired for that we're supposed to reimagine the entire business model and we want to do something big. But then COVID struck. And of course, our optimism was at an all-time low, but then still in those months, we were able to, turn things around and come up with something. At the time, like Sanjula said, everything is in shambles and you're trying to create a new business model altogether. So at that time, everything I see, it was like everything was very driven, right? And now, at Bobble also, we're at a stage that an overall organization is also going into a transition where we're becoming a bigger organization, and now I have a bigger team that I'm managing. I feel what has changed, for me personally, is that I feel I still miss that, being able to be part of that daily thing, with the team. And I can see that, as you're growing, evolving into this type of leadership, you have to take a step back, and you're like probably at a bird eye view. I would like to quote Dr. Rakshita Sharma. She's our VP HR, human capital at Bobble, and she always says to me, Anika, like, you have to be sitting on the 11th floor, but at the 11th floor, you need to still keep your eyes down at the ground. Like, you should have the visibility that everything that's happening, but even if you want to scream, nobody should be able to hear you, because You're there to just look at everything that's happening and, take those, absorb those inputs. Yeah, what's working, what's not working, and, share it with the team, and probably learn for yourself as well. Like the Shari said, it's difficult to, admit to yourself that you're probably not the smartest of the lot. And then, it takes a lot of courage to accept that, yes, smartness resides in the fact hiring smart people to do smart things, right? So for me, I think that's how my leadership style is also evolving, that I'm learning a lot more from my team that's growing. Having now sitting at that 11th floor kind of a bird eye view look, I miss being able to, we miss being individual contributors also, the way we used to be in that role. At least I definitely miss it. But I think I'm just open to how this horizon is going to turn out, and learn a lot more. Not sure if I answered your question, Urvi, but that is honestly how it is.
That's perfectly fine. And I hope that you have a 50,000 team too very soon. And we are going to witness Bobble to a scale of Facebook now. So Sanjana, directing the same question towards you. It's been a while since you've been working for this enterprise. And how has your leadership style changed across?
So I would want to answer this question very differently, okay? And this is not something that people would be expecting. But what happened when we were working, when we came in as individual contributors, we were the millennials, we used to call ourselves that. And we were still loyalists, okay? We used to feel for the company, and there was an emotional attachment and a detachment towards the company. And we were so I've always worked for startups. So I've always had like a very, emotional angle for my startup and my founders. And I've kept very close to them. And it's been like home for me. And then I step into an age where it's all about Gen Z. And these people, I still find it very difficult to sort of, match them mentally, because they're so different. Everything's different. My own brother, okay. So my parents love each other. So 9 years later, boom, there was a bhai at home. And so this guy, he's so different than I am. Like, they're not loyal towards the company. They don't feel that passionate about things. And so for me, the biggest challenge has been to get them where I am. That you need to feel for this company, and it'll only come out when you're there with me, when we're right there mentally. So I think I'm still figuring it out, because people just walk up to me randomly, and especially during the pandemic, like I'm all for mental health, right? But people just come up to me and they're like, so this actor died today, and I am I don't know how to put my head around it, and I would need like a 3-hour break. And I'm like, okay, I'm all for mental health, but do you understand we are in a pandemic and that we just might lose our jobs today? Like there's no tomorrow. So I think I'm still figuring that bit out, because you can't just tell them. At our ages, we were told by our founders that, okay, fine, why don't you find or look for a new place? But today there are like thousands of policies in place, and you just can't tell somebody ki tumne 3 ghante maang liye, to now there's no tomorrow. And we were in an unprecedented situation, right? So I was like, how do I cope up with this? And so I think that I'm still figuring it out. I'm taking it one day at a time. But on another level, I also feel that these people are just full of ideas. Like they're like a machine. You're not there yet. Like 50 ideas. Like if I give them a task, okay, take an hour, come back to me. This is what we need to do. Like I'm confused after listening to the 50 ideas. Okay, this is also nice. This is also nice. Let's do all of them. So that way, I feel that they're much more at it. But on the other end, I also feel that today's generation is all about change and quick, and oh my god, that's been late. So there's no stability. I'm still figuring my way out. I don't know what type of a leader I am. Perhaps my team would answer that better. But yeah, I think I'm still figuring it out.
Yes, since we're talking about fear and job losses, which is a reality during the pandemic, Dishari, I wanted to ask you this question: that what are some of the fears apart from a potential job loss that entrepreneurs have to face? We always hear about the challenges entrepreneurs have to face, be it with respect to funding or carrying a team with them. But an entrepreneur is essentially the backbone of the company. What are your challenges as an entrepreneur, and how do you work your way around?
I think one of the biggest challenges if you're on the revenue side essentially is to, believe in something entirely and have present it with all your merit and have someone else on the receiving end not believe in that idea. I think that is one of the biggest challenges, because then again, you have to get up the next morning, motivate yourself to work on something that you believe in equally and present that again. So I think one of the biggest challenges is to let, somebody else agree with what's in your mind. Another challenge that a lot of people face, and I've personally faced is when you have a boss or when you have a superior who does not agree with the way that you do things, and how do you there is a compromise made on both ends, not your way, neither mine. So there is room for learning, but it takes a while to, not look at it as something that's riding you down, but look at it as an opportunity to learn something from someone. I think the initial reaction when we're faced with a situation or a person who does not see things the way we do is, okay, this person doesn't know what they're doing. But I think to be able to meet them at that halfway point and doing so yourself shows a lot of courage and shows a lot of lot of room for as a person to evolve. And I think it's important to get up and learn from a situation rather than react to it. I think our reaction is what makes a situation worse.
Yes, that's true. I'll also quote now that 99% is what happens in our head and 1% is the actual problem.
Yeah.
I will direct the same question towards Anika now. What were your fears as an entrepreneur and challenges which are usually overlooked because we're usually talking about entrepreneurs to start with?
I think, there's something that everyone, I guess, would relate to at some stage or the other. The biggest fear is the fear of failure. And, walking on that journey and being able to come to a level where you can embrace that this is a natural fear, that you have a fear of failure. For example, since you said, entrepreneurs, Urvi, when I was brought in, I joined Bobble AI. I had a vision and everyone looked up to me. Okay, Anika's gonna do something about this thing. And I don't want to call it pressure, of course. That's expectations and opportunities, like Sanjala said, looking at challenges in ways of opportunities. But then the constant fear, of course, there's a fear of self-doubt that, are you taking all the right decisions? While you're learning, you're always like second guessing, oh, I was supposed to do this like that. Maybe it should have panned out like that, because, every decision that you're taking, every action that it is leading on to has so many possible permutations and combinations. And if you're running all of them in your head all the time, then you'll end up thinking more and doing less. So for me, the biggest challenge was to actually think less and do more and, just keep doing. I also feel that while I was on that journey, I was able to do it as well, because at one point in time, it reached a stage where I was like, okay, I don't have time to literally now think anymore. All I can do is just keep on trying, keep on doing something. And sometime back, Sanjula was saying, and I was just eager. The voice was inside me to say it, that I just resonate so much, because I have been telling myself this from day one, that what is the worst that can happen? Like, go out, try, do something. What is the worst? The worst will be, okay, the model that we want to build will not get built. Maybe some people will not like me anymore, or I might be just thrown out. That's a natural fear. But then, as long as you're trying, as long as you know that inside you, the voice inside you knows that you are trying and you're giving it your all, literally your heart and soul, I think there's nothing that can stop that kind of a person who just knows that inside and outside, that you're doing it all. And at the end of the day, I think as humans, we can only choose how to do something when circumstances and opportunities are thrown at us. We cannot, of course, control everything end to end, but we can definitely make a choice, make an informed decision, data driven decisions. Whatever tools today exist at hand, use them to be able to arrive at the right things, or so-called right things in that moment at least. So I think I've tried to battle all these fears, whether was it a fear of self-doubt, or what the fear of, will this even happen? Is my vision wrong in itself? Like something, you constantly second guessing. But when you see, when you're at it, when you're at the problems, you're at the drawing board, you'll start, things will start mobilizing. At least I've seen that happening for myself. Personally, it was a dream when, to have Dairy Milk as a brand, Cadbury, Mondelez as a brand work with us. Today, we have 3 brands of Mondelez who've already worked with us and are planning to launch more campaigns. So when you see those dreams fulfilled, then you feel ki, हाँ मतलब जो भी किया सही किया. You might have made a lot of mistakes during that journey, but then I think that was a learning, of course.
Yes, Sanika, I would say you are doing much more than trying, given the valuable insights you are providing us from the 11th floor, as your HR lady says so. So, talking about leadership again, given that all of you are leaders in your own right, you must have done something which is different from all the other your co-workers and everybody else that they are bound to listen to you. So, how did this happen? Now, what is it that you are doing differently? Sanjula, let's start with you about this.
Oh my God, that's a very, very difficult question to answer. I really don't know what I'm doing differently, but what I do know is that I'm doing it. I'm at it. The difference that I felt with people is that, and genuinely, I don't want to badmouth anybody, but this is one thing that I've really felt. यार कल देखते हैं, आज कुछ मिला है ना, इसको कल देखते हैं, कल एक fresh perspective से देखेंगे. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Let's catch up on Monday. Like this and this. And this is just irritating. Okay, like what do you mean? Like abhi karte hain na yaar. Like what's the problem? I mean, 6 baj gaye yaar. Let's Monday. We'll catch up on Monday. And then I used to hate it. Like and I still do. All right, like because I feel that an idea will not tell you a time. Okay, it's 6 a.m. in the morning and now I'm here. I've arrived. No, that'll not happen. Like it can happen at 11 and it can happen at 12. And I've had the worst nightmares with people because people have come back to me and said, you have no work ethic. Like you're pinging me at 12 in the night. What's wrong with you? And I'm like, yeah, but that's when my mind's working. So what should I do? Like, should I? And then people are like, and after 12, you're up at 6 and you're setting bad examples in the company. And this is not, professionally as a peer, I need to tell you, this is not how it'll work. I'm like, okay. So I listened to it for like 5 minutes and then I was like, because that's how I am as a person, that nahi yaar, mujhe to wahi karna hai, jo mujhe karna hai. So I think that probably is something that I'm doing differently, that I'm doing what I feel. And other people, might not be. But I really don't know what I'm doing differently. And honestly, I'm constantly self-doubting myself because when I listen to other people's ideas, I feel that, okay, yeah, that's just so much better than what I just said. Okay, let's do that. So I think another thing that I'm doing is I don't feel shy in accepting that I might be wrong or I might be the second best or not best at something. So I think, yeah, but apart from that, I really don't know what I'm doing differently.
Right. Dishari, I have the same question for you. You have experienced success as an entrepreneur and now as an intrapreneur. What is your secret mantra, if I can use that phrase, towards being an ACE leader? I think Dishari's internet connection is not working right now. Were you able to catch that question?
I caught you till entrepreneur. I couldn't hear after that.
So I wanted to ask you that given that you've experienced success as an entrepreneur and intrapreneur, you clearly have a penchant for leadership. So what is your secret to being an effective leader?
I don't think I'm a leader at all. And I like Sanjula and Anika, I am a victim of imposter syndrome. I don't think मेरे में कुछ ज्यादा है या extra है, but I do believe I completely resonate with what Sanjala said. It is the ability to demonstrate. I've had situations where a task has not been done and a peer has told me, today I'm not sending mails after 7 p.m. And while of course we must draw boundaries and we must stop, there is a distinction between work and other stuff. I think it's it's the ability to say something and get it done no matter what happens. Of course, this doesn't apply to extreme situations, but I think people can see that you're working hard, and people can see that whatever you say, you get done without, I think my boss keeps saying, you keep doing these things, but never know how you do them. And you'll do 20 things at once and it'll all be done, and I still don't know how you do it. So I think it's the ability to work in silence and get stuff done, and not really make excuses or default on things that are not acceptable.
Right. So we are running short of time. We can go on with this discussion at a later time, perhaps. So before I let everybody go for the day, I wanted to ask you a question which is usually asked to entrepreneurs and not entrepreneurs. So Anika, I wanted to ask you, let's start with you. What is your motivation to lead a team and get the job done?
I think for now, my inspiration is very, very simple. It comes from the fact that we are at a stage where we've launched a really good business and it's doing well, but we want to sustain it. We have a very clearly defined vision that Bobble wants to become a unicorn. We want to become a unicorn by 2023 and go for an IPO by 2025. A lot of things have been planned. So that, of course, is one of my motivation, that how do I, steer my team to help Bobble reach that goal, that objective. The other motivation is more internal to the fact that because it's been conversation media as a business has literally been my baby. So I don't know what it is to have a baby, but if there is a feeling I could, associate it with, then it would be like that. But it's just to see it soar, see it really roar high, become an established channel in the marketing mix, and just I get my kick out of work. It's as simple as that. If I'm able to give drive some sort of a tangible impact, I feel fulfilled as a person. So that is my source of motivation.
And Sanjala, directing the same question towards you, apart from getting
as a person, so that is my source of motivation.
Sorry about that. So Sanjula, directing the same question towards you, what motivates you to work so hard?
And I think it's my mom. And that answer has been constant for the past 25 years. It's been my mom. Like, she's always at it. Like, I have never seen my mom get tired, or I have never seen her say ki, or heard her say perhaps that, let's do this tomorrow, or when I came home with problems, and my father came home with problems, and my sister came home with problems, like, she always was yours, and she was always there, and she was always at it. So like, today it's the simplest of things I find my answers in. When I'm home and I come, like now I'm married, and when I come home and she's 53 and she's in the kitchen sweating it out just so that maybe you don't eat this there because you don't know how to make it, so let me make it for you. And I feel inspired when I see her doing that at 53. And I think that not even half there yet. Like, when she was 29 perhaps, I don't even know what she was like what she must have been going through and what she was doing to just make me come where I am. So I just feel, and another thing that really inspires me about her is that, so she cleared her IAS prelims, and she was right about to give her mains and all of that, and then she had me. So I just sometimes feel a little guilty also that maybe 2 years later and she would have made a career, and every time she's like, I want a life for you that I could not get. So I think I really feel inspired, and that's something that just keeps me going. So whenever I feel down in life, or whenever I feel let down, and I think that, okay, tomorrow might not be as good as today, or today might not be as good as yesterday, I just think about her and it's all back. The entire mojo comes gushing back. So I think, yeah.
For a lot of us, the inspiration is right in front of us, and parents are the most inspiring people towards a child's life. So Dishari, I'll wind up with the last question, which is the same question towards you. What has been your inspiration so far? You've been an entrepreneur and now an entrepreneur. You've clearly been out there and killing it. So
I just, I just want to retire by 40. I think that was my dad's dream, and he retired at 46, and he keeps telling me, "Tumhare wajah se 6 years extra I work," but I want to fulfill that dream. I want to retire at 40. I want to keep working, of course, in whatever capacity, but that's essentially my end goal, to have all of the ghar, bangla, gaadi, whatever that list is, done and dusted by 40.
Thank you for that honest answer. And given that you're below 30 right now, 40 seems quite doable. So that's it for the day, and I'll take your leave. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining.
Thank you, Urvi. You've been an amazing moderator. Thank you for teaching us so much about each other.
Thank you, Urvi. Thank you, Dashari. Thank you, Anika.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you to all our panelists. What a real conversation that was, ladies and gentlemen, and we learned so much. And I hope you all are hashtagging #BW30 under 30. Now it is time to delve into our next panel discussion, which is coming up on the topic Diversity Works, a practical introduction to inclusion in workforce. With the session chair, Lloyd Matthias, angel investor and business strategist, and joined by our panelists, Gautam Raj Anand, Managing Director, Hubhopper, Tanvi Bosmia, Group Account Manager, Brand Experiences, Socheers Infotech, Devesh Ro Mitra, the Senior Art Director at Dentsu Web Chutney, Vardha Taneja, Senior Assistant Vice President in West India, and Anjana Sastry, the Director Marketing at Sterling Developers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible panel who's going to be joining us. Lloyd, firstly, thank you so much for giving us your valuable time as being the session chair. And with this, I'd love to get you on the screen with all your eminent panelists. Over to you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Bhavna. Wonderful to be here, and great to connect with all of you. I heard you guys briefly for 2 minutes last week while on the jury. So wonderful to maybe have a slightly more detailed interaction with everyone. So welcome aboard. We've got Tanvi, Devesh, Vardha, Anjana, and Gautam. Is that right? I get all you guys' names right? Okay, fantastic. So interesting topic, and would love to hear your thoughts. But just to kick it off, I think the whole subject of diversity and inclusion in the workforce, to an extent, is a slightly more recent phenomenon. I spent a good part of my career across 3 companies: PepsiCo for about 14 years, and then Motorola, and most recently HP. And increasingly, I saw this evolve over time. So I want to kick this off with a very interesting anecdote. Back in 2001, I was on Pepsi India's management council heading marketing. And there was a lady who was the CFO and the global head of strategy, who came out in the US, called Indra Nui, who then went on to do bigger things, of course. And Indra stunned us all with that question, saying, why is it that, why is it that I see only one woman in this 11-member management council? Right? And back in 2001, it was a bit of an issue, but we all kind of looked back, and she said, ideally, as a company, we sell 2 things. We sell sugar drinks and we sell salted snacks. And our workforce should reflect the population that we live in, right? Who are our consumers? There are as many women buying Frito-Lay and Pepsi-Cola as guys are. So why aren't we looking at it? But the second thing she said kind of was all. And then she said, you want to look down the organization, and where are the minorities, right? Why am I not seeing anyone, she called it then, from minority community. And, I said, Indra, but I'm Christian. She said, yeah, but where are the Muslims? Right? So, so diversity and inclusion has been a serious subject for a while now. I think companies are recognizing. And there's an interesting data point I want to share with you guys, is that McKinsey, in a research they published about a year ago, they found a statistically significant correlation between diverse leadership and better financial performance, right? So diversity is not just a nice to do. To a large extent, it just aids better business, right? The moment you have a more diverse decision-making organization, you're reflecting real concerns about consumers, people who actually go out there and buy your products or services, right? And therefore, there is very clear data pointing towards the fact that diversity is not just a nice to do, but it's something that can help your business. Just want to share some things that I've seen, more agile or more in organizations And I'm really picking from my past experience. I now work mostly with the venture capital space. I think one is that they actually go out and educate the leaders on the importance of diversity, right? And the simple fact is that not everyone comes from the same background, right? We may all, be out here, be speaking English and come from the background, but a lot of us are really products of, our families and our history. And to some extent, whether it's patriarchy or whatever, there are some things which are deeply instilled in our psyche, right? That's because of the time we grew up in and the house we are in, right? And therefore, in an organization, you reflect, you have to understand that people come from diverse backgrounds, right? So from every one of us who consider ourselves ultra modern and who see the genders completely equal, there are guys who possibly have, or there are people who have deep-seated inhibitions, right? So therefore, educating leaders is very important. I think the other aspect is clearly to listen to employees, right? I have no business to tell you guys this as successful achievers under 30, but I think clearly the younger generation is more in tune with diversity. I think their respect for people with different backgrounds, right? Sexual preferences, etc., is far more evolved, right? And the truth is that the older guys take a lot of more time accepting. I think that process has begun. But more than acceptance, I think it's the fact that most seniors in organizations have to learn to celebrate it, right? And I think it's a learning process, right? I believe I've moved forward, but it's a challenge. When I used to run marketing at HP based out of Singapore, my marketing head in Australia was a 6'3" strapping young man called Darren Walker, and in one of our visits, he invited me over to his home, and he said, I want you to meet my husband. And, it took me a while, right? Obviously, held my emotion and then had a great dinner with these two fabulous guys. And we drank till 1 o'clock in the morning. But, my expression for that first 10 seconds was a bit of a giveaway, right? And I wish if I were to do it again, I should have not been surprised. But hey, I'm a product of, my culture. And in India, we're possibly a little behind on some of these issues. And I think the third thing that companies need to do, and in some of the boards I'm seeing this, is that they're also calibrating it very definitely, right? They're looking at layers of management and saying, hey, do we have a good representation of women? Are we making sure that we actually respect larger aspects of diversity, LGBTQ, right? It's not just running a rainbow logo on your company's website that really means that you celebrate diversity. I think it's a lot more. Anyway, so that's enough of sharing my thoughts. It's really all about you guys' thoughts. So I'm just going to kind of quickly, pass the baton around and ask each of you to share your thoughts about where do you see diversity. And I think the topic of ours is diversity works, a practical introduction to inclusion in the workforce. Would love to hear of some of your knowledge and experiences. So can I start with you, Varda, and really listen to what your thoughts are on the subject?
Thank you. So, I'll speak from the experience of course, where I work. So, Invest India is sort of like a young startup of the government. And we've literally grown the organization from, ground up to almost 250, 300 people today. And I think what you touched upon, Lloyd, is actually a very important point. We've ensured in the whole process of building this organization, proper inclusivity and diversity of all kinds of people. The entire workforce represents people from almost every state in the country. They represent different ethnicities. And it's important, right? We're the National Investment Promotion Agency. We have to represent, and we do so with pride. And in fact, the workforce is also largely, in fact, skewed towards the women gender. So the female gender is, I think, we're almost 52 to 53% of the employees are women, and 50% of the employees in the management, in the senior management, are also women. And we feel that the performance of the company, in stakeholder management, engaging with the government at the top tier, whether it is senior bureaucrats or ministers, etc. I think the experience has been great. We've been able to, build our value in the system very well, given how young and at what a nascent stage we are. And the organization prides itself in celebrating all these things And like you said, it's not just about, putting a logo in a multicolored fashion and then, celebrating that as, diversity in different kinds of people, but it's really actually incorporating it in your practices. So I don't think there has ever been any sort of disparity basis your sexual or gender preferences. There has been equal opportunity given to women, whether they are pregnant or have kids or anything of that sort, and we continue to do so.
Thanks, Vardha. That's a great perspective. That's heartening to know, because to my mind, and I'm showing a little bit of bias, but it's traditionally, and I've done a few. I've consulted a bit with the Niti Aayog. Traditionally, government is, what is government organizations tend to be at the back end of the spectrum. I'm not saying it to be. I just that the bureaucracy possibly is slightly more traditional. And I think in one of my discussions, I think with when Rajiv Kumar, who's the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, I think the whole point was that in a room full of 14, there was just one lady, right? And and he did mention that. He said, look, we've slowly, but it's great to hear. It's great to hear that the government is taking proactive steps on this front. Tanvi, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the subject and how it plays out.
Yeah, so I think like Vardha mentioned, I've also been a part of an organization which is Sochiers from ground up. I pretty much joined Sochiers back in 2013, and I still am pretty much the second employee in the organization. And like she rightly said, it is so important to have varied perspectives in our industry is also such. Every perspective is very important, right? And having varied voices in a room really helps in opening up our mind also in general, and it brings a lot to the table overall, because the minute we start getting perspectives from every single member in the room, I think there is a possibility of a great creative solution out of that. Plus, we are in an industry again that we market to an audience of 1.3 billion people of different likes, thought processes, etc. Right? So it helps in crafting innovative strategies when we sort of come together and build those solutions together. So yeah, I think, and other than that, now so at Sochiers, the kind of work culture that we have, it's pretty open. While we have a hierarchy in place, we also have a pretty flat structure. Everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute at every given point. Nothing gets shot down at any sort of layer, right? So I think it's been really great for us at Sochiers when it comes to diversity and inclusion.
Thanks, Tanvi. I think great. Thanks for sharing that perspective. Gautam, I'd love to hear your thoughts, because I believe early stage companies, and you've been founders, you are the founder of Hubhopper. I think they have a much better opportunity to kind of lay the ground on diversity and inclusion right at the founding stage. The companies I talked about where I worked in, a lot of it had to be retrofitted. You actually had to go back and engineer gender diversity policies. How has been your experience at Hubhopper, and how are you kind of helping with diversity and inclusion?
So thank you first, Lloyd, for the question and for having me on the panel. Very, very happy to be here among such distinguished folks. I think you touched upon, before I jump in, I think you touched upon some very poignant points in the introduction itself, within the fact that one very important aspect that companies need to be cognizant of is educating their leaders and holding them accountable at all points of their structures in making sure inclusivity is part and parcel of a KPI that can be measurable for them. And a second thing that I think you mentioned, which I found very interesting, was the potential creation of an external council or even an internal council that can keep the goal of being inclusive steadfast. And then finally, I think you mentioned celebrating certain differences, whether that's days in the year or whether that's certain festivals. I think all of these points are wonderful, and thank you for bringing them up. You're completely right. Young companies such as mine are potential torchbearers for how you can integrate inclusivity from an early point in an organization going forward. So some of the few things that we do at Hubhopper, which have worked really well for us, are, for example, number one, we have a quarterly OKR cycle in which instead of the management actually giving the management giving the employees ratings and reviews on their performance, it's actually the opposite that happens. And if the employees require, the employees can also be completely anonymous in their in their sort of answers that they're giving to management, and management is held accountable where they are asked questions not just according to work but also according to things like inclusivity, also according to things like general code of conduct across office, things like that, which I think in general, even if it's not something that needs to sort of be mentioned in such a stark manner, it's something to keep, I think, reiterating with organizations at an early stage. So that's one of the things that we do at Hubhopper, which I think goes a long way. The second thing that we do at Hubhopper is we have a daily stand-up in a sprint format. So every day we'll have a daily stand-up where your managers will speak to their teams for 5 minutes, and half of that conversation will be about work and the other half will be not about work. Will just be about generally their mental state, how they're feeling about the organization, are they feeling pro the organization, are they feeling negatively about certain things, and it creates the potential of open conversation or bilateral conversation to exist. The third thing that we try to do is we try to have a cooling off period. So every week we before the second wave of the pandemic, we'd go out for drinks or we'd go out for coffee, where we wouldn't talk about work at all. In fact, work was off the table. It wasn't something that we could speak about. And in creating the potential for interpersonal conversation in that manner, automatically these sorts of discussions would come to fore. And it would create a much healthier, environment for such sorts of discussions. And then finally, the thing that we try to do is in all of our communication, whether it's in the format of newsletters or whether it's in the format of what we write across our products, we are constantly reiterating that our company's vision and mission and culture promotes inclusivity. So if you don't fit with that culture, then you don't necessarily belong in our organization. So this is kind of the broad structure in which we're sort of building out our organization. Of course, there are always ways to grow and ways to sort of evolve and develop, but we've really seen benefits across these 4 pillars that we built out.
Fantastic, Gautam. I must really applaud you that I think the kind of work you're doing is very, very out there. I think it's very far ahead. Large global companies, have a lot to learn, but I think it's nice. And I think that's the way to actually, that's the way to, and to build the foundations, right? A lot of this is cultural. You can set rules and you can put, but I think when people hang out together, when they have an open, atmosphere, so to speak, when they can air their concerns, I think that's when barriers really break, right? And that's when a team becomes more wholesome. So I think that's fantastic. And I think most importantly, what you said, on education is both ways. It's not just about teaching people to do the right thing. It's also teaching them new terminologies. I mean, I figured out cisgender about 2 months ago, right? And it started because, I'm not a big social media buff, but I'm fairly active on Twitter. And I kept seeing a lot of people, next to themselves, they put a his, hers, whatever. And I was like a little intrigued. And then I read up a bit and I said, hey, this is what a cisgender, right? A person whose birth sex or his gender corresponds with his sense of personal identity. And it was a little startling for me, but hey, you live and you learn. And here we are. So I think it's also good in a sense to, besides, whatever business imperatives it has, I think it also helps in a more inclusive society, right? And I believe that diversity and inclusion is a long-term solution, specifically in a more traditional society like India, to reduce all the discrepancies, everything that we hear about dowry and all kinds of issues. I think it's really about the fact that a lot of this is deeply cultural rooted, right? There could be personal aberrations, there could be a person behaving out of character, but by and large, I think we are a product of our upbringing. And a lot of our upbringing is shaped by our culture, our families, and our workspace. And delighted to hear some of the stuff you're doing. Anjan, I want to come to you, and I understand, and I remember of the jury session that you're in a very traditional business, traditionally, at least when it comes to gender stereotyping. Right, so the real estate business is relatively more male dominated, I would say, and unlike, I would say, technology and SaaS and such kind of companies. So how do you navigate this in a space like this? And would love to hear your experiences.
Sure. I think first off, thank you to Business World and thank you, Mr. Matthias, for chairing this panel today. So I think there are a couple of things that you pointed out which are very, very important. So to begin with, I think of diversity as something that we actually learn from our childhood. And is something that we actually grow up with, and we only begin to recognize or become sensitive to it as we go along building our professional or our personal life. So I think now increasingly it's very important for the education system to build in diversity as an aspect into the child's learning at a very young age. Because then when you grow older, it becomes more about things that you know and things that you're aware of versus an aspect that needs special attention. You rightly mentioned, yes, coming from the real estate space, it has historically been very male dominated. I would definitely say that it currently still is, but companies are doing their best to try and bring in diversity with respect to gender in the workforce. I think historically, the reason why there wasn't much diversity was because of the multiple layers of bureaucracy or government or things like that that you do have end up dealing with when you're in this business. So we at Sterling, while we do all of that, what we also have ensured over time is ensuring that we have female representation on each of our teams. So whether this is to do with legal, liaison, whether it's to do with interactions with government offices, whether it's the engineers and the architects or the sales and marketing. To be honest, up until maybe a few years ago, there was some resistance from women professionals in entering this industry itself, because like you rightly pointed out, it has been very male dominated and was probably intimidating maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I think now though companies are making way and are giving women the opportunity to be in leadership roles and prove that, they can also be in this business. So given that, a couple of things we're doing is, of course, including women on all our teams, where ensuring when we hire, we're not, discouraging one versus the other based on gender. Like you also pointed out, the McKinsey report. I don't know if you were referring to the report that was called, I think, Delivering Through Diversity. So I think basically
that was the one. The one.
So that report basically talks about how companies actually perform a lot better, even if you look at their profitability when they are more diverse. And I think now more than ever, people are realizing this. So diversity isn't just about gender, age, ethnicity, or religion. It's now more and more about diversity in leadership styles, in thought processes, in problem-solving processes, in strategies. So when you bring in different opinions to the table or different perspectives to the table, it helps a company definitely propel forward and, build something that they didn't maybe envision doing a few years ago. I think another thing to highlight is, like you said, so the company that I work at is, of course, a family business, but we've also been in business for the past 38 years now. And like you said, when you were a professional back in that time, it wasn't a situation where all of this was so well known or where everyone was very well adapted to. So I think now what's happening is I did have to be a sort of change maker and play that role to pivot the organization towards recognizing the importance of having diversity, even if it's just gender diversity on the plate. So I think that's something that's gone well for us. We are, of course, working towards doing it even more. We're encouraging all the female leaders to also ensure that they engage themselves in industry conversations and take up, industry level roles, which can help not only propel them, but also help the industry see women in a different way. And I think you mentioned from one of your past experiences with when you spoke to someone at Niti Aayog that he mentioned that there was only one woman in the room. That happens very often in real estate. You could enter a boardroom, you could enter a meeting, you could enter a conference, you can probably count the number of women on your hand. So we are making progress, and I'm sure we'll get to a point at some point, in the future where like Varda's company will probably be able to have 50% of a female workforce.
Fantastic. Great to hear that answer. Before I just get across to Devesh, just to react, I think, yeah, you're right. I think at one level, it's really about getting, or that McKinsey report refers to about getting diversity in the context of gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic backgrounds, the other. And the other, like you rightly said, is really about thought styles, leadership, perspectives. Right? And I think both have an equal role to play. It's just that the latter is slightly more difficult to measure. But I'm totally with you on that, because the moment you bring, and specifically in a country as diverse as India, the moment you bring people from, let's say, different states or different cultures, you get a far richer, productive output. Right? Just to give you, again, a small anecdote of, my days back at Pepsi, we did this lovely commercial that, passed all the tests and did very well. It was about this kind of Dadaji, slightly older man, who's busy enjoying his Pepsi, and then a pretty young thing passes by, and he kind of, his eyes move with the lady, right? And this ad did fabulously well. This is back in the early 2000s, and as we did most of our commercials, we used to run them across various panels and kind of scored well. It, however, did dismally down south. Specifically, I remember Tamil Nadu, where the concept of an older gentleman, ogling, didn't go down well, right? So, I mean, it's important to be culturally sensitive, but as a marketer, sometimes you make calls because, hey, it was fun and the way it goes. But I fully respect what you're saying and hear you completely. Devesh, I want to hear your perspective. Web Chutney is right there at the cutting edge of digital marketing, doing great stuff. And, much like what Varda said, I'm sure Web Chutney has like a 50-50 ratio. I've known Sid Rao, and he's as gender sensitive as they come. So what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mr. Lawyer, and thank you rest of the speakers. It's surprising and even overwhelming to hear from rest of the speakers how companies across the industries are doing so much to be inclusive in their workforce, right? Like Varda mentioned, 56% of female representation in the workforce is surprising, and it's more than overwhelming. Yes, Dentsu actually, Dentsu as a global network actually has a commitment towards a 50-50%, 50-50 workforce between male and female, right? But I'd like to take this conversation a little deeper, right? We've been speaking about inclusion of women in the workforce, which is obviously more than important, right? I'd like to take this conversation a little more deeper, and since we're talking about diversity and inclusion, I think the changes that we need to make to actually make an impact are a lot of policy and design changes, right? Because inclusion also means inclusion of say LGBTQ communities, right? And inclusion of disables, right? More disabled should be empowered with not just a job but also equal opportunities in those jobs, right? What I mean by that is to a little elaborate on that. For just to give you a small example, we all get mediclaims and health cares in our respective organizations and corporates, but a fact is that most of these mediclaim and health cares, like for example, I or anybody else who's a straight person can include their spouse or partner in their mediclaim or healthcare, right? Whereas if you were a part of the LGBTQ community and you have a same-sex partner, right, no matter how serious it is, no matter how long-term it is, most of the organizations don't offer those sort of options, right? For a same, also because of the law of the land, right? We are, as a country and as a economy and as a society, we need to evolve much further, right? Coming to some design changes, obviously, like the lot of offices that the office that we work at have, while they have a lot of flexibility for disabled, there are a lot more things that can be done to make it more inclusive, right? So these are now these are
serious issues that I'm talking about, right? It's not a 1-year job or a 2-year job to change these things, right? I come from a industry which is a very young industry, right? So that gives us the luxury of working with people with a lot more open minds and wide horizons, right? So culturally we are at a much better state to execute these changes. But we also work in traditional sort of corporate structures, right? So yes, Web Chutney has been in the forefront of changing, making this policy design changes, right? We have increasing representations of women in the higher management, right? I don't think I'd be wrong if I say the higher management of most corporates are still a boys club, right? It's because of obviously n number of reasons, but it is changing. But it is it is definitely changing, and the women now are taking the onus, right, to make the organization more inclusive, right? Like for example, in Densu Web Chutney, there's Priyanka Bora, there's Freya D'Souza. These are the women who are in the forefront of making the organization more inclusive, right? One of the major steps that I'd like to talk about is that we recently started with, it's more sort of an experiment that Web Chutney started with. It's called Returnship, right? So it started in just 1st of June. This is basically to empower mothers from advertising who've been away from advertising for any reason, right? Could be family reasons, could be health reasons, right? And they want to come back to their professional lives, right? After say a certain break, it becomes a little difficult, and especially the industry that we are in, digital and advertising is a very constantly changing and a very fast paced industry. So it gets a little difficult to make a comeback. But Densu has now Web Chutney has now actually taken that onus, right, with starting this program called Returnship and Ad Fellows, where they're asking mothers who've been away for a while to come back with their experience, help us with their experience, and similarly we can help us with our innovations, and sort of years what they've missed out. Yeah, so hoping that this goes well, and all the like another point that I'd like to mention is that while we are talking about mindsets, definitely the solution to this problem is a mindset change, right? And it is this problem, like the mindset change obviously take a lot of years, right? But it is not just that, right? It is not just that. For example, that in our organization, maybe when I took up a lead role, right, where I was leading a team, I was responsible for the team that I'm managing, the resources I'm managing. My manager constantly started having these conversations with me, right? That how inclusive is your team? How many women are there in your team? How safer are they? Right? So it's not just about hiring more women or hiring more minorities. What I'm trying to say is inclusivity is actually about making the environment much safer, right? By these policy changes, by these cultural changes that we need to bring in, right? For example, now there could be both macro and micro level contribution to these, right? For example, macro level contribution is from the leadership, like I'm saying, these policy changes, right?
Sure.
A lot of these things. While the micro level contributions are from the team members and everybody who are more receptive towards these the minorities or anybody who's from a different walk of life than yourself.
Absolutely.
Right?
I think you made a great point about the fact that it's really not just about getting the numbers right, but also to make the workspace more informal and generally more conducive, right, to better productivity. And I think you said that right. And I think the other great point is also, and I think valid for everyone, is that this new acceptability to work from home is now making the opportunity much easier, right? So I respect the fact that continuity and women tend to be affected more because of whatever breaks they may need to take for childbirth or whatever family reasons. I think companies now have to look beyond that and look at how to compensate, and really make sure that one is fundamentally disadvantaged. So I think some great points. In fact, just to add one more perspective, I think this entire discussion on fostering diversity, I think it's important to remember also to be a little patient with those who have not totally come on stream. And this to my mind, and since you guys are younger lot, they also recognize the fact that traditionally people slightly older, but sometimes also people from slightly more conservative backgrounds, take a little while accepting, right? And I heard you said straight. And, now there's questions about is that a proper word, right? Which is where cisgender comes in. But I actually was on, and this is a little, well, it's worth sharing for what it's worth. But there's a company called Social Venture Partners that funds not-for-profits in the social impact space. And there was one of these folks making a pitch, right, on doing something on the LGBT front for the northeast of the country. And somewhere in the conversation, one of the people evaluating the proposal made the point saying that, look, so you're doing this for the LGBT community, but how is it impact to a normal person? And this the guy was proposing the pitch. He walked out there. He said, I take objection to the fact that normal, right? And I'm saying while logically he was right, I think you have to respect both sides. I think one is the oversensitivity, or I thought oversensitivity. Maybe he was just right. And the fact that you want to be severe, right? Because I know the guy who made this comment fairly innocuously, and he was just trying to differentiate, the LGBTQs from the non-LGBTQs, right? And he wasn't as enlightened as to understand better terminology. But I think I hear you loud and clear, and I want to say that for younger people, it's also good to recognize that not everyone's born into a more work world. Some of us have to work our way towards it. I Googled cisgender to figure out the process, and I'm learning every day. I'm not fully there as yet. But I think the idea is acceptance is right. And yeah, we're a country with various people. I mean, there are Khap panchayats that are ruling on dowry deaths, and yeah, then there are people at the cutting edge. So I said there are all kinds. I see you raised your hand, Devesh. Do you want to add a point? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the point when you said that, sensitivity is becoming a thing, right? And so again, this has been a discussion that, we've had multiple times, that, inclusion also makes us more sensitive, right? Which makes us more conscious, right? It has its pros and cons, but I think once we weigh them, there are more pros than cons, right? It does make us more sensitive, but I think it is a more healthy, that is how we actually create that healthy environment that we're trying to create, making everybody more sensitive. Yes, it is going to take some time. Yes, we have to get the terminology right, and it is definitely going to take some time. But I think now the fact that we are talking about these things and we are, talking about the right things, I think we are going towards the right direction.
Fabulous, thank you. We've got very little time left, so I'm going to do like a quick rapid fire, just a one-liner for each of you guys. So this is KJO style. So what's the one thing that you think that needs to change? So Vardha? You're on mute, Vardha.
Apologies. Yeah, so I think one thing that really needs to change is preconceived notions, perceptions that you have in your mind that, oh, this person is young, so he doesn't have much experience, he won't be able to contribute very well. Or she's a girl, so maybe she has a biased perspective on things. Or, oh, maybe this person is from a certain background or race or ethnicity and would be biased in just promoting their agenda or something. And especially in conversations in the government, we feel that these sort of biases are something or perceptions that people can have. But I feel like when given the opportunity, once people are given the opportunity to prove their merit through conversation and knowledge, I think that perception can be removed. And I see that happening in the government sphere already. I mean, in an organization where, most of the employees are very young, it is hard to get your word strongly across to strong bureaucrats who've been in the business since they've set foot in their career, right? And similarly, when you're talking to people, foreign companies, CEOs, CXOs, whom you're trying to help them build a business case for an India market entry, again, the boardroom is very largely male dominated, senior level people. So to be able to remove perceptions and having an open mind to other people's opinions and and creative ideas, I think that is something which really needs to change.
Fantastic. Yeah, but I think you're right. I think in corporate boardrooms, there's a big switch that happens the moment there's a woman leader. So two of the companies I work with, PepsiCo and HP, had a woman CEO, right? Indra Nooyi for the longest time at PepsiCo, and then Meg Whitman at HP. And then we saw the whole thing change dramatically, right? It was no longer cool to not have women on the leadership team. And everyone got much more sensitive. Anvi, over to you. What do you think the one thing that needs to change?
So I think one thing that could definitely change is the way we put filters at the recruitment stage itself. I think it's very important to look from a wider lens and not put any filters, because the minute you put a filter to it, that for example, because I am so good at processes, I want somebody who will also be so good at processes, but I would ideally want to look for a team member who can bring in more strengths that I may not have.
The yin and the yang.
Yeah, and that will also help me make a larger and a more diversified team in general. So yeah, I think if that filter is removed at the recruitment stage itself, I think that in itself helps adding a lot of value to the organization as a whole.
My point. Thank you so much. Gautam, what's the one thing that you'd like to see, not just changing within the organization, but changing in the world at large? I think you're on mute, Gautam.
Yeah, so I think generally an approach towards immersion of yourself. And when you immerse yourself into seeing things while standing in somebody else's shoes, it automatically makes you more empathetic. Generally, I believe the words are continuously going to be ever evolving. Terminologies are going to continuously be changing. Keeping up with those is going to be a lot harder. But as long as you approach things from empathy in your heart, and as long as you approach things from a sense of openness, and a sense of kindness, you're in a good place. That's honestly where I feel the world should be heading towards. And at the end of the day, anybody that's run a business or is in a business or has experience knows that it takes an army. And if you want to sort of make strides in whatever you're doing, you've got to embrace that army. So that's all I'd say. Immerse yourself.
Well said, Gautam. Thank you so much for that. Anjana, what is the one thing you'd like to see changing?
So I think the one thing that I'd like to see changing is people being more accepting of their surroundings, be that surrounded by different people, by different business situations, different opportunities, whatever that is. And also understanding that diversity comes in multiple shapes and forms. So it's not just about gender, age, cultural background, but it's also more about what is the one thing that someone's bringing to the table that's different from what you can bring to the table.
I think absolutely. I think what in management we don't often celebrate is the fact that people bring different skill sets, and people unlike each other. Almost like a recipe for a great marriage is that the more differences you bring together and learn to accommodate, the better it works. Devesh, last words with you. So what do you think the one thing that needs to change or you'd like to do to bring about change?
I think what the major change that I'd like to see is, we need to normalize treating different people differently. Now, this might sound controversial, but just to elaborate a little on that, what I mean to say is when we're talking about diversity, we cannot be expecting, a diverse set of people to be reacting and to be behaving and to, be acting in the same way, right? As a team leader, I cannot be expecting to follow the same training procedure for a diverse team, right? For a diverse team, for every team member, I need to understand what the ask is, what the problems they're facing, and then go about solving them. Similarly, on a more macro level, I think the organizations need to do the same, right? Organization need to understand the requirements that actually come in with when you open your arms to diversity, and then maybe look out and solve those problems that way.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for that, Devesh. Thanks, guys. I think some great ideas. I think it bodes well for the corporate world and India at large that all of you guys are thinking so progressively. I must applaud you and salute you and thank you for your inputs. And a great conversation overall. I've learned a lot from this, and hopefully we all go out and be more diverse, and possibly better professionals in whatever we do, both at the corporate level and at a personal level. But fantastic session. Thank you for your time. And over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lloyd. And thank you to all our incredible panelists. What a great conversation that was. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lloyd.
Cheers.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Bhavna.
guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye. So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to delve into another great topic. I hope you all are hashtagging #BW30 under 30. We're seeing lovely momentum on social media today, and we'd really like to thank you all for the same. Well, our next panel discussion coming up is on the topic, the art of being a founder, how to crystallize your vision and share it with the world. Well, a very interesting topic, and the session chair is going to be Anisha Aditya from BW Business World, and the panelists joining up would be Ankit Shamsuka, CEO, ICA EduSkill, Anuj Rajan, founder and CEO, Swateria Command Center, Nikhil Saraf, the co-founder and COO, Stones to Milestone, Srikar Sanapareddy, founder and CEO, Grad Wine Advisors, and Yash Paryani, founder and CEO, Indian Gaming League. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we present to you all our eminent panelists on the screen. Thank you so much for joining us today and being a part of our wonderful session. We hope you all are having a great time. And with this, I'd like to pass it on to our moderator, Anisha, to take it forward. Anisha, if you can hear us. Yeah, perfect. Over to you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Bhavna, for having me.
Pleasure. With this, Anisha, the floor is all yours with all your eminent panelists. We'd love you to chair this one. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to our viewers. Our esteemed speakers were also the winners of BW Disrupt 30 under 30. Also, my colleagues from Business World who have joined this session. We are back with another panel discussion from the BW Disrupt 30 under 30 award ceremony. And in this discussion, we'll be speaking on the art of being a founder and how to crystallize your vision and share it with the world. We'll be covering aspects on building the minimum viable products of different sectors, the increasing consumer base of edtech companies, emerging trends of the gaming sector, artificial intelligence, and amongst a few other discussions. I'll be starting with my first question. And we keep the sequence from Ankit, then to Anush, then to Nikhil, then to Srikar, and then to Yash. So our first question is on the development of the minimum viable product in your sector. And as we know that all of you have established very successful business ventures in India and are coming from a very extensive range of backgrounds, like from education, gaming, automation, machine learning, amongst others. So can you tell us if there are any specific factors which are contributing to the development of MVPs in your sector? Over to you, Ankit.
Well, thank you, Anisha. Thank you for the question. I'll just do a small check. Am I audible? Thumbs up or it's two. All right, thanks. So yeah, very good question, Anisha. And if I have to summarize, the product has to solve a real life problem. Whether that problem exists at that time or not is a different issue, but has to solve a real life problem for the user. USP of your product or the service really plays a very big role in making that the MVP of your organization. And no product is perfect on day one. You need to constantly improve that with real life ground implemented feedback. So feedback, whatever it is to improve the product or the service, must be there. And all successful companies which have evolved over the time have actually followed these. And one little less talked about today in the other sessions where this question was indirectly also coming up, I feel marketing was not given importance. Marketing does play a very, very important role. If you're doing something good, you have to market yourself. And if you don't talk about your product and service, nobody else will. Well, with this, I would like to pass this on. I rest my case here.
Perfect. So I'll take it over from. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Anisha, and thank you, BW Disrupt, for having us over here. I'll take it on from Ankit. So unlike the industries where I think my fellow colleagues are from, my industry was already a very well established industry, and it was a very manpower intensive industry. So having facility management or security has always been towards manpower, that you have foot soldiers on the ground to be working on those things. So the MVP in my sector per se was how to disruptive, and the one thing was technology. And the challenge is that people would still perceive man, that a machine replacing man, with all the popular movies that would come up suggesting the same. So as long as you have a product that can tell the end user that you are complementing the existing set of services, existing set of platforms, they were very keen to jump on the brand wagon. And one thing which I felt was the MVP for my sector was that there were very few players who were willing to cannibalize their existing business to give that boost to technology or to AI per se. And I was fortunate enough to be in one of those umbrella entities where we were promoted, or we were pushed forward to say that use technology and see how it can help us improve our processes. So that I would say was the MVP for us, that not many people would do that using AI.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Nikhil, can you give us your comments on that, please?
Sure. Thank you so much, Anisha, Ankit, and Anuj. Completely agree. And I'm coming from the edtech sector, where we've all seen such levels of disruption over the last 1.5 years. Specifically, us, we do live classes, and we teach children how to learn to read in English. We've been doing this for the last 12 years as a B2B organization, and over the last year, we had to kind of completely overthrow our business and convert it into a direct-to-consumer business, given how the state of the schools were, and we were able to do it over the period of time. And hence MVP holds a really we value that very much in terms of how do we approach the market. Now, though we call it in a very different way internally, instead of calling it a minimum viable product, we call it a minimum lovable product. What happens is, when you take MVP as a concept and take it to the market, most people think you just need to develop a feature of a product or do something that can give you just a very quick realization if the customer wants it or not. But in education, you really can't do that, because you're playing with a child's life. You can't take something which you are not confident about, or which something can't deliver value at the in the end, right? So we change that concept to a minimum lovable product that you can take to a child, which might not have all the fancy bells and whistles, but it still serves the learning outcomes that you had kind of decided on. And that was the core differentiator when we talk about edtech versus some of the other industries that when they look at MVP. Essentially, and that's our outlook when we look at that. How do you create a minimum lovable product when you go to the market, so that your customers can give you direct feedback, not hampering the learning outcome of the child, because at the end of the day, it's a child that's learning from you, and that time is not going to come back. So how do you value that time, make sure you do justice to the time that the child is giving to you, and at the same time are not building out fancy products till the time you get to product market fit. So that's our view on it and how we look at it. Thanks a lot.
Yes, over to you, Siddharth.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. First of all, real pleasure being a part of this fantastic panel. And I think a lot of major points, which I completely agree with, have been covered by Ankit and Anuj and Nikhil. One thing I'd like to add here, specifically in terms of GradVine's cases, right? The 80-20 rule. 80% of your consumers are going to need 20% of the services or the products. So I think when you're building an MVP, it's necessary that you're serving that majority. GradVine, for the uninitiated, is essentially a mentorship platform where you have mentors from various fields who are helping out students looking to make careers in that field, right? So in our MVP, essentially, we brought in mentors for the most popular fields, even though we want to promote diversity and want to push students into a variety of different fields and not let them sort of be caged into engineering and medicine. Fact of the matter was, initially the mentors needed to be from these popular fields, right? That's where we had proof of concept. That's where our unit economics worked out. That's where we became profitable. And today we serve a whole wide variety of people who are looking to pursue a variety of different careers. So serving for the majority is the best way, I think, to build an MVP. Initially, we were met with a lot of doubts and questions where somebody giving unsolicited advice would say, "Oh, a mentorship model is impossible, because how are you going to help somebody wanting to pursue a painting course in Peru, where are you going to find a mentor, right? And this was exactly a statement which I heard from a person. You don't need to solve for that problem on day one. Eventually, hopefully, you'll be able to solve for that. But if you're solving for a majority of the market, that would be a good place to start with an MVP. And that's where we began, at least, and then diversified. So I think that's indeed a very important way to look at it. I think that was the point I had to add, and we can move ahead.
Over to you, yes. Please share your comments on that.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. So basically, when it comes to MVP and gaming, esports is still in its nascency, and IGL was one of the first ones. And we faced a lot of issues because this had not really been done before. So we were kind of trekking new grounds over there. But we realized immediately that the most important point was probably having the right vision for what you want to do, clarity on that, followed by the right team members. Along with those two key ingredients, the timing was the third most important factor. Once we had all of these three components in place is when we were able to launch our first MVP website, where users, like our other panelists have said, we got real-time ground feedback, which helped to innovate and develop the platform to a much more sophisticated manner to where it is today. And I think that's the best thing. It's just to get ahead, start as soon as you can, and get feedback on the go and keep on innovating continuously while you can. That would be the primary way of achieving your MVP.
Thank you so much, Yash. We'll be moving on to our next question, which is on the EdTech sector of India. And as we know, as an aftermath of the pandemic, several offline academic institutes have very quickly developed digital infrastructure, and the consumer base for the EdTech sector has rapidly increased. In fact, the National Education Policy of 2020 has further advanced the growth of the EdTech sector. So can you give us a sense of the growth patterns for the Indian EdTech landscape in the next 3 to 4 years to come? We will be starting this question with Ankit, then we'll be moving on to Nikhil and then to Srikhar. Over to you, Ankit.
Well, thank you, Nisha. So a very relevant question, and I believe EdTech is the talk of the town, talk of India, talk of the world at the moment. Well, COVID has disrupted technology and has leapfrogged at least 5 years or probably 7-8 years in every sort of technology adoption. EdTech was already being disrupted way back before COVID hit, but yes, COVID has accelerated this. And the next 3-4 years will be extremely crucial and interesting to watch out for the EdTech sector. Anisha, I'm sure you would know, and the others also. So there are about 624 million users of the internet already in the country, where mobile penetration was already at a world all-time high. Now with this sort of, thanks to Ambani ji, full gratitude to him. So lot of people now understand the power of data and the power of internet. And already 78 million people are on different types of social networks. So yes, EdTech will be seeing a lot of changes of how education was being done. I believe there will be a gradual shift. It will not shift entirely in a day. And it will first start with test preps. So test preps in our country, you know, everything, we're still in the era in India where we measure everything by marks. We measure everything by an entrance exam, and test preps will be disrupted. They will be the first area where we'll see a lot of change. And we will also see a lot of hybrid models coming up. Especially this will happen, especially in colleges and skilling industries, where technology and offline classes, see, you cannot let go of offline classes altogether. That is not going to happen, not in the 5, 6, 10, or even 15 years, because peer learning is something that cannot be replicated at the moment. Probably there will be some technology that will change it, but not at the moment. So for the next 5 years, I see a lot of hybrid opportunities coming up, and this will be predominantly in the college degree courses and skilling industry. then gradually as we move ahead, a lot of demand for certification will come up, because right now certification is still not holding that impact unless it is from the top premier institutions. But then certifications will hold a precedence, especially when the people are going out in the job market. So these three areas I'll just summarize: test prep market, a hybrid model of learning, and the certificate model of learning will see huge disruption in the edtech. And this is where the next 3 to 4 years will be worked upon. Well, over to you, Anisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your response, Ankit. We'd ask Nikhil to share his comments on that.
Sure. Thanks, Anisha. Thanks, Ankit. I'll talk about the K-12 segment. That's the segment where we kind of work in, and that's, we believe, has been disrupted the most, with schools being shut and schools not knowing what to do during this pandemic season. And I think it's a huge consumer behavior shift that's happening, and that's happening in front of our eyes. Kids have started learning online at home. And now when schools open, there's going to be a massive adoption shift, right? So schools can't go back to the default state. Once the students have experienced how online learning is, how free that is, and the kind of adaptability that's required when they're doing it at home, schools will have to adapt alongside to stay relevant. And I think that's going to be the major calling over the next 3 to 4 years, and how which schools adapt and how schools adapt. A lot of the larger brands that you see, that brand dilution might happen if they're not able to adapt in the right way. Earlier, some of the schools just would kind of function by way of their brands and by way of their legacy. I think a lot of that will change because the learning patterns have changed. Students within the same class have kind of leapfrogged other students just by their sheer curiosity at home and things that they might have wanted to learn, and they've been able to do that because they were at home along with their parents, right? And that, I think, is the fulcrum on which a lot of this rests over the next 3 to 4 years, and how schools kind of adapt. We do see schools and edtechs doing their bit and coming together in models which combine both, where schools and at-home learning is in sync, and schools are used more as Ankit was also talking about, more like peer learning spaces, more spaces where there's transference of learning and social connection happening, while a lot of the learning which can be done offline, which can be done at home, which can be done outside school, will be done around that, right? 270 million school-going children at this point in time, in the age group that we cater to, which is 3 to 12, that nursery to grade 6. We have about 70 million kids who are connected to devices right now. That will go up over the next 3 to 4 years by almost 1.5, 2x. And once you see that happening, these many kids in tier 2, tier 3, there are kids who've never seen a school today. So there's a colleague of mine whose daughter is age 3, was supposed to get into a nursery class this year, but she never saw school, right? The only thing, when you tell her that we have to go to school, she goes to the desk, opens her iPad and logs onto Zoom, because that's school for her. She's never seen a physical classroom. Now, when kids are started at that level, you have to see that shift kind of panning out. And so none of us know how it's going to pan out. But at the same time, how schools kind of adapt and stay relevant, because you can't take that experience back. So you can't regress back into saying, this is how we used to do classes and we continue doing like that. But the good thing that's happened is teachers alongside have progressed, right? So in teachers, when they've been through this pandemic, they've adapted, they've seen, and they also realize the gamut of online learning tools that they have access to, and how can they supercharge learning within their own classrooms. I think those two things will change consumer behavior. It will take more than around 3 to 5 years completely to see that change in consumer behavior happen and for mindsets to change. But we should see a very, very, very good path where schools, edtechs, as well as online offline coexist alongside in the next 3 to 4 years.
Right. So I'm going to address the NEP part of it specifically because that is very relevant to what we are offering. So obviously in India, even if you look at the edtechs that are growing, it's largely in the exam prep sector. Like Ankit mentioned, we are a society that determines college entrances, career outcomes through test prep, right? In India, strangely, based on the rank you get in your IIT JEE, your department is selected. You don't aspire to get into a department and then give the exam, which, debatable, but not the ideal way to look at things. NEP, if implemented well, hopefully, should be a very good thing for the Indian sector, for the Indian education system, because it's going to lay a lot more emphasis on skill-based learning. and actually having students think about careers very seriously from an early age, which is quite the norm in Western countries, and which is perhaps, again, arguably the right way to do it, right? So now you're seeing edtechs with a lot of test prep kind of stuff really, really growing and booming. In future, perhaps skill-based experiential learning edtechs might grow a lot because if the NEP is implemented properly, students are going to be very interested in pursuing these experiential learning opportunities. So that's a sector where I think there's going to be a lot of scope, especially in terms of mentorship, real life hands-on projects, and not just test prep related stuff. Secondarily, under NEP, there is also a proposal that foreign universities might set up shop in India, which again could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. But again, these universities are going to have more holistic application processes. It's just not going to be on the basis of an entrance exam. Right now in India, very limited universities do that. Just a couple that spring to mind are maybe Ashoka and Kriya, where they look at the student's overall profile, the kind of work the student's done apart from academic grades. If NEP is implemented successfully, again, you're going to see a lot more of such universities, which are very, very good, where you have to submit an application and prove your profile. And that's where skill building becomes very important, right from grades 9, 10, 11 itself. And companies that cater to that are going to do very, very well. Of course, the test prep stuff is still going to be there. India is never, ever going to shift from that mentality, or at least not in the near future. But yeah, skill building platforms are going to see a huge boom in future.
Thank you, Shikhar. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Ankit. I think those were really insightful and engaging answers. We'll be moving on with our next question to Yash, which is on the Indian gaming sector. As we know, Yash, you have scaled and succeeded in the establishment of your gaming company, which is the Indian Gaming League. So can you give us a sense of the current Indian market, the Indian landscape for the gaming sector, and possibly what kind of trends or caveats are currently existing in that sector?
So gaming has basically changed since 2016, since we've had the introduction of all these battle royale formats. That has accelerated the growth exponentially, along with the decrease of smartphone costs and new technologies like 5G and 4G, which have been established and localized completely, has helped tier 2, tier 3 cities connect and play games like PUBG. PUBG was a game which had around 55 million daily active users, was one of the largest games in India, which, as you know, got banned. Prior to that, we had games like Free Fire, which did fill the gap, had a concurrent viewership during the World Cup last month of around 4 million viewers. So mobile gaming has definitely taken over from the last 4 years. Prior to that, PC gaming was probably what had the strongest foothold in India. And PC gaming, the numbers compared to mobile gaming, and we've seen the growth, accounts to approximately 30% of the entire market. Whereas we would say 60 to 65% would be mobile gaming, and consoles would probably take up the least percentage in that. But we've also seen that the smartphone market has increased from 300 million users to around 600 in the last 4 years as well. That also has been one of the reasons for the increase in the user bases that we've seen. So overall, gaming is definitely in its nascency. We're going to start seeing a lot more different styles and formats of gaming, along with new technologies that later on in this decade, we're looking at becoming mainstream, like augmented reality, virtual reality. All of these are going to have a profound effect, and it's only going to make gaming even more mainstream. As of now, we're definitely, even with a number like 55 million daily active users playing PUBG, it's still in its nascency, and there's a lot of scope still to grow. What IGL is trying to do is to identify those who are casual and those who are pro, and using our leaderboard system, we're able to identify those who are looking to make a career out of it, as opposed to those who are casually playing. The other KPIs, key performance indicators that are there that we've been looking at, that we've seen a healthy increase of, is the number of users playing 5, 10, or 15 tournaments in a month. So we've seen around a 40 to 50% growth in the number of users playing more than 10 tournaments in a month. That also is another healthy metric of the growth rate that we're seeing out there. Along with that, I would say 60% of the 600 million people have definitely played one tournament at least. So we've seen a huge number of users in just the last 4 years. And looking forward in this decade, we're expecting a substantial growth where by 2025, 1 billion people will be using a smartphone. And out of that 1 billion, we're expecting at least 60% of those to engage in some form of a game. So the gaming market is going to set to significantly increase further.
Thank you so much, Yash. Our next question would be to Anuj on the standard operating procedures of companies that are being supported by artificial intelligence. And as we know, a large number of retail stores, manufacturing units, organizations have very quickly adapted to cloud migration and have been impacted by Industry 4.0 due to the pandemic. Can you give us a sense about the change management that is being brought by such an artificial intelligence and which is helping in the implementation of SOPs for organizations?
Sure, Anish, that's a very valid question, especially in my industry. To be honest, like Ankit said, things were moving on towards the AI direction or towards innovation direction since 2016, 2017. But the speed was actually expedited by the pandemic. So pandemic ended up being the catalyst where businesses took a step back to understand what more they could do or how they could automate or certain processes or procedures in their businesses to save cost and to bring efficiencies in place. But up until then, interestingly, the industries that we thought were mature and a little laggard in this sector were the ones who had adopted it the most. So if you talk about banking sector, if you talk about BFSI, if you talk about gold loan businesses, so these were the businesses that had said that we know manpower is going to be expensive. We have SOPs and processes that need to be monitored and adhered to. Why not test technology to see how AI could help us bring in those optimizations or those synergies in play? And as luck would have it, that did click quite well. The benefit they ended up getting was while India or global world was on a lockdown, banking industry being an essential services had to operate. But this time they did not depend on manpower. They said we have AI, we have technology to ensure that if a branch has to be opened, there's an SOP that is already being monitored and tracked and collated. When we talk about retail and manufacturing industry, as they are a very big chunk of our economy in India, they have had a slower adoption pace, but again, for the same fact that pandemic ensured that they had to keep their operations running, they've had a huge upswing, or they've leapfrogged multiple stages to reach a situation where their tech adoption is faster or at a greater pace than what you would say a banking industry is now. But I think there's still a stigma that we've had to break through, which is educating the HR or the admin people that technology is an innovator or a supporter, and we have to move away from that Excel or physical process to a platform or a technology process. And I'm very happy to say that in last 1 year, there have been very few times where a client has said no to technology, even though they might not have understood what all they could do, but they still said yes. And they said, we are willing to invest and see how, if I as a manufacturing unit have this end-to-end process, how much of my SOP can be tracked and improved upon. Luckily, we've had some large clients where they've said, as long as you ensure we have zero incidents, we are going to invest in this platform. And that change in mindset has been a very key play for us.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Yes, very rightly said that the technology adoption has truly increased over the last few years, and especially because of the impact of the pandemic, several organizations are very quickly adapting technology in their SOP structures. A lot of their change management is being successful because of the implementation of technology. So as we're speaking about the impact of the pandemic, we know that a lot of startups and a lot of tech companies in India have also faced very specific challenges as a result of the national lockdown, the global pandemic. So my next question would be to Ankit and to Nikhil, to both of you. So can you tell us if there are any specific challenges which you had to encounter as the co-founders of your company over the past few months?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Anisha. And yes, I cannot say there were no challenges. There were challenges, and every challenge comes with a solution in its own way. So there were a lot of challenges, mental challenges, attitude challenges, habit challenges, all of which I did find a solution. There is one thing which still bothers me, and I'm not very sure. I'm still looking for answers. I'm very sure pandemic has changed the way we work. People have been more acceptive and receptive to the work from home environment. They understand data better, a collaborative working environment better. But still somewhere I feel that the lack of human touch, that the one we had in the offices, the lack of human motivation, that is somewhere still not addressable through the current structure. I don't know if there is a solution to it or not. Probably in hybrid model will answer to that, or there will be some other changes as we go ahead into the pandemic. The third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, whatsoever comes, we will keep learning better, because even though there were so many losses, loss of life, business, emotions in the second wave, but this time we were able to handle it, and we were prepared better than the first wave. We knew what we were fighting. So probably we'll have an answer to that. But this one issue of team bonding being missing because of the physical touch, that human emotion being lost somewhere, is somewhere I feel is a challenge that I'm sure many of my colleagues here would also be facing. Well, over to you, Anisha.
Nikhil, can you give us your comments on that, please?
Yeah, I think the topic of the entire panel is also very interesting. And I would just like to take a minute on that, and it might address the question that you shared as well. As startups, we are always expected to pivot given the current circumstances and find a new grounds in case something's not working, right? For us, what we've always done is we kept the vision on top, which is helping each child find their place in the world. And we have a mission within that vision that we're serving at this point in time. So at no point do we kind of dissuade or go away from the vision of the company, which is at the end of the day, serving a child or serving the end user in our case. But the mission that we are serving at some point might need to change depending on the current circumstances. So basis the pandemic, we had to change, refine the vision or refine the mission statement as such, basis the audience that we were serving, basis the new audience segment that we were serving, basis the fact that we changed from a B2B to a B2C audience, and went from a team of about 35 to 350 today over a period of 1.5 years, right? So a lot of the mission statements had to change on ground in terms of to take care of how the last 1.5 years have panned out for us. But the vision has always remained the same. We're still serving the child. We are still serving the child back then, but that has never changed. And going forward, we do see as organizations grow and as our organization grow, we see the capability of adding more mission statements to the same vision, and still being able to serve the same vision with the same team. And that's how we look at it in terms of the pandemic. So as an organization, as a growing organization, you need to be swift on your feet to see what the market's responding to, but at no point lose the vision out in terms of with which it started.
Thank you so much, Nathan. My next question would be to Yash, and it would be in the same lines. So can you give us a sense of the possible impact that the pandemic has possibly had on the Indian gaming sector in India?
So I think, unlike my other panelists, gaming was probably the one sector where we didn't actually face much of an issue when the pandemic occurred. Prior to the pandemic, we were hosting maybe 3 to 4 daily tournaments, and my staff size was about 7 to 8. Today, we're at about 25 to 30 tournaments a day, and my team size has gone up to 40. So in fact, we realized when the pandemic hit, we don't have to hire, just remotely. We can now look nationwide. So we started hiring people from all across the nation. So we started growing our team exponentially and increasing the viewership, and watch time also increased drastically while people were only at home. I think one of the main escapes for them was gaming. So we really managed to kind of capitalize on that and grow our user base and retention metrics to the point where we started, we didn't face as many challenges as we thought we would. As normally in a tech company, we see challenges every day in all different types of fields. But however, during the pandemic, we weren't directly affected by it. In fact, we kind of managed to adapt to it quite well.
I think Anisha is facing some slight issue. Anisha, can you hear us? Apologies, dear panelists. I believe she's facing an issue. She'll just try and log in. But it's been an interesting question and answer round wherein all of you have shared your experiences and what lies ahead also. So I think Anisha's just joined us back. Anisha, would you like to take forth?
Yes. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get you, Anisha. What did you say?
Hello?
Yeah, Anisha, I said, would you like to?
I'll take it over. Bhavna. Thanks. Thanks. My next question would be to Siddharth. So as we know, of course, the edtech sector has, of course, surged over the last few months, and of course, over the last few years as well. There's been support from the government, there's been support from the investors. But can you tell us from a macro perspective, from a market perspective, if possibly there are still certain roadblocks in the market which is deterring the edtech sector in growing in any specific direction?
In terms of roadblocks, I think not many. When people say that edtech is booming and edtech is the space to be right now, that is very true. And the pandemic has definitely accelerated that, right? It was definitely going to be a growing sector, but because people were, stuck at home, essentially no other largely social activity, and have to focus on different avenues of gaining knowledge. So the edtech sector definitely booming in that regard. So I don't think, to be very honest, any roadblocks. Of course, challenges are going to be there, specifically challenges with respect to GradVine, at least, is because we're trying to inculcate a whole thought process around thinking about careers, not going to a counselor, speaking to mentors, being patient about the process, not deciding during the summer vacation of 10th grade, what stream to select in 11th grade, instead of spending a few more months, talking to a few people. So I don't think there's any, sort of policy issues or any roadblocks in terms of governance. But in terms of thought process of parents, a little bit is something that we are trying to change. The other thing I wanted to address is with regards to the pandemic also, right? And how at least we've been able to pivot and how we've been able to grow. So the pandemic has been kind to us, especially last March when the lockdown was announced. A good part of our revenue was dictated by students who were going to study abroad. And at that point, when the COVID crisis hit, we thought, okay, very nice, let's look for a new job, right? That's how badly we thought it was going to go for us. But the two key things that we did, of course, was that we had a very robust sort of financial planning. So there was a very strong roadmap and sort of a runway, a cash runway. Usually 6-7 months recommended. We had over a year's runway, so that helped. Second thing is we were never attempting to be a one-trick pony. We were always trying to hit different sectors, and they were generating small amounts of revenue. Fortunately, because of the pandemic, that took off. So we had students who didn't have to travel, like American kids applying to American universities themselves, start turning to us because they wanted a online service and not a counselor who's nearby because they can't physically visit them. So I think two things helped us with regards to the pandemic specifically. Don't be a one-trick pony, and always, if COVID has taught us, you need to have your contingency plans and your cash runway set. So that what you've built is not taken away in a snap with a crisis like this. And to answer your first question, I don't think any real roadblocks that we are facing, but consumer psyche and consumer adoption itself is something we're trying to change at this point.
My next question would be to Anuj, and it would be around the same line of thought that we were just discussing about. So any specific deterrents or barriers to trade that you have to confront while developing an AI product in India?
Thanks, Anisha. I would say there were not a lot of barriers. I think the biggest barrier is having that meeting with the client, because a lot of them are very protected towards having the workforce on the ground, and they're not very excited when you say, "Oh, I can bring in cost reductions and manpower reductions to the tune of 20 or 30%." They feel we are invading their territory, and the comfort level goes away. But I think one deterrent would be that a capital investment in our set of business was quite substantial. You need to have deep pockets, because you know that first 2 to 3 years you will not get much of a revenue. You will have to invest in technology, you will have to invest in building platform, you will have to invest in going across and educating all prospective clients, with the hope that one of them would convert. With us, I think we got lucky, because in our first year itself we had a good investor who was quite recognized across the world. So IBM ended up giving us our seed capital. We got the technology from them, so we had a credibility that came attached to us. But if you talk about industry, we've seen a lot of companies that have mushroomed in this space, saying that, you know, AI can automate your processes, AI can automate your buildings, your manufacturing units. But it's the proof of case where I think the secret lies. Till the time you do not have certain credibility, certain ability to actually display put your money where you're talking, if that's the right terminology, till then you'll not get much success in our industry, or in at least my space.
Okay. Thank you so much, Anuj. We are a little pressed for time, so I'll be starting with my final round of questions to each of our speakers. So, of course, you have already walked a very extensive path in your entrepreneurial journey. You very successfully established your first company in India. So, what is on the roadmap ahead for you? And possibly, what is your message for young entrepreneurs who are starting out with their own company in India? We'll be starting with Ankit. Over to you, Ankit.
I could not hear you, Anisha. I believe there is some network issue. Is it me or everybody else face some lag? Could you please repeat?
Surely. I will repeat myself. Yeah. So I was mentioning that, of course, every one of you have already walked a certain way in your entrepreneurial journey, and you've already achieved certain milestones in your careers. So possibly, what is there on your roadmap ahead? And what is your message for young entrepreneurs who are starting out with their ventures in India?
Well, we're also very young, and we're also in the nascent stage of our careers. So I'm not sure. But anyways, my personal roadmap ahead is I aim to disrupt skilling as we know it. And I aim to train 1 million students every year in different parts of the country. And in the next 5 years, I aim to take my brand international. My message to other entrepreneurs, fellow entrepreneurs who are starting their journey or already in their journey is we are the biggest social workers in the planet, each and every entrepreneur. We not only generate employment with our products and services, we actually make a difference. And these are values which I believe should be very deep inside our head and heart. And with this, if we keep on working and keep on growing, we can never let go of our end goal. Like our mission, our vision has to stay there. And by default, I believe entrepreneurs have to have a positive blood group and a mindset. So, well, this is about it. Challenges like COVID and many more disruptions will come and go. But every challenge and disruption comes with its own set of solutions and also opportunities. And that is what this breed is all about, is identifying and grabbing those opportunities and moving ahead. Well, that's it from my end. Anisha, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ankit. Nikhil, can you share your closing remarks with us, please?
Sure. For us as an organization, we believe we are best placed to become the gold standard for learning English as a second language, not only in India, but globally. We started taking strides. So we've opened up other countries, including Korea and Japan over the last year, and do plan to kind of expand our footprints to 142 countries where English is still predominantly the second language or the aspirational language that the crowd wants to learn, right? So that's on the business side. For young entrepreneurs, I think more than anything, there's just one thing that we kind of keep reinforcing internally, or I keep reinforcing with the team, is that hope is not a strategy, luck is not a factor, failure is not an option. And that's kind of helped us, and that was the first line we had, or I opened my first board meeting with that line to the board 5 years, 6 years ago. And I think that's something that I keep going back to very often, saying that it is something that you do, something that you make happen. Yes, there are factors, there are external factors, there are external crises that's there. But in the end, you cannot be dependent on hope, luck, or failure independently.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Shikhar, your closing remarks with us, please.
Yeah, I think in terms of vision, I'll keep it very brief, and it's in line with what a lot of the others have said, right? We already get paying customers from 20 countries. We want the world outsourcing all of its education, consulting, and career guidance needs to an Indian company. That's our vision. We are taking small strides to that, but it's a big vision. It's going to take time, but we're going to keep at it essentially. And of course, we are productizing as well. Going to launch a very exciting new product in a couple of months, which can become a one-stop career guidance solution for a lot of students across the world. Advice to young founders feels a little weird, having to dole out advice, considering for a lot of time in the last years we looked at people for advice. I think the one thing I would reiterate to anybody starting out is very close to the topic of this session, right? How do you crystallize your vision? How do you convince people of your vision? And not everybody is going to buy into your vision, right? There's always going to be doubters. There's always going to be one or two people who are going to talk about the painting course in Peru, the example that I keep going back to, and doubting the viability of your model, which is fine. It's great to get feedback. It's great to incorporate certain good points and improvements that people are suggesting to you. But if you have your unit economics sorted, if you have your market study and your market size, and you have every confidence that there's a need for your service in the market, go for it. Don't bother sitting and convincing every single person you're talking to. It's never going to happen, right? So that would be my bit of advice. And thank you so much for having me. And it was great listening to all of you guys.
Thank you so much, Shikhar, for your closing remarks. Anuj, can you share your closing remarks with us, please?
Absolutely. I think all of us are on a very similar platform or thought process that we all want to go global. So that's the same landmark that or milestone I have set for my business as well, that we need to have a global footprint. And that's the next 5 years, at least be in 10 countries where the work is outsourced to India, to our business unit here. It's a very, I think, ambitious goal, considering we have a pandemic where we ourselves can't travel globally to convince the client to give their business to us, but working towards it. Hopefully we'll reach the success soon. If you talk about advice to upcoming entrepreneurs, again, since we are 30 under 30, it's a bit strange to give them advice. But yes, we do learn from our mistakes. Just be sure that you work towards the best case scenario, whereas plan your financials for the worst case scenario, as you really need to be a shoestring budget when being an entrepreneur. And then thank you so much for having me over for this panel.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Yes, your closing remarks on your milestones ahead and message for entrepreneurs who are just starting out.
So our vision for the next 18 months is to interact with about 10 million gamers, which we believe within India itself it's possible. So we're not really looking at the global scenario right now, as we believe the market is quite sizable in India itself for the current state. However, we want to make IGL and esports a household name. I think we want to break the misconception that gaming is a waste of time. We want to set the pathways that you can actually create a career out of it. So we're trying to enable millions of gamers by doing that. My advice for young entrepreneurs would be to, as cliched as it would be, is to believe in yourself and to keep going and follow your passion. I think the most important thing is if you're not passionate about it, then you will eventually burn out or saturate. So make sure whatever you're doing, you have a passion for it. That is a key ingredient and takeaway that I would have. The rest of it, I would like to say thank you for having me on board in this. And it was great being on board with such great panelists. And have a great day.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists who have joined us here today. We look forward to having with you again from BW Business World. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much to all our incredible panelists. Thank you for your valuable time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving on to our next panel discussion. Well, I'd request you to keep hashtagging and keeping the social media buzz on around this entire summit. Let's encourage each other. Well, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on our next panel discussion coming up on the topic, Business Beyond the Pandemic, what lies ahead, with our session chair, Vasudha Mukherjee from BW Business World, joined by the eminent panelists, Prashant Janadri, co-founder, Taskmo, Rohan Nayak, co-founder and CEO, Pocket FM, Shivashish Tarkas, founder and CEO, The Intermentalist, Sumit Garg, MD, Luxury Ride India, and Ajay Lakhotia, founder, StockCrow. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we request all our eminent panelists to please join us on the stage and screen, and passing on the feed to Vasudha to take it forward with her eminent panel. Over to you, Vasudha. Apologies.
Thank you,
Apologies to everyone on the delay. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Bhavna. And thank you all our panelists for joining us today. Rohan Nayak, unfortunately, will not be able to join us, but I think we can still have a great discussion despite that. And I know in the last discussion, there was a lot of talk about having contingency plans and making sure you're prepared for the worst. That is not going to be our discussion. Right now, we're going to be talking about business beyond the pandemic and what lies ahead. And I think we have a great variety of people from different industries to talk about this, because there is so much happening, right? And with the pandemic, it accelerated the trends that were already starting to take shape. And most of our panelists here actually started their venture before the coronavirus outbreak. So naturally, there's a lot of curiosity as to what direction we are going in. We are very comfortable with what we know, and technology can be challenging for many. So what does the future look like? So I would like to start by asking our panelists one by one to maybe tell us about your business a little bit, and also how the pandemic affected your business. Can we start with Ajay from StockCrow?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we started our business right a day before the lockdown happened. And StockCrow is basically building the largest social gaming platform around stock market. If you look at the millennials, almost majority of them love to talk about stocks, but they don't want to, or they're not sure about going and investing in stock market. What we have done is we have gamified the whole stock investment platform. And users now, when they join StockCrow, they get 10 lakh rupees of virtual money, and with which they can start their trading, they start building their portfolio. And then we set up competitions across days, weeks, months, where winners actually take home anything between 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees as the prize money. Encouraging millennials actually to come and start learning investing. And this is basically a social platform where while you're building your portfolio, while you're gaming, while you are competing, you're also exchanging ideas on the social platform. So learning through social and competing with each other, making the next generation investment ready. Our complete belief is that most of us have learned how to do the savings, and this is coming from the culture in which we are brought up, but we don't know how to invest money. That's what we are helping investors, or helping the next millennial learn from our platform.
Thank you. Next, can we move with Sumit? Can you also answer that? Same question.
Yeah, hi Vasudha, and hello everyone. So myself, Sumit Garg, and we are into a business of luxury cars, pre-owned luxury cars, and also of the solution of servicing and everything. By the name of Luxury Ride, we have brand. We have 7 showrooms in North India, and catering good amount of luxury audience who are experienced for luxury cars. So basically, we are with a vision of making luxury cars available to all at the almost price of a non-luxury car, and also the servicing of the same. So we have achieved a good amount of quantum at the age of 24. I started this business in 2015, and in 6 years we are at of course, at a good volume and getting a good amount of 4,000 plus luxury customers. And yes, you asked Vasudha about pandemic. How did it affect us? So yeah, it affected everyone, but for us it was a blessing. And for those particular months, of course, when the business was shut, so we were also, hit by it. But later on, the business grew because the demand of cars have increased. People wants to travel in their personal cars, and especially the bracket where we do business, that is for aspirants. People wants to buy a luxury car. If you ask any person, he wants to have a luxury car, but he is not having the budget. So there we come into the picture and fulfill their aspirations, and getting a good amount of business because we are a one-stop solution for all those their needs. So of course, pandemic hit us, but only those particular months where lockdown was there. After that, it has a good graph for us, and of course, a promising market ahead. Yeah, Vasudha.
Thank you, Sumit. That's really good to hear that there was a positive impact, and I think for most people here there was a positive impact with the pandemic. Shivashish, can you share your experience with us?
Thank you, BW Business World, to invite me as a speaker out here, and I also extend my regards to other panelists. Thank you, Vasudha, for inviting me out. So my company name is Intermentalist, and at this point of time, we are South India's finest influencer marketing agency company. Started this journey in 2015 when social media itself was on its growing stages in India at that point of time. I'm talking about the days when Facebook was something very common. We didn't have platforms like Instagram and other things. So with a vision to expand more and more on digital front, bringing brands and showing them a vision of what would the returns be when it comes to digital assets that we have. Over a period of time, we have grown as a full-fledged influencer marketing company. And pandemic has been kind to us because the vision that we were actually looking out for to convince more and more brands, more and more regional brands, more and more pan-Indian brands, global brands, to invest a good percentage of their marketing funds on digital assets and see the returns that they get, became a kind of a very easy marketing message for us in order to take this concept forward and tell them the difference between traditional marketing versus influencer marketing. So it's been quite a roller coaster journey. And I think especially the last 1.5 years, it's been going really well. The whole point is we never invested much on our infrastructure or human resources, which was the game changer amidst all other, similar organizations that we have. So which helped us survive this wave, not just first wave, but even the second wave when the marketing aspect itself was down. So we are able to keep ourselves hanging and going forward with a lot of long-term collaborations and others.
All right, thank you so much. Prashant, last but not least, can you tell us about your pandemic experience?
Sure, Vasudev. Hey, hi folks. It's like really privileged to be here. I would like to start my journey. How we started. The Tasmo. Navin Ram. My co-partner and I are like social entrepreneur. Actually, we started our entrepreneurial stint at way back in like 2017 and 18. Just with the Facebook page. So we just started our career with part-time job seekers in Bangalore. In a span of like just 2 weeks, we got more than like 2,000 plus applications, and that's where me and Navin figured out there is a massive student body that in India, and that also makes nearly America's population approximately 35 to like 40 crores. So after we took nearly like 6 to 8 months of time to understand the like business opportunities or like the market size. Also we also built like MVP. And we started like entrepreneurial the journey with like name called Feed My Pockets. So until COVID came, we like we used to work as a Feed My Pockets. After that itself, we got like rebranded and pivoted and like structured to like Tasmo. So today Tasmo is like India's largest like B2B like task fulfillment like platform. With more than we do have So we are, we are we are like redefining the future of work by, like digitizing it, the gig jobs for the like next 500 million internet users. So we have successfully served more than like 250 plus brands, which includes Reliance, Amazon, like JioMart, like Swiggy, Paytm, and yeah, many more. And we have onboarded more than 1 million plus gig workers, and yeah, completed more than like 300,000 tasks so far. So I think like COVID, this like COVID has yeah, literally got the like entrepreneurial stint from us, I guess.
Wow, that's really interesting to hear. Thank you so much for sharing that. For my next question, I would actually like to start with Sumit, because you're talking about luxury brands and you talked about how the pandemic was a blessing for you. And I imagine part of the reason is that people also want to enjoy a luxury car once they buy it. And the pandemic kind of maybe gives them the time to do that. Moving forward, what do you think is the long-term prognosis for a business like yours?
Sorry, long-term?
Prognosis. How do you see this moving in the long term?
So, yes, Vasudha, we are looking for a great future ahead because, as I mentioned, the people want to have their personal cars and they want to, because of this COVID thing, the social distancing parameters they have realized to, as the government have suggested. So, yeah, people are moving toward their own vehicles. And moreover, hygiene is increasing day by day, especially after the first wave when people wants to stay safe and they have. And one more thing, what we have observed in last 1 year, that people are spending. Earlier they were more towards the savings, but now they are more towards spending on their own, whether it's come to their lifestyle, they come to their usage, or of course the vehicles. So that's why we can say there's a good future ahead of our business. And ourselves, we talk about us. So as a business owners, we got the time for ourselves also, in which we realized and we made our plans for the way forward. What were the thoughts and visions and our goals? We got it down. So now we have 4 launches in next 4 months. 4 new showrooms and workshops are coming in next 4 months. So back-to-back launches are there. So we planned all those things, arranged so many calls with our team, and realized where the things were, something were missing in our daily life, and we are running through busy schedule. I'm sure my all friends who are there as a panelist, so everyone face the same things. The time is, we are running through busy schedules. The managing directors, the co-founders, we don't have time usually. But that time when we were there, so we pen down our all problems, or specialists of luxury, right? Spoke with every employee one-to-one and gathered on and spent time on so many.
Sumit, we can't hear you, or maybe I can't.
No, we can't.
No, we can't.
Even we can't hear you.
Wait. Can someone from the team contact? Yeah. Yes, we couldn't hear you there in the middle. We lost you for a moment.
Oh, I didn't realize. Where did you? I don't know where was I? Can you help me till where you heard me?
You started with as managing director, and then it kind of got lost.
Oh, I was mentioning that we owners have a busy life, busy schedules. I'm sure my friends will agree to this point that sometimes some things are delayed due to time constraint, and things are going on because things have to move on. So in this pandemic, we got the time for ourselves and for all those things, those minute and minor things what we were ignored in our daily life. So we planned the same things, and as I mentioned, when we pen down those things. So yes, we planned our launches, our short-term goal, long-term goal, and we right now we are a 200 employee company approximately. We are hiring 100 more employees in next 4 months, and all those things are planned in a systematic way in that time. So yes, future is promising, and we are looking for a 2.5x growth of luxury ride in less than 1 year of time. And yes, of course, long-term goals are separate, but this is the benefit, and we can see it's a promising for us. The future is very promising. Yeah, Vasudha.
Yes, thank you. And it's interesting that you can also see yourself as the customer in your industry and then make a judgment call from there. Shivashi, can you tell us about your business and what do you think are your long-term goals?
Uh, so basically, I see a good growth happening in this industry. There is absolutely no doubt that it's become a easy cup of tea for us to go and explain clients on how beneficial the online marketing and other platforms are. So since there is the industry is very uncertain and COVID as such, we don't know how the country itself is going to progress. So what we have done is we have broken down our vision into fragments. So we are expecting another wave also coming across. It's better to work it on a 3 month schedule than going with a longer vision. And at the end of the day, obviously the longer vision plays an important role, but to way towards that is breaking down and fragmenting our vision into smaller visions and accordingly take it forward and see how successfully we are able to achieve what we aim for. So I think definitely it's going to be a good growth for people emerging from online industry. In fact, our own organization has grown, I would say, approximately 10 times in the pandemic than the usual days, where we were struggling in the year 2018 to actually go reach out, explain the concept which never existed back then. One of the advantages that helped us in pandemic was we were ahead of time, and which played a very very important role in the same. And I think going forward also, with many and many platforms emerging in apart from Instagram and other regular social media handles, I think brand has got a lot of things to leverage, and ultimate target is to reach out even the standalone shops in your area, in and around your city, and give them a visualization of what our business could help them out and our vision could help them out. So that is exactly what we're looking for in our future. And going forward, we are not looking to go global. Of course, many of my friends who are from entrepreneur background and who are from different walks of life have a vision of going global. But in my case, I want the global entities to come and invest themselves in South as a marketing through us and experience the never before, communication. And also, we are enhancing the gap that always existed between south part of India and the overseas or the other part of India. So we have been successful enough to bridge this gap, and going forward, our business is completely going to run on ethics and values, which is the main factor when it comes to our industry. So I think yes, there's a good way forward, but in fragments.
Right. Sounds like you have a lot of plans and a lot of things in motion to get you there. And best of luck with all of that. Um, and you're also talking about branding, right? So I mean, naturally, that's not just businesses, but there's also so much talk about personal branding, and everyone wants to be an entrepreneur in their own right. And in that would be a good segue actually into with Prashant, who helps a lot of students find jobs, right? If I've
Yeah,
got
yeah, yes, also that.
so how do you see your business growing going forward?
Sure, sure, yeah. I would like to share my remarks with one, one like scientific fact that at like carbon at high, high force or high pressure, it makes into like diamond. It seems so. Like similarly, like true entrepreneurs will always come back, and they will always bounce back at the biggest, the challenges or the biggest crisis. So I think whether it could be like 2002, like dot-com bubble, like 2007, like financial crisis. So it has led like so many companies and like so many organizations to get originated, right? Similarly, like COVID-1 and second wave has like literally surged this like digital adoption in various industries and like, domains already. So it could be the banking sector where they have implemented the digital KYC process to like virtual accounts creation, or it has made the paradigm shift in the in the way like people consume like day-to-day groceries, or the way the people are, the students are learning, or the way like people are buying like e-commerce, or the way people are like eating or like consuming, buying, could be medicine and like insurance. All across all the sectors, it has made that paradigm shift. So like coming to our our journey, right? We I think it was like during COVID-1 time. I think like April, like May month of like 2020, I guess. We figured out the companies would be going for lean. Yeah, they'll be they'll be taking the the gig job as like hot pick for them, and at the same time like gig jobs would be the hot pick yeah, for the both companies and the millennials like job seekers, right? So yeah, during that time we were a team of hardly 20-21 people. We were a team of very lean, and we had self-driven talent. Yeah, yeah, they worked all day and nights for the 45 days to like 50 months like during COVID, and we built like Tasmo. So we didn't care about so many negative vibes that used to come around, right? Like yeah, so many businesses are about to shut, and all the crisis, all the layoffs, there is no fundraising happening, and all the, all the like negative vibes. We didn't care. So we didn't even, stick to any, fixed timeline. So we used to work all day and nights. So we didn't even care about timing. And, we had a very little, infrastructure, because, so many of them have just started their career, apart from the co-founders I'm telling. So they didn't have any infrastructure to work, actually. I mean, it could be the facility to work or to sit, like internet facility, all the infrastructure was not there, but still, so we didn't care. So in the span of 45 days to like 50 days, we built such an amazing product called Tasmo. So, like as I told already, Tasmo, like coming to the fast forward, like Tasmo today, has got, more than 1 million, like users, and we've also raised, like $1.4 million from press. And, we are also bringing, our service to all pin codes in India by 2022 March. So I think, like no journey looks very impossible when you have the founders fit. I think, I am being very fortunate to have Navin Ram, and he's my co-partner and co-buddy, and, we know, each other like since more than decade time. So, big thanks to the entire team at Tasmo for pushing so much hard during COVID-19 and to make a wonderful product. And, they all made like what exactly Tasmo is today.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Ajay, you have a very unique product here because it's about helping people learn how to get into the stock market. So it's fintech, it's also game tech, it's also almost like an ed tech because it's about learning. How do you see this growing?
Vasudha, when we started, we had like 400 users in our first week. And from there, in about last 8-9 months, we have grown to 500,000 users. I think very comfortably in next 1 or 2 quarters, we should be able to cross 1 million active users on our platform, which would almost make us bigger than any other broker in India today. Ideally, where we think we should be from here, and the pandemic has been a blessing in disguise for us, because students, because all the millennials, because all the professionals, they were at home and they were suddenly excited by the movements that were happening in stock market. There are a lot of passive investors who jumped in saying, I now need to learn how to start investing. And instead of just using my capital immediately in the markets, let me go on StockGrow, let me figure it out, and then probably start investing real money. That's how I think the growth got triggered at our end. It's been mostly social. People talk about their weddings across different social media platforms, from Facebook to Instagram to WhatsApp. So if I win 1 lakh rupee, I go and tell my friends, and then they come back saying, this is a place where you can start making a lot of money even without making those investments. That's been that's perhaps been one of the key growth factors for us. In about next 2-3 years, we see ourselves as the de facto trading or investment platform for almost all the users across India.
Wow, that's very ambitious and very good to hear. But I would like to start my next round of questions with Prashant. And the reason why is because, during this pandemic, we've seen a lot of great ideas come up. And even before that, a lot of great ideas. But great ideas spread very, very quickly. And that means a lot of people want to also create their own businesses on that. And that means there's a lot of competition, right? So how do you move forward with that? How do you compete, is my question.
Okay. I think after the Geo revolution, right, COVID has also pushed our entire India to get like transformed to like new Bharat. So, like where nearly 400 to 500 million people are, they're coming to like internet world for the first time. I think this would be the right time for any digital, like revolution to to be, happen now. So, like coming to the fundraising and all the process, right? In the like last year, from like January to June, we had hardly like $4.5 billion. So, when compared to like 2021, it's already like 9 billion. It means almost like 100% spike in the, the fundraising status. And so I think, this also like indicates, there is a matured ecosystem for like, for like startups in India now. Suppose if somebody is coming with like strong conviction and like noble impact, I think this is the right time to, make like digital revolution in India, I guess. So I think, like things will not happen, like immediately. But it will somewhere like happen definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
What our like goal would be at Tasmo.
But you're not worried.
Yes, yeah.
That's good.
So being you're very much optimistic and even bullish on the coming days at like gig like gig changes at like India market.
Yeah, absolutely. And being one of the first also gives you confidence, and it helps you sort of like make your ground, make your foundation before the
Absolutely.
other. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes, Vasudha.
Yeah. Sumit, can I ask the same question to you?
Yeah, Vasudha.
Sumit, just one second. Vasudha, guys, I need to leave. I have a flight to catch.
Oh,
Right. I know the panel got a
okay.
little late, but if
Yeah.
you guys are okay, I'll catch up with you guys offline.
Sure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Thank
Bye.
you. Cheers.
Yeah, Vasudha, can you come again, please?
Yes. Well, you're in an interesting industry, in the automobile industry, and I'm sure that's not easy for everyone to enter. So you're probably not worried about competition as much. But that being said, you must be still like be working on making sure that your product is always going to be the best product, right?
Yeah.
Right. So going forward, are you worried about competition? I guess my question would be to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll start, Vasudha. I'll update you that we are into a product. I would say we are in a virgin space. The luxury car market, the pre-owned luxury car market, is always most non-trusted and unorganized pre-owned, industry in India. So every time it was challenging, and all problems boil down to one single word, that is trust. If you go to buy a pre-owned car, how can you trust the car? How can you trust the dealer? How can you trust the originality or the documentation? You cannot trust. So that trust is a problem. And at Luxury Ride, we all those problems. We have a one solution with one.
Sumit, we can't hear you. No, it's still not coming in. Yes.
Hello.
It's back. And it's gone again. It's Sumit, if it's okay, maybe we'll come back to you. Maybe, yes. Try rejoining, maybe that will help. Shivashi, now you know all about competition. Please tell us, how do you keep your competitive edge?
So obviously, since coming from a branding industry, it's very obvious that competition is going to exist in all fields. Me personally saying it's always important for an entrepreneur who is from the digital media to himself become or emerge as a brand value to all their clients and everybody, or their counterparts or etc. And that brand value comes out of trust and how quick you are and how quick you respond towards your client queries and how able are you to deliver that the asks, and most importantly how brilliant are you to understand the pulse of the client, which many people fail today, right? So when we have a lot of people working on a project or about a lot of people working on a campaign, it is very important to ensure that the client needs are being tackled in a way where it doesn't get lost while we get a creative aspect to it. So one of the key important factors is to ultimately be as good as you can. And I personally believe that a time for everything and everything in its time, and a place for everything and everything in its place. And at the end of the day, we have to be accountable to what we do. And if these factors, these are the basic stuff, I think, in my experience is also missing among a lot of people who are into business in the similar field. Or I have also seen a lot of people during pandemic go haywire because they lack the fundamentals of running an organization, and giving a wide angle thought than just being narrow minded and thinking that nothing is going to happen, or just you're living out to god that okay, whatever happens for the best. So such criterias definitely does not really work out and help us in any way. So the key competence itself is sticking to the fundamentals, which is becoming a major issue at this point of time, and basic values that a business organization has to follow, which currently is helping us out in a way when it comes to our industry. So the key competence is becoming a brand for yourself, becoming a face of your organization, letting people trust you, and obviously delivering the trust that they put on you. These are the two fundamentals that I follow with a proper discipline, I think, and I'm giving to it.
All right. Thank you, Shivashi. I don't think Sumit has joined us back yet. Have you?
No.
Yeah, I'm there, Sudha.
You're here? Okay. Thank you. Well, Sumit, the last thing you told us is about how unstable the market is. And maybe you can tell us then how do you see the space changing and how are you planning for that?
So yeah, I was. Yeah, I think the earlier question was not completed. The competition was. I was mentioning that how the market is and how we are doing it. So our market is completely unorganized and non-trusted. So you cannot buy a product, a pre-owned luxury car. It's very difficult. You cannot trust the product. You cannot trust the dealer. You cannot trust the documentation. So here we are coming with a solution that 15 days money back guarantee we are giving. Pan India, no one is giving, and it's not an easy thing to, it's not an easy facility to give. Although because we know our product, we buy A-class product, we sell to A-class audience, and yeah, so we are into a virgin space. We say there's no one giving such services, that to one under one single roof. Even OEMs were not successful in our industry because they were limited to their own single brand, like Audi is there,
Yeah, I think we lost.
one roof and giving also.
All right. Thank you, Sumit. We did get most of that, and I thank you for that. Well, I mean, it seems like some of the key things that everyone is saying is that this pandemic was can be good for a lot of people. It was good for your businesses, and in that time, you were able to build a strong foundation, gain a lot of trust, and those are the things that are going to keep you moving forward. And I would like to ask some a little bit more generic questions because this is about the post-pandemic work life that we want to know, right? So, what will the post-pandemic workplace look like? Can we start with you, Prashant?
So yeah, I think we have been yeah, very much optimistic and even fortunate to have to have this digital revolution, right? All our gig workers are available like like geo, like internet and even like smartphones. So we have been working on like a couple of things on like digital revolution. So it could be under like job listing, or like digital driven trainings, or like geo based recruiting algorithms or training and all. So I think we have been like using all the tech stack in like maximum extent, so that we can also make the entire like job seeking option like very easier for like job seekers. At the end, the companies also get like benefited in the same way.
All right. What about you, Shivashish? Do you see yourself moving back into a physical office space or continuing the way it is right now?
Actually, to be honest, I just hired a office space during this pandemic. So it's just been 2.5 months. We are all working virtually. So the concept of work from home has been quite a successful concept for us since 2015 now. But I personally got into an office space because I need some good ambience and other things. So otherwise, I don't see this particular industry should actually have a physical space and operate going forward. The reason is it impacts a lot on your team bonding. The emotional aspect of an organization relies on teams visiting and coming together and working. But having said that, in either ways also we keep working, we keep meeting on a very casual basis on every day because our work is like that. We believe not to go with a proper corporate setup, but keep it more casual because we come from entertainment media sector. So we like to stick to that. But definitely going forward, I think we should not adjust ourselves with this online meetups and online stuff. We have to get meeting each other in person, trying to understand each other's perspective. I think that will add a lot of creative values to our clients' output and everything. So I think that should not stop because that's the ultimate factors which hold an organization, right? If we don't interact with each other and we just work with parallel dimensions, it's definitely not going to add any value to an organization in terms of long-time vision. And visions are always achieved, what I believe, when we attach ourselves to it. And if we don't feel that attachment towards the organization and the people around, either one of the things is going to happen: either we would fail to achieve our vision, or we'll just go from hopping jobs to jobs. So I think this is a very important factor going forward. I think we should not adjust ourselves to this online stuff. Go get yourself into the office space, or maybe if you're from entertainment media, we need to catch up in some cafes like that and go forward.
Yeah. Would you like to add anything to that, Prashant? I think you look like you wanted to say something.
No, yeah, I think like everyone has to have the like social gathering, right? Unless and until like like being a startup, the journey, right? so many come, so many people, like so many people come with like so many talents, so many, the background, and I think they do, yeah, they need to have like social culture or like social gathering. So where they will also get an opportunity to, like share their, ideas. See, yeah, for us, right, it's always from like work from office itself, until COVID. But now we have also made this, hybrid kind of, the work culture. Yes.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I mean, even if we're looking right now, we're in this panel, we're doing it online, and it's comfortable to do it from your home or workplace. But at the same time, someone's having connection issues. I had a power cut like 2 minutes before our panel started. Luckily, it got reconnected again. So you never know what's going to happen, and that can always get in the way for work. And it's nice to have a backup, that security of tech to be there in case of emergency or a pandemic. But I think ultimately, you're both right. And I'm not a business owner, so I can't say, but it's nice to have a workplace where you can come together and be social, regardless of what industry you work in.
And Vasudha, I think I'm the example for it, that internet issue is there and not able to, come as a proper, so I switched on my video. Maybe that can save some bandwidth and can be, I'll be available. Yeah.
It's not a problem. We all go through that. I think everyone watching can relate. We've all had this
Yeah.
happen.
But something I can add, Vasudha, here, I wanted to add that there's a few things which were beneficial for us, like client coming online and, they are physical interaction. It's a both side, okay, of the same thing. Customers are buying cars online. So, I tell you, we are selling 50 lakh rupees of product without even showing to the customer online. They're buying from home, like they're buying from online shopping. They're buying online car worth rupees 50 lakh, that to 3-year-old, and somehow it's driven. So that's kind of things also that's very beneficial. They're visiting, talking so much to the consultant, sales consultant, and now they are buying online. So there are many, positive side also of this. And, they don't visit, they are seeing the cars online. And there are so many factors which is saving for us also, even in the form of TADA of the employees. So there are so many benefits that we are getting out of this. But yeah, then there is a both picture. What my friend also mentioned, that yes, we need to go out, we need to meet in person to have more impact of company. Yeah. So this is from my side.
Absolutely. And I think Prashant said it best, like having a hybrid workplace. We talk about hybrid education a lot, and we're talking about maybe
Correct.
hybrid in all manners of speaking is the way forward in the post-COVID workplace. Maybe I want to ask my last question, to final thoughts and to kind of wrap this up, but please take your time in answering. We're not in a rush. We have used this time well. So I want to ask you, moving forward, what are you most inspired by? Sumit G, would you like to start? I don't want
So yeah, inspired by. So there are many things, Vasudha. First of all, please clear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead, Sumit. Yes.
So Prashant, I think now Vasudha, we lost Vasudha, I guess. Is it? I think she's not there.
I can hear you. Okay, yeah, I think now Vasudha got disconnect, I guess. Okay.
Okay. So yes, Prashant and Shivashish. So we are discussing that inspired means what? There are many factors what we are inspired of. Maybe someone's story. There are so many ideas, and we are Elon Musk, I see Steve Jobs, and there are so many things what we see in our real life. We get inspired from any single small thing, and maybe some case studies and someone else's story. There are many factors, and the best thing is if I talk that making ourselves better than before, better than yesterday, and accepting the things and taking all those in a positive direction toward our vision and goal. So this is, I think, you have something, Prashant?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, suppose if you are already building, some service or some product, or we have already taken like entrepreneurial journey. I think we have already got inspired by someone. There comes the entire list. I mean, suppose if you can, list out names, right? So I don't want to like list out the names, but definitely, I mean, suppose if you are not inspired, I don't think we have been here. So we are already inspired by someone in our journey. We are still hustling. I think hustling is something that we'll be focusing all the time.
Wow, nice. Yeah, Shivashi.
I think I get inspired by a lot of people, just not the big names that we have. On my everyday life, I come across a lot of people, I come across a lot of videos where people have done really some amazing work, either in their business or their in personal front or in social life, which inspires to keep the day going forward with a very positive start and a very positive vibe. And there are obviously certain people who, always who are these pillars of your, inspirations, and you keep always thinking about it that, okay, someday at some point of time, we should be someone like them or be ourselves in the way they conduct themselves. So I think that is very important. I personally get inspired from the minute of the minute things, which to me seems to work out and to keep myself going for the day. So obviously, other than that, we have books and other inspirational stories that we hear out on a very common, and a lot of stories that I come across on LinkedIn as well. So yeah, every there is a learning in each and every story, or like Mr. Sumit told, there are obviously a lot of inspirational people, a lot of inspirational quote, a lot of inspirational movies, and few aspects you remember forever to come. So that is how I keep myself inspired and keep myself motivated to keep ourselves going throughout the journey, not just one.
Thank you. Did I miss Prashant's answer?
No, we got it. You missed it. Yes, you missed it, but we got it.
Right. Well, I think it's over to. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and I'm glad I could stay on trend by also getting disconnected.
So thank you so much, Vasudha.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Vasudha.
Thank you so much. It was a great
Thank you.
conversation, and I hope our
Thank
viewers
you.
also enjoyed.
Guys. See you then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Back to
Okay,
you,
okay. Thank you so
Bhavna.
much.
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we need to progress to the final panel discussion of today. It is time now to talk about entrepreneurship, the future of entrepreneurship, with the session chair Urvi Srivastav from BW Business World, joined by her eminent panelists Siddharth Yadav, Craft Curator, Craft Village, Dennis Pedro, Marketing Manager, Quipo. Then we've got Preetham Mondal, Deputy Manager Marketing, TVS Motor Company, Divyansh Gala, Senior Manager Outreach, Sochiers Infotech, and Neeraj Shukla, Wellspin Advanced Textiles. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now request all our eminent panelists, along with our session chair, Urvi, to join us on the screen. Thank you, Urvi, for once again giving us your valuable time, and I'd now like to leave it to you and your panelists. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna. I'll take it from here.
We just request our panelists to please switch on your cameras and join us on the screen. Thank you, and it's wonderful to have you. Welcome today. Over to you, Urvi.
Hi, everybody. Today we have our second panel of entrepreneurs for the day and also our final panel. So I'll just start by asking everybody to introduce themselves. Divyansh, let's start with you.
Hi everyone. Really lucky to be doing this with all of you here. I'm Divyansh Gala. I am currently working at Sochiers as a senior manager in the outreach department. We basically deal with influencers, beings, and we create content in a very interesting way. That's from my side.
Right. So Dennis, what about you? Can you tell us about your line of work?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, guys. So, a person who says that Sisyphus is a myth is either an entrepreneur or an entrepreneur. So, I'm Dennis Pedro. Started my career by distributing flyers as an intern, and today here I am leading the marketing and the pricing team of Quipo B2B. So, Quipo deals in wholesale groceries and vegetables for the B2B segment. My role over here is moreover handling the entire marketing team for about like 28 geos in Telangana and in Vijayawada. And the other part of my job is handling the entire pricing team. So my work over here, moreover, is challenging the conventional way the business has done or the way the gross margins have been calculated in the traditional wholesale market. So this is about me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's excellent to see somebody is taking an initiative to do things the new way. So Siddharth, let's have you next. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Business World, for inviting us in this virtual session. I'm Siddharth Yadav, International Craft Curator at Craft Village and India Craft Week, where I've been co-creating the craft ecosystem by bringing diverse and rich crafts of the world on one platform that is International Craft Award. It recognizes and honors the best in the craft sector. Yeah, so that was my introduction. Yeah.
Thank you, Siddharth. Preetham, what about you?
Hi everyone. Thanks, Urvi, to give us an opportunity to be a part of this panel and have this discussion. My name is Preetham Mandal, and I am working as a deputy manager marketing in TVS Motor Company. Currently handling the youth age brand TVS and Talk, which is the India's first Bluetooth connected scooter. So I'm my passion for marketing lies at the art of storytelling. But the most exciting part of my job is to operationalize whatever is required to bring an idea into life. So yeah.
Yes, Neeraj, and you?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Neeraj Shukla. I am 29-year-old. I am a corporate entrepreneur and currently positioned as product and application development manager at Wellspun Advanced Textiles. So basically at Wellspun's Advanced Textile, we are dealing with the innovative filtration fabrics, better air quality and a better water on this planet. So I am looking after the sales and business development part for the filtration segment at Advanced Textiles. That's about it.
Environment has become a burning topic, so I think Wellspun is doing some really good job in that department.
Yes.
Good to hear it from you firsthand. So let's start our discussion. Since our topic for the day is entrepreneurs, the future of entrepreneurs, or entrepreneurship, the future of entrepreneurship. So Siddharth, let's start with you. What role do you think an entrepreneur plays in complementing the vision of an entrepreneur in general?
So basically, I'll talk about my organization and where I work. So in craft sector, I have been working towards elevating the craft sector that still needs to be better organized and uplifted. Just like art has been elevated by art galleries and art fairs around the world in the past, we need to do that with craft sector internationally. So as an international craft curator, I have taken ICA to a level where it has been the most reputed craft awards in the world.
Right. I think ICA is also organizing some international craft awards, which is widely.
ICA is actually called International Craft Awards. So here we bring crafts from all over the world under one umbrella. Like last year we have participants from Palestine, also from Iran, from Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Indonesia, Kazakhstan. I can name on. Like I can keep going. We had participants from over 70 countries. And I'm heading that organization, and my role is to bring together world under one platform of International Craft Awards.
Yes, getting people on the same platform at the same time can be a very challenging task.
Yes, it is challenging, and during pandemic, there were many restrictions also, because winners were not able to travel, right? So I saw this restriction, and I took it as an opportunity to connect with the ambassadors from the respective winning nations. So ICA was, we had the presence of ambassadors from all the winning nations. So it was a win-win situation for us this year.
That's really good to hear and sounds like an eventful and very inclusive event. So Dennis, posing the same question to you. What role are you playing as an entrepreneur in your company to complement the entire entrepreneurship vision?
Yeah, so I strongly believe that an entrepreneur has a vision for the company, but the entrepreneurs are the players who actually change the game for the company. For talking about me, what role I played is like when I joined Quippo, it was at very early stage. That time they were doing only business in vegetables and was planning to expand in the grocery segment. But when I got on board, I saw the scope and I hopped to my founders and directly asked that what is exactly stopping us from doing this. We already have a customer base. We have a ready-made market over there. All we have to do is just create some room for ourselves and start it. And that is how I actually was a part of launching the grocery segment and later followed by the FMCG segment, which changed the revenues of the company. Wherein we were doing revenues only in one segment. Now, vegetable is still very limited because the ticket size is less over there. Like your ticket size of tomato is like 10 rupees, 20 rupees.
But when we talk about grocery, one bag of rice is almost 100 times more than that. It is like $1,000. So the revenues were totally changed. Earlier, we had revenues less than $1 million annual GMV. But today we are doing like more than $10 million annual GMV. So that was my major role over there, changing the way we were doing business with my innovative and data-driven strategies. So I actually feel proud to say that I have been a game changer in this journey of Quippo.
Yes, that's been some disruption you've caused over there in a good way. So yes, as Dennis was saying that entrepreneurs are essentially the backbone of an entrepreneur's dream. So Neeraj, addressing this question to you next, as somebody who's a part of a very big enterprise like Wellspun India, how difficult has it been as an entrepreneur to make a dent in the company?
Yeah, so speaking about the entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs are basically the essential ingredients of the innovation. So if you want to innovation, if you want to build a culture of innovation, you have to, keep that essential ingredient ready. So that's what entrepreneur does. Speaking about, making a dent or breaking the rules. So entrepreneurs are basically are the rules breaker, I will say. So they always break the rules, but in a organizations, especially like a big organizations, breaking the rules might be challenging sometimes. So then it becomes a double responsibility for you to manage these challenges apart from the kind of innovation you are trying to bring to the table. So this is what my submission on the entrepreneurship in the larger organizations.
Yes, I have the same question now for Divyansh. What challenges are you facing to make a dent in your company, given that you are in a leadership position but not quite heading the enterprise? Do you catch yourself in a troublesome situation sometimes?
Yeah, sure, I do. So firstly, I would like to agree with what Neeraj and Dennis said about entrepreneurs. The vision and the different way of seeing that vision is what entrepreneurs do. So I work in an advertising agency, a digital agency. It's our primary job of handling social handles of these big giants. So when I joined as a CS client servicing person. Within 6 months, we had this new campaign for Amazon Prime Video that we did, which was Comicstan. This was 3.5 years back. And at that time, in the marketing industry, if you see the meme networks, the influencer network, these were just started to booming. And we were the first ones to get hand on them. And हमने मतलब जो बोलते हैं ना एक 2-3 इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ जो स्टार्ट किया था आज I along with my colleague Kunal Khandelwal we started this different wing in Sochiers and we are only a team of 7 people which started with 2-3 influencers. Today right now we are working with the biggest of influencers, you name them, and we have worked with them in all our campaigns and we are making a difference. Like we are a team of 7 people, but last financial year my team accumulated around 60% of the revenue to our agency. So which started like a different wing is right now giving the company 60% of its revenue.
Right. When we talk about entrepreneurs as future entrepreneurs or those who drive an entrepreneur's business, we often ignore the fact that they work as hard as the entrepreneurs do, making money for their enterprise. So having said that, does entrepreneurship ever come on the card for yourself? Do you feel that as an entrepreneur you can easily transition to an entrepreneur soon enough? Preetham, this question is for you.
See, as you Divyansh, Siddharth, Neeraj, and Dennis mentioned correctly, and about the role of an entrepreneur in a company itself, they are constantly changing the dynamics in a pre-established, setup, pre-established organization, and that's a very big thing in itself. And we are currently getting the freedom and executing the ideas and bringing them to life with the experienced guidance in the organizations which are already established. Okay. Now, the need generation for being an entrepreneur, what I feel is the quick action from your idea generation to your execution portion, right? If that is happening in a big organization which you are working in, and you are getting the guidance of your seniors, then till now I have been motivated by this itself. So I still not have felt the need for a card to be an entrepreneur, where I see in my organization the value of my ideas, and they are pushing me to getting out the best of me. That drives itself.
Right. Siddharth, posing the same question to you. You are in a slightly different, slightly more social-driven sector as compared to everybody else.
Yeah, correct.
Do you also feel that becoming an entrepreneur would be, say, more profitable or a better deal in the long run?
See, as of now, I don't feel that, because there's still a lot to do in the craft community. And like in craft community, we have various challenges at ground level. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, the problem lies with the system. I personally believe that, because when you're young, you're always taught to, like your father is always telling you study so that you can get a job. Your teachers are always telling you study so that a recruiter can recruit you. But no one is insisting it in a head that, you have to be thinkers. To be an entrepreneur, you have to be thinkers. And this is where, we have, like, I'm blessed to have great leaders like Ms. Iti Tyagi and Mr. Sumesh Singh, who believed in me, and like, I'm really happy to work under them for the same. So as of now, I don't see myself as an entrepreneur, but I'm happy working under them.
Yes, as long as one is happy in what one is doing, that is what matters ultimately in life. So taking the discussion forward, Neeraj, I would like to ask you this. Since a lot of you, including you, are in a senior position in your company, you must be interacting with the extreme senior leadership, be it the founders or the president or any other C-level employees. How are your challenges as an entrepreneur different from those of an entrepreneur in your
Uh, yeah. So continuing to what no Preetham and Siddharth was saying, entrepreneurs are basically the hidden entrepreneurs, right? The specific challenges in the organizations which we face are, you are carrying the cost of your promoters, you are carrying the trust of your investors, you are carrying the trust of your customers. So in the stable or a organized I'll say organization, you will have your existing business impacted if your big idea in the market fails. So that is a risk associated with that. But thankfully at Wellspun, we have, especially at Advanced Textile, we started in 2017. In a period of 3.5, 4 years, we could able to come up with some impactful products, starting from Wellstrat, which was recognized at the World Filtration Conference in Berlin last year. And there is a consistent effort. So I was listening in the morning regarding Dr. Batra's quote, that the ESG initiatives which are being driven at the organization's level, now the entrepreneurs will have a major role in driving this initiatives. So, starting from contributing to the environments, to the sustainability, and to the governance. So that becomes a major role at the organizations when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Right. Divyansh, I have the same question for you, given that you are a senior person in your own company and are in regular touch with the founder and co-founder. What differences do you experience as an entrepreneur, and what are the challenges that are categorically different from, say, the CEO of the company?
So, see, the first of all, I think the biggest challenge that we don't have to face as an entrepreneur is the losses. And I think that is a very big thing. It gives you that opportunity. Like, if you're an entrepreneur, you would be somewhere hesitant to take a step, because you will be at a stage where, if this goes wrong, you are at a risk of losing money. But as an entrepreneur, I know that if this decision goes well, I know I'm going to make this much amount of money, and this is what it is going to bring on the table. So I think that is the difference that we entrepreneurs have. First of all, there are risks at our end, but those risks are very limited. And I think all of us here are willing to take those risks because of this one element.
Right, before you move on to the next question, Dennis, I want you to answer the same one. What are your challenges which the CEO of your company is blissfully unaware about?
Yeah, so actually, like I'll add to this about the senior leadership also. So I'll tell you this thing very honestly. Like I come from a Uber background. So in Uber, you have all guys of your age. But while I joined Quipo, there were people who were like they had experience level of what is my age today. So it was really difficult to cope up with them to set up that communication. The, you can imagine the communication gap. Their way of working, my way of working could be very will be very much different. But initially it was difficult, but gradually I'll tell you one thing that I have learned more than anything from the senior leadership. And like even that was my major challenge when I joined, because like their total way of working was different. Their pace of working were different, tools were different. People were still working on Excel, and I used to work on Google Sheets. So even that creates a difference over there. Their data will be different from my data. Transmitting data is actually even difficult over there. They are still using mails. We even do things fast via WhatsApp and all the other communication channels. So this was a thing that I actually faced initially, but gradually I learned one thing that, see, every time running is not the only thing. At times you have to stay stable. You need to learn more and more things, grasp it, and like camouflage in the environment. And that is what has happened with me today. I have my own pace with their experience. So this is what actually helps me with the interacting with the senior leadership plus my CEO. Yeah.
Okay, so these are some of the challenges which we might not think about if we are not in their shoes. So moving on to a slightly more positive question. We have been in the lockdown since about 1.5 years now. How has it positively impacted you as entrepreneurs? Were you able to lead your teams better? Preetham, let's start with you.
Yeah, right. So, I think we are going through a tough time, and in the past 1.5 year, this has been set in. But the one thing, see, many things changed. Our way of working changed. Work from home came in. These gave, these had their pros and cons, obviously, but these gave a chance to, take a step back. As Dennis was saying, we were running all the time, but at this moment, we took a step back. And then we thought about, what new things can be brought to create a disruption. Because just to give you an example from my industry itself, I'm coming from a two-wheeler industry. When this pandemic set in, the entire auto industry was going through an extreme tough path, and there was a need to do something beyond regular work and give the consumers a reason to buy, which is just more than marketing of your features. Today in two-wheeler segment, customers do not make purchase decisions solely on the basis of features, but seek unique experiences out of that. What we came up, and again, that we going back to your question, that how the senior management also comes into play, and in a role of an entrepreneur versus entrepreneur, we set up a project, and being our consumer insights, we launched, we got up to a strategic tie-up with Marvel, and we launched an industry first scooter called TVS Ntorq Super Squad Edition, which is inspired by the Avenger series. So now this point, we had a 4-month period when the pandemic set in. We just closely worked together and launched it in just 4 months, and that was an exceptional cost, because the difference between an entrepreneur and an entrepreneur is getting things quickly done. That happened, and I think these are the major changes that happened in the recent period.
Right. If you have designed anything around the Marvel universe, it is certainly going to sell like hotcakes. Not maybe not
Right.
fans, but with the Marvel ones, of course. So asking you the same question, Siddharth, I wanted to know what has it been like the last 1.5 years, given that you have to interact with the artisans directly. How did you manage to maintain the streamline of the craft products?
See, last 1.5 years have been really difficult because we are a physical event. Okay. And although we did the first online event in the country, but where do you go next from there? Ultimately, you have to do physical event because the artisan sale depend on a physical event. Virtually, people would not like to buy craft because craft is something that someone like to touch, see, feel. And so that is one of the challenges that we faced. But lockdown also gave us time to think and ideate how to be more innovative. So we came up with various new concepts, we changed our strategies, and we are working towards a greater goal. We collaborated with many different organizations in this lockdown, which has been really great for us because recently we collaborated with the Delphic Games, which is the sister organization of Olympic Games. So this is where we're going to take International Craft Awards next on, at a global scale. So it has been both positive and negative, but I would like to think that it has been more fruitful to us.
Right, Divyansh, I have the same question for you. What is the positive difference you have made to your company in the last one?
So I've been fortunate enough to be working in an organization which even during pandemic was running with full force. We were not laying off any people. It was working with full force. And as Siddharth and Preetham rightly mentioned, that we got a lot of time to think about ourselves. We got time to innovate the same ideas. And the best part about pandemic, what I feel is that each and every individual in the organization got the chance to present their idea because you were doing it virtually, right? You were there on your WhatsApp group. Even an intern can speak up and give his idea. Even a boss is on WhatsApp, like he's also writing it on WhatsApp, right? So that was the best part, that what we got during lockdown. And the best part was that these ideas came into life. Like these ideas were actually executed, which were given by these interns. So this is how you pick up your entrepreneur as well in the organization. So yeah, that is what lockdown gave us.
Right, since we're talking about lockdown and the various changes that we have all experienced because of it, Neeraj, I would like to ask you now, how would you make a dent in your industry, which is already so well established and has a large number of people in it? What would be your secret to standing out as an entrepreneur, of course?
Yeah, so I would like to answer this question with a quote by Darwin. That is, it is not the one who is the strongest who will survive. It is not the one who is the most intelligent who will survive. It is, he will be the one or do the change, right? So, since after pandemic and then during the pandemic, things has changed, upside down. We have moved from, a physical visits of the customers to a virtual visits. Even at the plant level, we had our, virtual kind of visits for the customers. And then especially speaking about making a dent or bending, proposing these kind of ideas, having a virtual visits of the customers. And then because we are into a B2B business especially, so the customer connects and the product approvals are very important to us, right? So we are very fortunate enough that our management from Mr. BKG to our business head, Mr. Thomas, we implemented that smoothly, and it was a very good transition, I'll say, from physical customer visits to a better customer experience through a virtual walk. So that is what we did.
Right, I have the same question for you, Preetham. Given that you are in a very what should I say, cluttered industry of automobile and personnel. You are working with TVS Motors, and how difficult has it been for you to get noticed by the industry in general as an entrepreneur?
Say, as I told that, pre-established companies come up with a defined set of processes, checks and balances. There are pros and cons of it. you have very little chance of you taking a wrong step sometimes, because you are under the guidance of some senior people in the industry. Again, the cons, there might be delay in decision making because you have to go through certain process and all. But the organization that I work in provides that opportunity to step in every moment, give the idea, curate it, and get your hands dirty to do it. And they completely push ourselves, push us to give us our best shot, and don't worry about the result. So that's the best thing about my organization, at least, that they push us forward and the young talents forward, so that we can curate and experience, innovate things. And out of 10, one definitely will click, and that is where it is today.
Right. I have the same question for you, Siddharth, before we move ahead. You are in a very different space from everybody, and a lot of brands are now collaborating with, say, rural India to get their products to the forefront. How challenging is it for you to make a dent in this field?
See, since I'm a part of the founding team, I had to create almost everything from start. Under, of course, under the guidance of our founders, but it had to be from the start. So it's a blessing in disguise for me because there are no benchmarks in front of me. But yet I'm liable to set correct precedent, how to take this industry forward. So I have to be very thoughtful about it, because we cannot be unethical with artisans, because they're they're not very well educated or very well exposed, I should say, towards like businesses, and they don't know how to promote themselves. So I have to set correct precedent for them.
Yes, indeed, the responsibility becomes twofold when you're dealing with an entirely different set of people with a different kind of exposure to themselves.
Yeah.
So moving ahead, Dennis, I would like to ask you, as an entrepreneur, what have your lessons been, which say, if you ever decide to take up entrepreneurship in the future and take the leap of faith, what lessons are going to help you in life?
So talking about the lessons over here, they have been immense. Like I can at this point write at least half a book on my lessons, because earlier I was just too much in hurry in the career. Now I am moreover passionate and learning things. So one is that first, do the research well. It is not only where you start, it is more about how it is going. And for me, like B2B industry, I come from a B2B B2C background. For me, like discounts was everything. Discount was god back then. Okay, but when I joined B2B, I saw that discount is nowhere over here. People do not work on discount basis. I learned this thing that okay, industry can be run even without discounts. So this is one learning that I have for my life. That impression has completely washed off from me, that without discount your customer will not be coming back to you. And one more thing that I have learned over here is that is very important in my career moving forward. That is the customer's loyalty cannot be like purchased, it can only be rented. And at rent you have to pay each time with your service. Once you mess up with that rent, if you don't pay that rent well on time, your customer will just go off. Customer loyalty is just a myth. You have to, in order to have the customers sticking to your business, you have to be good with your service. This is the best lesson that I have learned till now, and at times I do discuss this with my CEO as well, that yeah, see, this time we did not pay rent well, some of our customers are churned. So this is one thing that even I would like to share with other people. Thank you.
Yes, paying rent comes in the form of capitalizing on your talent every single day you get to work. So asking the same question to you, Divyansh. You are a senior person in Sochiers, but what if you had to switch to entrepreneurship? What will be the key lessons and your key takeaways?
So one key lesson would be never saying no to work. That is one thing that I have learned from my seniors and the founders basically of Sochiers, that no amount how much work you have right now in your plate, you never say no to a work if it's coming your way. Obviously you can then schedule it basis your schedule, but you take that at that time. And this is something that I'll always take ahead with me whenever in the future I think of starting my own thing. Never say.
Right. So we've been talking a lot about entrepreneurs making dent in their respective fields and building revenue for their company. I would now like to ask you actual products that you have built. Neeraj, let's start with you. How have you contributed as an entrepreneur, and what do entrepreneurs in general, how do they add value to the company so that our viewers can get a more tangible idea?
Mhm. So at Advanced Textile, we are dealing with a product for the filtration fabric, which basically delivers, quality air, quality water to the society. So it covers all the industrial air, industrial water segments. So that segments in India and as well as in Europe and USA is a commodity kind of segment where there is a very less opportunity for a new entrant or a new product. We started in 2017. There was a white canvas when we started, and then we started with collecting the voice of customers. So it is a very important part of the my entrepreneurial journey, that the collection of the voice of customers, understanding their needs, visiting the fields, making myself dirty in the field, has taught me a lot of lesson, has given me a lot of learning, and that we could fortunately implement in the product, addressing the customer pain points. So every product which we are trying to do at Wellspun has solving the pain point somewhere or others. So that has become a very important part of the journey when we launched Wellstrat, a patented product for the industrial air segment. And then it was a very, I'll say resistance from the Indian market when there was no acceptance. So we had to catch early adapters. So whenever you see the cycles, you have to get catch of this early adapters. They tried this product, and slowly volume started building up. So and last year, we launched this product successfully in the European market as well, which is a more stringent. If you will see the quality of air in Europe compared to the Asian region, it is on the another level. So, but at still the kind of air quality indexes what European Union carries, we could able to position ourselves well with a good margin. So that is what my key takeaways from my entrepreneurial journey, that voice of customer is very important whenever you are coming up or developing any products. So it becomes basics of everything.
Right. Dennis, I would like to ask you the same question. If there is one product you could tell us about which you are really proud of for having made in your present position, what would that be?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, also the launch of groceries and FMCG, that is the actually game changer that changed the revenues for us. And I can proudly take that credit because I was the person who was leading the groceries launch back then. And that too, to add that it was not easy back then because pandemic had hit, we were under lockdown, so everything was pretty difficult that time. So all I had managed was on phone. Even I reside in Nagpur from in Maharashtra, and my workspace is in Hyderabad. So I was managing on phones from Nagpur, communicating with the team and the vendors in Hyderabad. So it was really difficult, and that is what actually even my company acknowledges me.
Okay. And Divyansh, what about you? Can you tell us about how you are making a disruption, so to say?
So in my industry, there is no product that we make. We are a service providing agency. So, but what we do is so there is content which is being produced by everyone. Every brand is making content. So what we do is, how do you make that content different, relatable, and at the same time entertaining? Because if there are a lot of people who are consuming content, right? But if your content is not entertaining and it's not relatable to them, they are not going to consume it. So that is something that we have been successfully creating, is the content differently from others.
Right. So an entrepreneur has as many goals, if not more, than the entrepreneur and the CEO of the company. So Siddharth, asking you this, how far are you planning to take your corporation in the next 2 years, let's say?
See, my goal is to not take my corporation ahead in next 2 years. My goal is a little bit bigger. So I would talk about in, like in next 5 years or 10 years down the line. So I would like to bring all the royalties in our platform. Last year we had Queen of Malaysia at our platform. 10 years down the line, I would like to have, the Queen of England maybe at our platform. And I would like to take this to a level where, it is as popular as Olympic Games, because we want to create a platform of games for art and craft. Like you have games for sports and different kind of sports are there in it. We want to create games for craft. So with Delphi Games, we would like to take it ahead and reach that level.
Right. The reference to Queen of England was extremely different and quite well placed, I must say.
No, so because we had royalties, because last year we had Queen of Malaysia, this year we had Queen of Indonesia. So where do you go next? You have to always go a little bit ahead, right? Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know that you have a collaborative, different variety of people coming on your platform. So, Dennis, I want to ask the same question to you. What is your view about the next, say, 3 to 5 years? What products are you working on, and where do you see yourself taking your company?
Yeah, so this question, I believe, moreover aligns whether we want to pursue entrepreneurship in future or no. So actually, yeah, I, it is a ideology that we are working on. It is, I would rather say, more than a product. It is an ideology that we are working, and I want to spread this ideology across the country right now. So we have expanded, like we started only with Hyderabad, one geo, then we expanded 28, then we expanded to AP. Now we plan for Maharashtra. So I want to spread this until unless the company is solving that problem of the customer. I'm very happy. I'll be sticking with the company. I'm aligned with that thought, and it is like my baby now. And I want to focus more on expansion rather than the other products. I believe that focus on the existing product more and more. Try to expand it as max as possible. I am working in a B2B industry, right, in grocery, so there is no market as such. The entire world is a consumer over here. So I just want to focus on expansion as of now.
Right. So we are almost out of time. So a quick 15-second question to all of you. What would you like to advise to anybody who wants to make a difference in their own company, and due to some reason or the other, due to lack of motivation, due to fear, or any other reason, they are not able to do so? Siddharth, let's start with you.
So I would like to say that, first of all, believe in your founders. Believe in their vision and align your vision with their vision. That is how you're going to reach the goal together.
Okay. Neeraj, what about you?
So I have two submissions. So to have that, sense of ownership, have that entrepreneurial spirit while working on the organization, and then end of the day, after the last, few months, you have to leave this place, in better hands, basically. So that's what which keeps us motivating. So that's my submission on it.
Okay, Divyansh, you?
I think believing in your idea and just confronting your ideas to your seniors is the key. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा मना कर देंगे, but at least you have put your point forward. That is.
Yes, the first step is usually the most difficult to make. And what would you like to say?
Right. So, first I would like to, give an solution of get your hands dirty, guys. Like, as Neeraj said, ownership is the key, but you have to get in the field and, get your hands dirty. Give an end-to-end solution to the company. Just don't come up with an idea. Give an end-to-end solution. Go out of your stated KRAs. Those are KRAs. Those days are gone. Go out of your stated KRAs and innovate constantly on the go. Don't be a follower. Be a, be an early adopter of the ideas. And yeah, that's it.
Yes, it was a common example quoted to us as kids that you can't learn swimming unless you get into the pool. Everything else is purely academic. So Dennis, you will be the last speaker for the day. And what would you like to say to all the entrepreneurs watching?
Yeah, so even I would have two submissions just like Neeraj. So first is don't wait for motivation. Be the motivation for yourself. Like be the change. Don't wait for change. Like change will never come. You are the one who can bring it. And the other thing is just don't rely or wait for a godfather. You are the one who can do everything and be an inspiration for others. The team, so that the team can have consider you as an inspiration and work further.
Right, like as they say, you can't. There's no hero coming to save you, or no Superman coming to save you. You have to be one yourself for yourself.
Exactly.
So, with that note, I would like to take all of yours leave today. Thank you so much for joining us and providing your valuable insights.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time after the spectacular panel discussions and sessions we've had since the morning. It is now time for a keynote address on timing paramount in entrepreneurship from starting scale to exit. Well, it's one of the most awaited sessions today. We're joined by founder and creator, Thyrocare, Dr. A. Velumani. Dr. A. Velumani, firstly, it's great that we're going to be having him in joining us in just about a few minutes, but we just request till then the team, if you do have any AV which is there, we could play that. Else, definitely there's a lot which has happened and we could do a recap of all the sessions.
A rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you were able to see the BW Legacy, BW Business World Legacy AV. We're glad you had a great time all this while. Well, we're joined by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Firstly, thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for joining us today. It's been an incredible set of sessions since the morning. You were also very much there at the start and towards the entire time you've been following the event, and you moderated so wonderfully in one of these sessions. Dr. Batra, an honor having you again on the screen.
Thank you, Bhavna. Being very kind. I think the panelists I had were wonderful. It's always great to talk to young people. They're idealistic. They want to change the world. They have so much energy, and there's so much to learn from them. I just want to say that Dr. Velumani, who is the founder of ThyroCare, the inventor of ThyroCare, and he's grown the company to a certain level. He IPO'd the company, and then he's exited the company. He's joining us in a few moments, and we'll talk to him at 6 o'clock. We'll run the AV journey of the BW Disrupt 30 under 30 and how we got to the first list, and subsequently we'll announce the name in alphabetical order. So the time that all of us have been looking forward to in terms of the list is coming.
Sure.
So I'm sure Dr. Velumani is joining in a second, and it'll be fun, it'll be educative, and it'll be inspirational. Fun, educative, and inspirational. I've had the good pleasure of sharing stage with Dr. Velumani a lot of times, and he's always so much fun, full of energy. He has his one-liners, and clearly his life is an inspiration. What he's done, what he has built is an inspiration, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of takeaways. So I'm looking forward to Dr. Velumani, who's joining absolutely in a sec. So look forward to unveiling the list and talking to all of you.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot is yet to happen. We're going to be soon joined by Dr. A. Velumani, who's the creator and founder of ThyroCare. Well, ThyroCare has been in the news throughout, and it'll be exciting to know what Dr. Velumani has to say on this incredible topic, which is timing paramount in entrepreneurship from starting scale to exit. We couldn't have had a better person than him joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, for the time being, we'll be playing for some AVs, and then we'll get Dr. Velumani on the screen. So queuing the team to play out a couple of AVs.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits.
I think we can cut this short and Dr. Velumani, we can dive right into it.
The team to kindly stop the AV. Thank you so much. Dr. Velumani, welcome to this wonderful summit. I'll request Dr. Batra to take it forth from here. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Velumani, I've been doing this since the morning, and at least 50 of our 75 odd shortlisted candidates for 30 and 30 have been talking, and I'm very confused. When I grow up, who do I like be? But seeing you when I grow up, I want to be like you. I want to be on a beach, and I want to be, learning from you. So clearly, I want to welcome Dr. A. Velumani, who's the founder and creator of ThyroCare. Clearly, he's built a company, taken it IPO, and has now taken it to the next level. It is very important in any domain to know what the right timing for any decision is, what is the right timing to enter, what is the right timing to exist. So clearly, Dr. Velumani, you perfected the art. We look forward to hearing from you. First of all, I want to start by asking you, when you were 30, what were you doing, sir?
When I was 30, I was just married, waiting for my first son's arrival. And all that a man does after marriage, after getting a standard government job, all was what I was doing without any inclination that I might become an entrepreneur and I might create a unicorn. So if you ask me, जो हम सोचते हैं वो कभी होता ही नहीं है, जो हो ही जाता है वो कभी हम सोचा भी नहीं था. So that's the kind of total disconnect. Those days, the word entrepreneur was not coined. And we see startup, all these words are current generation terminologies. हम तो सिर्फ धंधा में उतरा, बहुत बढ़िया बनी.
When you look back, I don't know if you remember about 3 years back, you and me we were at an event, and then we went to Bandra and we were coming back. I don't know if you remember that conversation or not. You talked about that, we were talking about Mark Zuckerberg, and you said the problem with these young guys is they achieve so much at 30 that they have, what do they do after that? So tell me, what do you have to say to that today?
No, it's all good to have ambitions. Think big is nice to think big, but becoming frustrated when you don't cross the milestones of Zuckerberg should be unnecessary. Lot of time it is the time, and the timing matters. It's not every time one can do that. So if there is somebody who has become a billionaire or a unicorn even before seeing his father-in-law, that's a very unique accidental entrepreneur. It's, in fact, I have a punchline: success is never a problem. Sustaining the success is the big problem. And if you have succeeded very early, it's going to be a very frustrating experience to sustain that. So go slow. It is not a 100-meter dash. It is a marathon race.
Okay. Clearly, you may have won the race, but if you want to win the marathon, keep flowing, keep doing the right thing for the right reason. The right results will come. Now, most of the people on this broadcast are aware with your story, but to give them a context, I would like to ask you, how did you start? How did you build ThyroCare? And why this decision of now merging with a large company?
No, it's not a merging of last company, but that I will come to later. But let me tell you, I wasn't aware that I will be having my father-in-law in Mumbai when I was born in the village. So I नौकरी देखने के लिए नौकरी के लिए आया था, चौकरी भी मिला तो इधर बैठ settle हो गया. And then I never even dreamt that I will be an entrepreneur when I was a scientist, because there are only two kinds of people, one who knows money, another who knows molecule. And I knew only molecule, nothing of money. Today I am a very powerful man knowing both. So that's an accidental entrepreneur, like how people call as accidental prime minister. And then journey was, एक बार कूद लिया तो फिर सोचना नहीं है, बस you have to focus, learn, do mistakes early, make sure mistakes are all corrected and don't repeat the mistake, and then lage raho, focus karo. आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं कर सकता है as long as you are highly focused. So the journey has been a wonderful journey. But if you ask me what is this relationship is not merging. लड़की देना और लड़की लेना दोनों परिवार वाला किया है. So Thyrocare I was running, I have given to pharmacy, and in pharmacy company I have taken a stake. It's not a merged, there are still two different identities, like how my family is different from my children's father-in-law's family. But having said that, there is a kind of common man, it is me, where I leave Thyrocare, exit from Thyrocare. I won't have a single share of Thyrocare, but I will be a shareholder in API, which holds pharmacy. So there is no merger as on today. There is a likelihood they might try for a merger over a period of next 12 to 18 months.
Understood. And you've been saying that API is the company that has acquired Thyrocare and not Pharmeasy. I know you made that statement.
Yeah. Yes.
I understand what you're saying now. It is enough is said about success, what you got right. But tell us, on your journey, what were some of the things that you at first go didn't get right, and how did you kind of evolve from there?
No, actually, I had come with a very, very plain, without a plan. I don't think I ever felt that my IPO should be there and I should become by this time. Milestones were not, timelines were not troubling me. But I was my own competitor. My yesterday is my standard for today. I should do better. So literally speaking, I had my own journey in my own terms without competing with any competition. And yes, it was a kind of trial and error, learn. You experiment everything, don't settle with one thing. And then before when something fails, you bring in something else as, you know, whether that will work or not. There were always at a given point of time, a half a dozen number of projects were on. So in that, you know, if you ask me, I might have tried some 4 dozen number of strategies in last 25 years. I don't think anything more than 6 worked. Remaining all were, you know, it has to be failure, because everything, if it works, then you would be very, very powerful man. And in the market, you can't sell what you want to sell. You have to only sell what the market wants. And if you are creating something and you can't change the product or the strategy, you will fail. So don't freeze anything, keep it flexible. Very often entrepreneurs freeze thinking that it is what I want to do. Be flexible. It's going to be a very challenging environment, lot of feedback, and you have to keep changing time to time. But still your goal should be something very simple. In my case, deliver the best of the solution fastest at an affordable cost. I think these 3 words have never changed. And then once you have this destination very clear where you should reach, very often you may take a lot of detour and reach there, but it is worth doing it.
Beautiful. Now let me focus on something you said, and it, you know, clearly, you know, when I ask people what drives you to entrepreneurship, and I give them 3 choices. One is making an impact. Second is being famous. Third is being wealthy. And some say all 3, some say 2, some say 1. In your case, you achieved all 3, whatever be your objective, right? Or no objective, you just set out. Now, from a bucket list, you achieved impact, you achieved wealth, you are well-known and respected. What next for Dr. Velumani? Is there a bucket list? You're only 62, so hopefully another 20 active years. What does Dr. Velumani plan to do from here on?
Yes, actually, I didn't read a book, but I heard a book which was titled as "What Brought You Here Will Not Take You There." It's a very, very powerful one. Only the people who journey will know from where they have come, where are they, and where is that they want to take it. So this is something which I understood at this point of time. I was good at something. I was good at managing employees. I was good at creating an organization, but am I good at managing employers is my next question, because you manage employers, they will manage employees. So my dream was to create jobs, and I believe that creating job in your own organization also has its own limitations. So my dream going forward would be to keep myself engaged with young entrepreneurs, especially those who create gray collar jobs. When I say gray collar, it's not blue collar, it's not white collar, it is somewhere in between. I believe that people who take 3 lakhs per annum home deserve the salaries desperately than the guys who is looking for 30 lakhs and 3 crores per annum. So my mind says settle there as a focus and create jobs. Find out those entrepreneurs who are creating jobs and doing business. And for them, scaling up is only because they can't afford to employ more people. I want to give funds to them, and when they create more jobs, automatically valuations will come. So I am very clear, don't chase those people who take companies, big companies, which can pay any amount and take any people, get any valuation. But work on those people who do basic business of converting a raw material into a product or creating a service. I think in this country, there are people not less than 50 crore who don't even make 15,000 a month. So I am of that opinion. If we are supporting them, we are supporting the country.
Listening to you, Dr. Velumani, if I had to put what you're saying, one is still you're saying, continue to make impact, and you're saying, don't cry over the past, it's gone. Don't stress about the future, it hasn't arrived. Live in the present, make it beautiful, and help the people that need to be helped. That's what Dr. Velumani is saying. Now, let me shift focus. Known to give one-liner and very direct answer. Now, clearly, a lot of consumer internet companies are value. There's no question. They're making an impact. They're leaders. They're pioneering. But their valuations seem to be out of whack, at least to a lot of people who understand investing. So what is your view on the valuation of internet companies in India? July is likely to see Indian companies going to the bourses and raising almost $25 billion. So what's your view on the value of consumer internet company and the valuations? Clearly there is value. I don't think anybody doubts that.
One thing is very clear, Anurag. The value no one knows for themselves. I don't know what is value of my child. I don't know the value of my product. I even don't know value of any company, even which I run. To be very honest with you, 18 months back, my share value was 400 rupees. Today, it is 1400 rupees. So if 3x it becomes in 18 months. So shareholders, sometimes the investors will attach a lot of their own fantasies for evaluation. Having said that, I think the companies which are promising tomorrow, people want to be there today. It's a gambling. It's a risk taking. All those companies who are making losses have value much more than those companies which are making huge profits. It's insane to see any logic in it. But having said that, if a product can be a very big concept in year 2025, you won't get that stock today at a cheaper rate. So people have understood, people will dilute, people will look for growth. So I am of that opinion. E is equal to MC square is what the Einstein equation is. M is profit, C is equal to growth. And if somebody is growing 100% year over year for the last 5 years, I think their valuation has to be out of the calculator to work on. And I am pretty sure all may not deliver what value they promise, but some of them will certainly provide. And for them also, all investments need not give returns. 1 or 2 investments can give very high returns. Stock market is a gambling place. It's very simple. Any business is not gambling. Stock is gambling. Market cap is gambling. So there will be a kind of frustration in some of those so-called big companies. But it all depends upon the character and integrity of the promoter. And finally, if he delivers value, then only he is a hero. Otherwise, he will get abusers.
Absolutely. And the stock price can be sub 400 also then.
Yes.
If it went from 400 to 1400, clearly the sector saw growth and something in the company that was aligned with that growth, so to say. Absolutely. And, they say, how much do you believe in? You have to be at the right place at the right time and you get lucky. How do you be at the right place at the right time?
No, I think it is very simple. Every cricketer swings a bat. The very seasoned, most powerful cricketer also, after hitting so many sixes, will succumb to one small mistake in the timing only. Whether it goes above the slip fielder or it is in the hands of the slip fielder, it's pure nanoseconds of timing. So is businesses also. Sometimes market is up. We don't know, one thing about the stock market, no one knows what is top, no one knows where is bottom. This is the very simple way of looking at it. So I say, hey, some people would be, they do the deal. Now I have done the deal. I've done the deal at January 25th. And you must know on January 25th, my stock was the highest ever, 7,600 crores of market cap. So मैंने ये प्लान नहीं किया था, लेकिन मेरा डील चल रही थी, and the rate of the stock also was going up, and I got it the best. And then people call it as Velumani is very, very intelligent. His timing is good. His time is good. I think it's a matter of luck and coincidence. A lot of things happen. Having said that, all those are said to be lucky who are prepared when the luck comes. And I think I was probably prepared and decision jaldi liya, काम हुआ, अभी तारीफ करते हैं बहुत सारे लोग. This deal, single largest deal in healthcare, has become a blockbuster in the most focused industry in the world today is healthcare. And I'm extremely happy. पूरा limelight मेरा ऊपर है और मैंने तो deal लगा डाला, जिंगा लाला.
Thank you so much. I'm missing the energy of being in the same room as you. I want to ask you my last two questions. Clearly, people like you, with your experience, with your background, with your understanding, and some amount of character, that gumption, gut feel, can contribute to nation building. Would you be open to roles? Would you be open to roles which are not necessarily entrepreneurial roles, but are all policy advocacy? They're contributing to the country in a direct manner. Do we see Dr. Velumani doing that in the next few months, years?
Actually, the India as a country is too big, and then the states and the center and the committees and the representations and the politics and the kind of ये मेरा नहीं जमता है. I am a lion and I am a king and I want my word to be listened, and that's a little of dictatorship which I always expect if I have to do something. It's very difficult for me to sit in a group where all people have their own vested interest to influence the interest of the common man. I will not be very comfortable with. Having said that, if somebody, there's a number of people sitting and they want to listen to Velumani's views, if somebody gives me the background for 2 days in advance, I can tell what according to me is right without being a member of decision making. But I must tell you, I have seen wherever there are huge committees, there is a lot of tug of war, and then it doesn't make sense. In my board, I have run for 27 years. The business for the last 10 years, there were 6-7 board members. I don't think I really passed any opinion about board members. I take decisions and then I discuss. And I only take a discussion to see whether they are all agreeing with my decision or not. But then sometimes they don't agree with it. I have to call and I have to go. This I can do in a company where I have got 65% stake. But if it is a nation building, if it is involving multiple parties, if it involves multiple stakeholders, everybody sees the elephant from their own angle, and my view of the elephant could not be acceptable to everyone. But I would certainly evaluate if I am given an opportunity to give opinion.
Absolutely, I agree. I am part of 17 board and I always wanted to be, but boards work, you're right, different viewpoints come into play, and that's welcome. It's the alignment of interest that's sometimes missing. And I think you're referring to that. My last question, if you had to give your piece of advice to these young 30 under 30 winners, which will be announced for the next 55 minutes or so, you've given us your time till 7. You'll be encouraging them, giving away the awards virtually. What would you finally say to them as that some of them are doing well, they've raised capital, their companies have repurposed themselves, reimagined themselves in this post-pandemic age and are galloping, if I may say. What is your advice to them?
Yeah, and first and foremost, I am very happy that these people less than 30 are in the list of achievers, and that's in the entrepreneurial aspect. Largely, I expect people will not have confidence to do business before 30, 35. But then that is all of my age, where I was born in 1959. So those days, doing business was out of, percentage of people trying business immediately after college was even 0.001%. Having said that, today there is an environment where in services industry, without money, you can get inside, you can start and you can learn from the business. And I am extremely happy if somebody has already at an age of 30 has, without burning much, have got a traction and has a business model. And if the business model is scalable, they have a huge upside because the age is in their side. Having said that, the mindset of the consumer is keep on changing even every 5 years. Mindset of employees also completely changing every 5 years. The mindset of investors also are changing equally fast. So you need to position yourself, better yourself than what you were in the last year, last 5 years. It's a tough journey. There will be testing times. There will be ups and downs. Otherwise, everybody will be in business. And when you reach to your $1 billion value in your destination, if that is the destination, you will have to satisfy a lot of investors, a lot of staff, a lot of customers. And I would like the participants who have today been shortlisted and getting awarded to keep in your mind something which I have done. I have not got one single rupee investment into the company from an outsider for last 27 years. So you must be wondering then what is IPO and what is all this? All were secondary, all were not primary. Primary means money come inside the company. Secondary means money comes to the promoters separately into their pocket. So company did not receive any money from anyone. I never raised any debt in my personal life or for the company. It sounds bit of frustrating to see. Is that possible? Well, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, in मेरा जमाना में वो जम गया था. Company अच्छा था, business model अच्छा था, cash generate करता था, was allowing me to enjoy the freedom of ruling it on myself. Having said that, at every point of time, you will have a situation where the customer, you are not meeting to the needs. And sometimes staff are not very happy. And sometimes investors feel that you are not a good CEO. Let me tell you what I have done. I charged the least in the market. So customer was happy. I kept my system highly efficient. That made my salaries to employees fairly better than my peers. They were happy. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a company where it has grown 40% CAGR for 25 years. So investors were overwhelmed. So if you are a powerful entrepreneur, you have to keep all three happy. Wish you all the best. Lage raho. Good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Velumani, for those real and authentic and inspiring words coming from somebody who's done it. They carry a lot of gravitas. Thank you for making time. Thank you for inspiring all of us. Bhavna, it's time. One of the important thing is to keep time. We're at 6:06, so let's move on with the award ceremony. I can see some of our jury members have joined. Dr. Minya Chatterjee has joined. Ms. Anahita Dhondi has joined, and I can see them on the. I'm sure there are other jury members. I welcome them. Back to you so that we can get the award started.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Eva Velumani and Dr. Anurag Batra, firstly for joining us on this incredible day. And now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to move forth the much awaited awards ceremony. Well, moving towards the much awaited award ceremony right now, the inaugural edition of the BW Disrupt 30 Under 30 that aims to celebrate elite group of achievers, entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. A community of bold, innovative young leaders who are changing the course and the face of business and society. This initiative will recognize India's best disruptors who have created innovative brands and disrupted the market to become game changers in India. Please use the hashtag BW30under30 to tweet during the course of the ceremony when celebrating on social media. We're also live on bwdisrupt.com and ft.com/bwbusinessworld. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this entire jury panel consisted of, first up, our jury chair, Mr. Manu Jain, Global Vice President, Xiaomi, and Managing Director, MI India, jury co-chair, Ms. Lloyd Matthias, angel investor and business strategist. Jury panel, Mr. Anshul Singhal, Managing Director, Wells Fargo One, Mr. Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO, Boat, Mr. Gurpreet Singh, CEO and co-founder, One Digital Entertainment, Mr. Ram Mohan Sundaram, Managing Partner and Head, Media Technologies, DDB Mudra, Mr. Nilesh Misra, Audio Storyteller and Founder at Slow. We also had Mr. Samyak Chakraborty, Founder and Managing Director, X Billion Skills Lab, Mr. Vivan Sharan, Partner, Koan Advisory, Mr. Chira Chaudhary, the author, leadership coach, and founder, True North Consulting. We also had Ms. Anahita N. Dhondi, the chef and a celebrated professional, Mr. Vinay Dikshit, Regional Business Director at Abbott, Ms. Biniya Chatterjee, Founder and CEO, Sustain Labs Paris, Mr. Salil Kapoor, Business Unit Head, Appliances, Orient Electric, and Mr. Siddharth Batra, Independent Counsel, Practice, and Partner, Satram Das & Co. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible jury panel. Thank you to all our jury panelists on that. And let's hear what the jury has to say. Can we have the jury, Amy, please?
Experience being on the jury of the BW 30 Under 30 Young Achievers. I think it was a nice session. It was great to listen to young entrepreneurs. Some of the ideas and energy were evident in the room, and I think just the quality of the entries was very, very impressive. Right, so for a lot of the entries, one had to get into intense debates with the members. But I think it was good. Very heartening to see the quality of entries, very heartening to see the enthusiasm. And I think most importantly was the scale of the achievements of young people. It bodes very well for the country in India. I think the range of entries was very impressive in every which way. I think one saw a lot of gender, lots of young, smart women entrepreneurs, which was great. The other was the range of industries and ideas, right? So a lot of them came from technology background, some came from brick and mortar, which was good. And most importantly, and I think which was very nice about the BW 30 Under 30, was it also took a good hard look at entrepreneurs, people who work with large organizations, brand disruptors within people who do some great work. And I think that is something remarkable. Right? Entrepreneurship doesn't always mean someone doing something by himself. Very often it could be someone working in a middle-sized or a large organization, and yet creating huge disruption that positively impacts his organization. So I'm extremely happy that BW took a look at even that aspect. That having said, I think the other great part is the fact that the passion and energy of young founders was phenomenal. Right? What one came away with is the feeling that if someone in their 20s has this kind of passion, energy, and drive, then this bodes very, very well for us as a country and as an economy. I think BW Disrupt is doing some phenomenal work. I think the ability to look at what's happening in terms of disruption. Where disruption is not just in the business space, certainly disruption is in the social space, disruption is in every aspect of our lives. So I think it's nice that BW Disrupt focuses on disruption, which is really what this country needs. And if you ask me, disruption really has two elements to it. One is the ability of what I would say innovation, which is at the core of disruption. And the other is, in a sense, a mix of agility and resilience. Right? The last 15 months of the pandemic have taught every one of us, individually and collectively, the need to be agile and to be resilient, bounce back from failure. I think BW Disrupts highlight these issues extremely well.
Within a short span of time, Business World Disrupt is really carving out a niche for itself on the Indian scene. It's great to see the effort it's making in finding pockets of innovation that bring about the disruption, which is so meaningful and so important in the business world of today. I wish it all success in the future.
All right, my experience as a jury member of Business World 30 Under 30. I really enjoyed the fact that all the jury members were very invested in the whole jury process. It was a 7-hour long jury on day one, and another I think 5-hour long jury process on day 2. And yet I felt that none of the jury members were in a hurry to not give due attention to each of the candidates, because we all realized the importance of the implications of our decision. So that was really good to see. Second, I really appreciated the stance that Business World took. Anurag was, as always, very involved. He was there, during the whole jury meeting. But at the same time, they were very neutral. It was always left to the jury members to discuss and take a decision, and that was great. It was very well organized. I know these kind of events are very difficult to put together, and Business World, they come up with magazines and so many different properties. So coming up with an event like that and making sure that every candidate's profile is presented well, and lining up the candidates, coordinating with the candidates for meeting with the jury members, it's not an easy task. I got to speak with and meet with such interesting people, young people, interesting people, people who are doing new things, people who are doing old things, but at such a young age. Super interesting to meet all of them, and I love interesting conversations. So for me, I think the highlight of the whole jury process was meeting all these young people. Quality of entries was good. I thought it was very diverse because it was a nice mix of entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, different industries, different businesses. So it was very diverse and very interesting. I think there were some people, some individuals or representatives of companies which all the jury members had kind of heard of, and there were also some that were real gems and we hadn't heard of them. So it was a very good mix. BW Disrupt as a brand, it's a true reflection of what young corporate India looks like without idealizing it, without generalizing it, and without exaggerating it. So with all the goods and the bads, the different facets of young corporate India, Business World Disrupt truly presents that. I think that's BW Disrupt.
First of all, thank you for having me as a jury member. It was a great experience to judge such great talent, and the quality of entries is amazing as well. The jury that you had put up was amazing people. Great to see such youngsters coming forth. I never knew we got such good talent. and the way they are doing things. In fact, they were startups starting from legal to virtually going everywhere. And the qualities of entries, I believe we got the best entries in the country, and I was fortunate enough to judge them, being a jury member with the BW 30 and 30. I think it's a great start. It's a great motivation for youngsters. I believe as a brand, you're doing very well. And what I think is, in order to participate for any candidate, any participant in BW 30 under 30, I think the best thing is about participation. I know only 30 among what we have selected will make it ultimate. But it's the overall experience, I believe, for a participant, which makes it a great effort, I believe, and it makes a great award. That is what I think.
I think of BW Disrupt as the brand for the future, a fantastic platform to bring together young entrepreneurs to showcase their skills, their talent, and the promise. I wish them all the best.
This was really engaging jury. The entire process was very intensive. Everybody was involved. Everybody participated. All jury members were totally engaged, and everybody was trying to understand what are the good points and the bad points, the positives and the strengths of every candidate, and how the candidates have actually gone out and done great things. So everybody spent time not only interacting with the candidates, but also discussions after that were really engaging. Very impressed with the quality of entries and the great work that youngsters are doing these days. Not only starting companies, but also the some of them who are working in corporates and were starting new initiatives. How confident they are, how involved they are, and everybody wants to make a difference out there. It was so good to see so many young people trying to do great things, accomplish great things, experiment with new ideas, and implement those ideas, and have the courage to walk the whole distance. And not only, ideation is just one part of making the difference. It's a small part. Execution is the real challenge. And what we saw that day was all those people who had participated in this process, all of them were really out there making that change in various things in their chosen fields. I think BW Disrupt, and I have been observing this brand for quite some time, it has really evolved, traveled a long way, covered a long distance over a period of time. It is emerging as a strong brand, which will recognize the disruption that is happening, not only in technology, but various other areas as well. Something that will recognize the talent, something that will encourage and motivate people to go out and try new things and disrupt the status quo. So I think in days to come, BW Disrupt will become much more stronger in that area. And I wish all the best to the entire team.
I think it's a matter of great privilege for someone who has been on this list many years prior to now being on the jury. I think the process was intellectually very satisfying, because to hear the critical thought put forward and the questions put forward by the different members on the jury makes you think about what it takes to be the next big thing or the next big business. So when I was listening to all the pitches, I actually texted Dr. Batra that I'm actually 33. And I said at 33, I feel underaccomplished, because I'm looking at guys and girls who are between 20 and 24 building all potentially billion-dollar businesses. So I felt underaccomplished, to be very honest. I think anything that Dr. Batra does is disruptive. And therefore, with the energy that he puts behind BW Disrupt, I definitely think it is going to disrupt the space of content and business content.
Hi everyone, I am Anahita Dhondi. I am a chef and I am part of the BW 30 under 30 jury. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to be a part of it. There's been so much that I have learned, so much that I've experienced. It's great to be a part of the jury team where I've met so many like-minded people. It's been an absolute honor. And so the quality of entries has been absolutely amazing. The young achievers in this country have been doing so many things, a lot of them for social good, so I'm really happy to see that. and a lot of growth and development in so many sectors. It's amazing to see young people taking that stand and moving forward, and I'm really happy to be one of the youngest jury members. So wishing you guys the best of luck, and you'll know soon.
The first thing that comes out very clearly is that the current generation is doing some great work. When I say the current generation, it's largely because these guys are at least 10, 15 years younger to me, and below 30. If they're doing the kind of business that they're doing, the kind of revenues that they're generating, the kind of funds that they've raised, and the problems that they're solving, it's incredible to say the least. I say that because I have been an entrepreneur myself. I know how tough it is to make even 1 rupee out of any of the stuff that you land up doing as an entrepreneur. So to do what they're doing and disrupting the entire ecosystem to solve the kind of problem that they're solving, like I mentioned earlier, I think I was very, very impressed. I think the 75 plus people that you had shortlisted out of, I think 350 entrants who aspire to be part of the Disrupt 30 under 30 list this year, which is actually the inaugural edition of Business World's endeavor in this list creation. So it was, like I said, it was absolutely mind-boggling. I mean, we had to literally, every time we said that we'll wrap this up quickly, it wouldn't happen because the conversation was so engaging that a 2-minute pitch would land up being a 4-minute pitch because all of us and in the jury were so excited and engrossed to listen to what these guys are doing. So it was very tough to say the least. I keep saying to say the least because I'm so impressed with the quality. Also, there's one thing about entrepreneurs, right? They have a vision, they know what they want to do, and if they're successfully doing and executing what they've planned for, it shows up. But there's a whole host of intrapreneurs, people who work like entrepreneurs within organizations, think that this organization is their own. And seeing some of the stuff that these guys have landed up doing for their organizations, it's turned around fortunes for companies. So that itself shows the kind of passion that exists in today's generation. And I am very, very impressed. The opportunity to increase the footprint for Disrupt is enormous. Because the India internet ecosystem or India digital ecosystem or the entrepreneurship ecosystem is very, very vibrant in nature. The government has had several initiatives around this. The Prime Minister is very, very for incubating and getting more and more entrepreneurs who could create jobs for a whole host of people. So the opportunity for Disrupt is such that it just doesn't end there. I mean, this is the list that we've created. I think it can expand into some really strong startup events, which will probably attract investors to be part of, which is what happens with let's say a tech crunch in the US, right? So the word disrupt by itself means that you're going to actually lay down a foundation to charter your own territory, which never existed before, and that actually gives me a lot of excitement around the whole property. I think one can just expand it to the next level. You can have hackathons. You can do so many things. I mean, it just the list is endless. You can take it to tier 2 towns, which is where the talent is growing. India is a large country with 1.3 billion people in population. I think there's so much more this country can do, and BW Disrupt could eventually be the platform for these guys to jump from.
So while it was great knowing all what our jury had to say with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to go ahead with the award ceremony. But before that, I would request Dr. A. Velumani, founder and creator of Thyrocare, and our jury members, Ms. Anahita N. Dondi, a chef and a celebrated professional, and Minia Chatterjee, founder and CEO of Sustain Labs Paris, to join us for the award ceremony. And without further ado, I'd also like to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Exchange for Media, for kicking off the award ceremony with a few words. Over to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you. I just want to keep it brief. First, it's Dr. Minia Chatterjee, and she's a giant in her field. She's nowhere mini. She's definitely giant in the work that she does in the sustainability domain. And we are putting our money where our mouth is. We collaborate with her to bring out India's most sustainable companies list. We have a giant in Dr. Velumani. We have Anahita, who's been on many lists as a young achiever. and I'm glad she was a part of the jury. And I just want to say two things. One, the jury had lots of young people. Traditionally, we bring lots of old people who are very accomplished, who are very, very people look up to and entrepreneurs. So we made sure whether it was a Samyak Chakravarti, whether it was Anahita, like Mr. Siddharth Batra was 41, but he was winner of our Legal World 40 under 40, and many other young people were part of the jury. Second is entrepreneurs were part of the jury. Our jury chair for the first time was an entrepreneur in Mr. Manu Jain. So both the jury and the list has entrepreneurs. I want to emphasize on that. And the jury had young people on the jury who understand possibly the aspirations of younger people a little better than somebody like me. So just wanted to say that, don't want to be between you and the winners, and the jury members have joined. So let's go on with the winners and get Dr. Velumani, Dr. Chatterjee, and Mr. Hundi to give away the awards.
Absolutely. Thank you so
and
much.
Last is, there were enough women applicants. There can be more. There are lots of women winners. I wish there were more. I'll leave it at that. I won't give you the count, though I have it, but I just want to say that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, it is now time to announce all the winners. Now, first up, let's understand who is the first young disruptor to join the list in no particular order, hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Let's find it out. Winner AV, please. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is going to be Divij Bajaj, who is the founder and CEO of Aesthetic Nutrition. Congratulations, Divij, for making up in the list this time. Over to you. We'd love to hear from you.
3 years ago, when I started, I would tell anybody that I'm going to build a nutraceutical brand that would sell gummies. Everybody would laugh at me. They would laugh harder at me when I would say I want to do it for adults. But I remember one saying, that if you confidently follow the path you believe in, there shall be a time where everybody else will follow you. 3 years down the line, Power Gummies today is on its path to become first Indian origin brand that is going to dent the whole global nutraceutical market. And I would like to thank my parents, whole of Power Gummies team, Dr. Anurag, BW team, and the jury members for believing and acknowledging my journey. This is going to be a big milestone in my journey. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Divij, you were also the first person to present to the jury. And I can say Shraddha Kapoor has done the trick for you. I think you didn't thank Shraddha Kapoor. That's not fair.
I'll definitely convey my thank personally to her.
Yes. But jokes apart, congratulations. Dr. Velumani, you know the nutraceutical space and he's building a brand the right way. So any advice for Divij? You'll have to unmute yourself, Dr. Velumani.
Post-COVID, if you see 3 industries which have got boost, it is healthcare, wellness, fitness, nutrition. So you are there in right place, play it straight. And if everybody laughs at you, that means you are right. Please keep that in your mind. Good luck.
Thank you.
Anahita,
thank you, sir.
Anahita, again, we won't be able to share the jury comments that happen with him, but I know you had a specific comment on him when he presented and you did ask him a question. So
yes, so I just want to congratulate you, Divij. I have looked up at your brand. You've really built it up really well. And we were all very, very impressed. So congratulations. And I do hope I will try those Power Gummies soon. So congratulations and keep working towards your goal.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And Divij had promised that
you're going to love it.
Divij had promised before the jury meet that he sent a big box to every jury member. And
Definitely,
that's why he won.
definitely.
So
Absolutely. Could we also have Dr. Minia for your comments on the same?
Yes, sure. Very well done, Divij. We all felt that you came up with a very innovative product. What I really like is that through your business, you're you're also doing good for others. So that's really the future of business, that how through products and services, operations, you cater to the stakeholders around. At the same time, you make money as well. So really, all power to you. Very, very well done.
Thank you.
Great, Divij. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's find out who joins us next in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Winner AV, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is Alish Avlani, founder, CreditWise Capital. Congratulations, Alish, on this great win. We'd love to have you on the screen now. Over to you.
Hi, guys. Can you guys see me?
Alish, unfortunately, we can't. Could you just try and switch on your camera again once? Unfortunately, Alish, we're not able to see you. But we definitely can. Yeah, perfect. Over to you. Lovely to have you.
Hi, sorry for that. Thank you so much for recognizing me, everyone, for this award. It's obviously a big milestone and a validation of the effort put in by the team over the last 2 years. This is not a personal accolade, but obviously a recognition of the cumulative effort put in by the team at CreditWise Capital. At CreditWise Capital, we are changing the way two-wheeler lending takes place in India. Thank you so much once again. This is too many more awards for the company and myself, as this is just the beginning of my learning curve as a true disruptor of the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
Congratulations, Alish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Velamani, your thoughts, please.
Yes, Alish, it is business, right?
Yes.
It is business world, right?
Yes.
And you are 1 in the 30, right?
Yes.
And you are less than 30, right?
Yes.
बहुत बड़ा जिम्मेदारी है. बधाइयां बहुत.
Thank you. Thank you for all your best wishes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Velamani. Our jury, Ms. Anahita, if you'd like to say a few words to Alish.
Yeah, I just want to say a very big congratulations to you. Obviously, like you said, being a team player is extremely important. And I think that's what you've done for your company. And, all credit goes to you and your team. So congratulations once again.
Thank you, Anahita.
Dr. Mania?
Yes, Alish, while speaking with you during the jury meet, it reminded me of my previous days in investment banking. And I know how tough it is. It's big decisions, big responsibilities. But I would just say that, you've had a great start. Remember that it's big responsibility to invest people's hard-earned money. And make sure that you keep going with the same sense of responsibility, and one slip kind of lets you down in this industry. So be as prudent as you were right in the beginning, and don't ever let your guard drop. And you should always get better and better, and don't drop down the guard.
Thank you.
Alish, of course I congratulate you, but I want to ask you different. What is your advice to jury members to do better? Of course, let's put Dr. Velamani, but definitely people like me. I want to learn from you. Honestly, Samyak said he felt underaccomplished. I met Samyak when he was 17. He's 33 plus now. His father was my boss. And, I am very happy with what we've achieved and what we are on our way. But what is your advice to older people doing business in a certain way? Is there a tip that you can give us in terms of reverse mentoring?
Absolutely. Tip in terms is keep believing in younger people, and I think that's the best tip I can give it today. The younger team, the team is what's going to be the next generation.
Thank you so much, Alish. All the best.
Thank you.
I have an advice for the jury.
Right, sir.
Be old, be bald, but be bold.
I don't think Dr. Chatterjee and Anahita will follow all of it, but I think they'll follow most of it.
I'll agree to some of those, not all.
That's what I said. Yes. Thank you, Alish. All the best.
Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move on and find out who joins us next in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Winner, Avi, please. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Kush Taneja, founder and co-CEO of FAMPay, who's going to be joining us. Well, congratulations, Kush, on this wonderful win. We just request you to please unmute yourself and put the camera and video on, please. All right. Unfortunately, the winner is not joining us live, but we'd love to give our congratulations there. A slight technical issue. But nevertheless, let's move on and find out the next winner joining us in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Could we have the next winner, Avi, please? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, joining us now on the screen is going to be Gautam Raj Anand, Managing Director, Hubhopper. Congratulations, Gautam. Incredible win. Over to you. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for taking out the time and spending this evening with us all. I know it's kind of risky to tell somebody that runs a podcast company to keep their speech under 30 seconds. So I'm really going to endeavor to keep this brief. I'm very grateful to Business World for and the jury for actually taking out time from their schedules and putting in so much effort behind this. I know from somebody that's now been running a company for 7 years that, it's moments like this that allow you to stop and actually smell the roses. But also be cognizant of the fact that, you're just scratching the tip of the iceberg and long way to go before we sleep. Thank you, nevertheless. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope each and every one of you have a very safe and healthy 2021.
Absolutely. Congratulations on that, Gautam. From now on, we'll just request one of our jury panels to address to the winners, just in interest of time. We'd love to hear though otherwise, but just in interest of time. And I know Dr. Velumani has a hard stop at 6:45 Indian Standard Time. So Dr. Velumani, if you could address that right now to Gautam, we'd love your view on the same.
Yes, Gautam, it is nice to get acknowledged, awarded, but keep in your mind, focus is must. Don't get distracted. Limelights very often make people to lose. Lage rago. All the best.
Thank you so much.
I'm just going to jump in and congratulate Gautam because he actually made me download his app while he was giving his pitch. So really big congratulations to you, and you're doing some amazing work. And I think the podcast sector is really growing. So you're in a good space and keep going and, achieving more.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And, I'm sure my friend Devraj will write another long post about you. So tell him to write another long post about you. I don't know, I met you for the first time, but I read his post. So I'm sure he'll write a long post about you again.
Awesome, man. No, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for this, and have a wonderful rest of the session.
And the Beatles band is blessing you from heaven.
Oh, there are a bunch of bands behind me. It's not just the Beatles.
All the best. All the best.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and find out the next young disruptor joining us in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Winner, Avi, please. gentlemen, now joining on screen is Varda Taneja, Senior Assistant Vice President in West India. Congratulations, Varda, on this incredible win. You're looking fantastic. Over to you.
Thank you. And a big thank you to all the jury members, the entire Business World team for selecting me under the prestigious 30 Under 30 Disruptors Club. You know, throughout my journey, impact has always been my driving motivation. And through this journey, I have interacted and been inspired by so many people, you know, whether it's my family, friends, peers, but most of all, you know, the hardworking government machinery of India. And this recognition is also a recognition of their positive influence in the world. And, you know, for me, for my organization, Invest India, being selected under this banner is truly a testimony to the positive direction in which governance in New India is headed. And really, it truly motivates me to continue pursuing my passion of disrupting the space, of driving impact through public policy, investment promotion, and hopefully this is just the beginning in a long road ahead. Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations on that, Varda. We'll just request Dr. A. Velumani once again for that because Sir has to leave shortly. Dr. A. Velumani, your notes to our winner, please.
Varda, are you an investor or an entrepreneur?
I'm actually working with the government.
Working with the government, right.
He was Varda. As I said, Dr. Velumani, both are jury and our winners have entrepreneurs, and one of the things that it's called 30 Under 30. It's not called 30 Under 30 founder. So it's about people within. So Varda, she's both an entrepreneur and a young lady, so it's equally welcome. Minya,
because it is Invest India, I thought it could be an investor. But having said that, I wanted to make a punchline, and for that I was making a ground. Nevertheless, I will tell the punchline I wanted to tell. जो काम करते हैं वो बुड्ढे होते हैं, जो काम कराते हैं वो बड़े होते हैं. Wish you all the best.
और young कैसे होते हैं?
Young. Now I and Anurag have to separately meet one-to-one to see how we can become young.
Looking forward to that, Dr. Velu. I think last time you and me met, Bhavna was hosting our physical event, I think.
Yes, I remember.
Last time, 1.5 years back. But anyway, look forward to that. And Varda, congratulations. Well done. Minya, would you like to say a few words to Varda?
How did you know, Anurag? I would have so much to say. So,
I'm clearly not a mind reader, but just...
in this case, you did. But, you're, Varda, you're young, you're bright, you're confident, and you're a woman. You know, all these aspects in fact, all these aspects are sometimes rare in the field that you are in. And I would just tell you that be who you are. Because what happens is that sometimes, you tend to behave like what you're not and what the majority is. And that just defeats the whole purpose. So stay true to who you are, keep your originality, be yourself, even though the rest are not like you. That's going to get you a long way. And most of all, it's going to give you a lot of inner peace and satisfaction with yourself at the end of the day.
Thanks so much, Minya. That's really kind of you.
You know, Varda, I want to learn. What is your advice to people like me on the jury, and other people who are older? I mean, Anita is very young, but they're older. So what is your advice to all of us? How can we learn from millennials, and what can we learn?
I think one very important thing which the older generation doesn't recognize is the value of the insights and the creative ideas that the younger generation brings on the table. They have so many preconceived notions about our age or our understanding. And I think removing these preconceived notions and being open to accepting other people's and younger people's viewpoints is something that I feel the older generation can definitely look towards moving.
Great. With that, Varda, congratulations once again, and great win right there. Thank you so much for joining us. And also with this, I'd really like to thank Dr. A. Velumani for his valuable time today. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on and find out our next young disruptor joining us in the elite list of hashtag BW 30 Under 30 Club in 2021. us now on the screen is Shivam Singla, the founder and CEO Legality. Congratulations, Shivam, on this incredible win. Over to you.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Business World team and the jury for this recognition. It really means a lot. Obviously, most entrepreneurs go through a very hard journey, especially when they start their initiative in 30s and something like in the early 20s. So something like this is a real validation and really motivates you to continue going forward. And we have been trying to digitize a process which has been most immune to digitization, which is legal documentation. And it's been a really hard journey. So this award is, as I said, is really means a lot. And more than a personal accolade, I think this is this is a collective recognition of my team, which is also mostly consisting of members which are under 30. I think 90% of our team members are under 30 as well. So I think this award actually goes to our team. And yeah, with that, I would like to thank the jury and the Business World team again for this award.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Shivam. I just request our jury, Ms. Naita, for your words to Shivam on the same.
Hi, Shivam. Congratulations. So my husband's a lawyer, and I know how difficult, it is. And I feel like you're really, really helping out in terms of streamlining a lot of things. So keep doing that work. And I'm sure you're going to get to a point where everyone's going to look up to what you're doing. And it's been a fantastic experience, like looking at every single person's profile. So congratulations once again.
Thank you, Anand.
Congratulations, Shivam, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also.
Congratulations, Shivam. That doesn't stop you from applying for the BW Legal World 30 Under 30. This win, I just want to say that. But congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to tell you that Ms. Minia had to leave. So thank you so much to our jury panel, Ms. Minia Chatterjee, founder and CEO Sustain Labs Paris, for joining us and giving us her valuable time as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's move on and find out who joins us next in the hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club. So while, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is Ayushi Mona, Manager Novartis. Congratulations, Ayushi, on this incredible win. Over to you. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, and a very good evening to everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. I think the list of people that I would like to thank effusively is very, very long. But first of all, the Business World team and the jury for the recognition. This milestone is only a reminder to continue to work harder. And I would especially like to thank my organization, my mentors, my mother for actually facilitating an ecosystem where I can deliver my best. So a big thank you to everyone.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Dr. Anurag Batra. Your thoughts on the same?
Congratulations, Ayushi, and you're an entrepreneur. And as I said, the list as entrepreneur, and you're a woman, so I'm doubly happy. Congratulations, carry on your journey. You're very convincing, and it was easy to select you as part of the list. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the same. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out who joins us next in the hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club 2021. Let's see who the next winner is. So while, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is now Girish Ananthanarayanan, COO and Program Director at People. Congratulations, Girish, on this incredible win. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor and a privilege to be selected to this group, especially because the jury that we interacted with, they were just doing such inspirational work and coming from such varied fields. So I'm lucky to be part of the leadership team of People, an education nonprofit that's working closely with governments to improve learning in government schools. The sort of problem that we're trying to tackle is just massive and immense. And a win like this, recognition like this, is something that will really help us in our journey to just find the support that we need and attract more people towards the cause. So I would love to thank all the jury members and also all the wonderful team members at People, my managers, all my former McKinsey colleagues who have been supportive of my move to People, my friends, my family, and not least of all, my teachers for helping me get to where I am today. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Girish. While the 30 list is a 30 list and everyone is equal, there were some people who got a yes instantly. You were one of them. I know Anahita is there. I think you were unanimous among the 5-6 people who were like, it took us less than 30 seconds to decide. Some we took 10, 15, 20 minutes. So we are very happy. I just want to ask you, what do you think we can learn from people like you or other people in the list? What do you think that little older people who are also accomplished, trying to make a difference, can learn from people like you who are younger and trying to make a social impact?
I would say at 2 levels. First is I would, number one, again, this might be a little disruptive in the scheme of things, but I would actually just come back to the fact that age is just a number. And everyone is in some sense running their own, version of life, right? So I guess, just being a little kinder and trying to understand each other, because we have come out with certain life experiences as we grew up versus what, a different generation grew up with. But that doesn't make us different. I mean, any more different than 2 people of the same generation from 2 different spaces. Well, that said, I would also just add that for anyone, I think, like the conversation today morning on ESG, I think there are a lot of wonderful people in positions of power, in positions of influence, and wherever they are, if you can support your version of social impact, it'll help make the world a little kinder, a little more sensitive, and hence a little happier. Hope
Okay,
that
Girish. Yes, you did. And, you talked of space. So clearly, Richard Branson is trying to beat, some other people to going into space. But just I want to say that, in the morning I made a speech just before Samir Shah of Peak Capital came in. And I brought him in because, we partnered with Minya to do the India's most sustainable companies. And, we believe in sustainability. I just want to say Charles Darwin was 29 when he came up with his theory of natural selection. Also, Einstein had his
He would have made it to the list
at age of 26. He was 26. So clearly a lot of 30 under 30. And also Madame Marie Curie, we call her Madame later, but Marie Curie made big discoveries about radiation in her late 20s. Mozart's Symphony No. 1 E flat was discovered by somebody who was 8 years old. So clearly the age of accomplishment is clearly getting younger. There's no question. And that's a statistical. It's not a view. It's not an opinion. It doesn't mean that people who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s are not starting new things and making an impact or building scale, but the age of achievement is clearly getting younger. There's no question about that. So congratulations.
We've been lucky to get all the opportunities your generation has given us. So thank you also.
Yeah. All the best, Girish. And we look forward to more interactions with you. We also have the BW Education initiatives where we'll engage with you and hopefully get you to make a meaningful contribution. All the best, Girish.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Girish, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out who's joining us next in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Next winner, Avi, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, joining us is Rohan Nayak, co-founder and CEO of Pocket FM on your screen. Congratulations, Rohan, on this incredible win. With this, the screen is all yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Business World team and the entire jury for this award. It feels great to be here, to be frank, where we are celebrating, innovation, disruption. It's quite exciting. I would also like to, accept this, for my co-founders, Nishant and Prateek, my entire Pocket FM team. Without, of course, this wouldn't have been possible. So at Pocket FM, our mission is to build the largest audio ecosystem. We fundamentally feel that audio storytelling, is a mainstream content format for sharing stories, for entertainment, for knowledge, and we have a long way to go. And thanks a lot for the support and encouragement. And lastly, congratulations to all the fellow winners and the entire team for hosting such an amazing event.
Thank you so much, Rohan, and congratulations. As I've asked everyone, I'll ask you that people like me know that we know something, but we don't even know what we don't know.
Yep.
If we knew, we'd be doing the things that you are doing. So tell us, what can we know to do better? And I really mean it as a serious question. What do you think people like me can learn from people like you?
So, I think I actually think that, I feel the fact that, we, as I think for me, especially personally, I feel we are living in a world where, we are living in a world of rapid experimentation. And essentially where, for our journey at Pocket FM has essentially been nothing short of like just doing 100 experiments and figuring out what works. So I feel that a lot of times, I think, experimentation is, I can't understate the importance of experimentation. And I think we're living in a world of connectivity where the pace of experimentation and the feedback loops have shortened to a very high degree. So if we understand, I think just one takeaway is that the compounding value of rapid iterations and experiments is insane. I think the only thing that I feel, probably is the internet and with all this connectivity has become easier is just to do extreme multiple experiments all at the same time to get the right answer. I think that I would feel is, I would the secret to, I would say whatever we have achieved so far has essentially been because of experimentation. And I think that I feel should be the key takeaway, if I have to say anything.
Thank you so much, Rohan. Mr. Salil Kapoor, who's also a jury member, has joined, and he used to be managing director of a large OTT platform much ahead of time, and he's worked in telecom, he's worked in consumer durables, he's worked in media. He was the CEO of India's second largest DJ operator. Mr. Salil Kapoor, you heard Rohan say what he said. Your words of congratulations and advice to Rohan.
So, ladies and
gentlemen,
Hi, can somebody help me switch on my video feed, please?
Sure, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bhavna. So congratulations, Ron.
Thank you.
This is a great platform. As part of the jury, I could experience the kind of energy and engagement the entire jury brought to the table, and the kind of the high quality of the entries that we had this year. So I'm sure you're not even lucky, you are much more than that, and you are one of the most deserving, as they say in this age group, 30 under 30. And I'm sure you will keep on qualifying for more victories as you go along. Keep up the good work. I think this is just the beginning of the journey for many of the founders and many of the leaders who are part of this elite, I would say, and select group 30 under 30, because every decade should add a couple of more new ventures and a couple of more new achievements as time flows. So look forward to seeing you in many more forums in the future. All the best.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations once again. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see now, we have our jury, Mr. Salil Kapoor, Business Unit Head, Appliances, Orient Electric. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Next winner, Amy, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is now Shashwat Nakrani, the co-founder of Bharat Pay. Congratulations, Shashwat, on this incredible win. Over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, Shashwat.
Yeah, so thank you very much to the entire Business World team and all the jury members for selecting me for this award, and of course conceiving the idea of first edition of 30 under 30 list. Uh, this feels like a win for the entire Bharat Pay family and all the people who have worked towards making it a success. And hopefully this award and the recognition will push us to drive further and push harder towards fulfilling the financial needs of MSMEs of India. And this feels like a lot going in Delhi markets, going from shop to shop to coming at this level in just 2.5 years of time. It's been an incredible journey, and it's a lot of learning we've got. Yeah. So thank you, and it's a pleasure to be part of this.
Shashwat, what is great is your two co-founders started Bharat Pay, and then a third one joined, like you brought in a professional to kind of scale up. All three of you been accoladed now by Business World.
Yes, it feels like a family now. It's nothing.
Yes, yes. So, and your Bharat Pay has grown tremendously in the last 24, 30 months, and your journey has been incredible. And I know that you are the technology and the product person driving that growth, bringing ideas. And what the jury loved was, you said you went out and talked to everyone in the markets, and that's how you got insight. And, I think all the jury members appreciated the process and the passion you brought. So just wanted to mention that. Congratulations. Keep doing well.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations, Shashwat, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with our incredible jury on your screen, it is now time to move on and find out who joins us in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, AV, please. Ladies and gentlemen, now joining on the screen is Sarvesh Shashi, the co-founder of Sarva. Thank you so much, Sarvesh, for joining us today, and congratulations. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I don't think I look anything like what I came on the screen. Thank you so much, the entire team of Business World. Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so much, jury members. I'm so grateful, humbled, and honored to be a part of such an amazing list. I can't be any happier. And like somebody earlier said, it is just validation that all of us are doing amazing work. Well, I am the founder of Sarva. Sarva is basically a consumer's one-stop yoga-based wellness ecosystem. And since I have only 30 seconds, I keep telling this everywhere I go, which is love like there is no tomorrow. And if tomorrow comes, love again. Because people of our age say YOLO, which is you only live once. And I think let's all make the most of it. Thank you so much to everybody out there for giving me this opportunity and having me a part of this amazing, amazing list.
Congratulations, Sarvesh. I've interacted with you over the last 2 years, so happy that you won. And the only problem, people start loving themselves too much, which is also okay. You got to have balance in loving yourself also, but that's the only comment I'd make. No specific reference to any person you may know, or I may know, but just wanted to make it. But Sarvesh, I've asked this question to everyone. What do you think we can learn from people like you? And that's a very serious question. Like Rohan said, you can do more experimentation. Don't reject ideas, I think it was a very simple but very powerful thing he said.
Well, somebody earlier also said this. I think somebody who is older than us, right? That is in respective ages. I think age is just a number. Again, the CEO of People said that. But I do believe that there is a lot of preconceived notions that I see in people older, which is they're like, okay, this needs to be done like this, XYZ. This is a process, and there is no sort of better way of doing it. So like experimentation, etc. I think just being very, very open and being okay that, see, this is the risk that we were supposed to be taking. And if that risk works out, great. If we fail, we fail. But I think, like, for example, my dad, I don't want to comment on anybody else, but my dad has now come to realize that, yes, it's important branding is critical. Otherwise, having built a $200 million business across 17 years, but nobody knows Sabri group of companies. So now he's like, what to do in PR, what to do in branding, what to do in marketing, etc. And I've been telling him this for the last 5-6 years. So I think just being open to newer ideas and having the sort of ability to test out, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, no problem at all.
Listening to you, it makes me remind of a Friedrich Nietzsche saying, he said, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. So clearly you have to hear the music, you hear the music. Some people can dance without the music, but they're unique. But
I certainly can.
Your words of congratulations to Sarvesh.
So, Sarva comes from Sarvesh, right? And
yes.
It is connected somewhere, and very happy to see a lot of words in the background as well. I think wellness is the key for not only good health, but also for success and for achieving more in life. And we've all seen that in recent times, whatever happened in last couple of months, when the entire country or when the entire world is experiencing this challenge. That's a great job that your team is doing. I just saw the app and the website when you were talking and Anurag was talking. It's a great thing. I think it can be scaled up further. There are a lot of things that you can plug in. I'm sure that's already on the roadmap, and it will help people achieve more, be happy and healthy. And that's what is important, end of the day, because I agree with you. It's a YOLO game. It's only once that you come on this earth. So, as they say, it's only one trip. Please be sure what are you building. So thank you for building this for others to build on top of it.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and congratulations once again. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to call on the screen and stage our jury, Mr. Samyak Chakrabarti, founder and managing director, ex-Williams Skills Lab. Thank you so much, Samyak. With this, we just request you to please unmute yourself and put the video on and join us on the screen. Hi, Samyak. How are you doing?
Hi. All good. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Samyak also joining us on the screen, it is now time to move on and find out who joins us in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, AV, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, now joining on the screen is Rahul Gupta, founder and CEO, Singularity AI Labs. Congratulations, Rahul, on this incredible win. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, the entire jury, and the entire team of Business World for conferring me this honor. I feel elated to be a part of this esteemed fraternity of Business World 30 Under 30. So at Singularity AI Labs, we enable Fortune 500 companies and technological startups around the globe to transform their businesses by making use of data science and AI. Special thanks to my parents, my wife, and the entire core team of Singularity AI Labs. Also, it wouldn't have been possible to make it through without the support and trust of our beloved clients. So a heartfelt gratitude to all of them. I'll end my speech by saying that 90s and 2000s was the era of an IT boom, with India leading it up from the overpowering angle. This decade of 2020 to 2030 would be an AI and data science boom in India and across the world, with AI, with India kind of be at the forefront of this monumental success.
Congratulations, Rahul. Samyak, would you like to say a few words to Rahul?
Yes, I think the congratulations, firstly, Rahul, for winning this award. I think the domain that you've taken is both necessary as well as dangerous. Necessary because artificial intelligence is going to help create efficiency and scale, but dangerous because it can also make humans redundant. Natural intelligence can become redundant in the age of artificial intelligence. So I hope that you pursue your business with conscience and don't make either Matrix a reality, the movie, because we still need to exist. So yes, that's my message for you.
Right. Thank you so much, Samyak, on those note. I'd just like to congratulate Rahul once again. And ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, we're going to be moving on and joined by our next winner. So let's find out who wins in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Next winner, Evie, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, now joining on the screen is Vinayak Srivastav, co-founder and CEO of Torch. Thank you so much, Vinayak. Congratulations on this incredible win. With this, the screen and stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jury, for recognizing all the efforts. This one's definitely out for the entire team. This one's a group effort and the perseverance that we have been working on for the last 4.5 years, I would say. A special shout out to definitely my wife, who's been a stellar support during the tough times, and my brother and my mother, who's always been behind, saying that there's always going to be a brighter day. Being an entrepreneur sometimes leads you on a path of trying to be solo, and family always makes a huge difference. With that note, I'll just thank the entire jury and BW Disrupt for recognizing the effort. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Vinayak. All the best.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Samyak, your congratulations to Vinayak.
Yes, of course, congratulations, Vinayak. Anyway, rightly said, entrepreneurship is a very difficult journey. And one thing I'd like to tell you though is, while family support, friend support, and colleague support is very critical, I think we have to be satisfied with our own selves and depend on our own selves, because many times it may happen that everybody around you doesn't understand or agree, but you have to stay stubborn, and that relationship with yourself always helps. That's something that I've experienced.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So congratulations on that. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be moving on to finding out who joins the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Let's find out the next winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us next on the screen is our winner, Srikar Sanapareddy, founder and CEO, Gradwine Advisors. Congratulations, Srikar, on this incredible win. Over to you now.
All right. Thank you so much. And I hope you all can hear me well. So first of all, thanks to BW Business World and the entire jury. I think this is an incredible honor and a privilege. At Gradwine, we are trying to change the way career guidance is thought of around the world. And a recognition like this, I think, is an early vindication of our efforts, which feels tremendous. Business World as a magazine is something my father used to read, years ago, back in the 90s, early 2000s. And to be featured in it right now seems surreal. I'm sure they're watching and proud. I'd like to thank my co-founder, Suraj, first of all. There is no Gradwine without Suraj. And this award belongs as much to him as it does to me. And of course, I'd like to thank my team, which has been absolutely fantastic. Finally, I think this is just the beginning. There's so much more to go, such a long journey, so many more hurdles that we'll no doubt overcome. But awards and recognitions like this will encourage young entrepreneurs like me to keep going and succeed further. Thank you so much.
All the best, Srikar. What do you think we can learn from people like you? People like me and Salil can learn from people like you. And I really mean it as a very serious question. It's not a jokes aside. What do you think we can learn to compete with you or to appreciate what you do?
I mean, I have one thing, but I don't think it's for this jury in particular, because you've started something like BW Disrupt, which itself is, fantastic for young entrepreneurs and shows a very open thought process. But what I've observed with a lot of stakeholders, such as school principals and, other people within the education sector, is that they have a lot of preconceived notions, as mentioned earlier. They often try to find the 1% or the 5% sector of the population that we cannot solve a problem for, and therefore are willing to invalidate an entire idea. So I think age bias shouldn't exist. And if you're a little bit more open to trying a new way of doing things, it would be great. But this was my general observation of the other stakeholders that we interacted with.
Congratulations. Mr. Salil Kapoor, any words of wisdom to Shrikar?
Thank you, Shrikar, for building this up, because I think this is a big challenge that all the students, especially those who move out of the academic life to the work life, the transition, that is the period when they need hand-holding, which should start pretty early, which doesn't happen at the school level or at the college level. So you are filling that gap, and it is helping those, I would say, the entire set of people, entire generation, to settle down and take off, as they say, in the right manner, so that they can actually achieve their potential. Otherwise, it's difficult when they see those challenges and are not able to adjust. So the need gap that you are filling is really, really required, so that all the individuals who step out in the world from the colleges and the schools are able to make a difference. So thank you very much for doing that, and all the very best for scaling up Gradvine.
Thank you so much, sir. Really encouraging, and we will power on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations once again on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's now find out the next young disruptor joining the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Amy, please. Well, joining us on the screen is Nishita Yogesh, CEO, Hunar Online Courses. Congratulations, Nishita, on this incredible win. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd first really like to thank Business World, Dr. Batra, and the jury for us to be able to take our idea and talk to a panel of such esteemed members and actually feel, hear from them that we are, deem us with this recognition. It's great. Over the past 2 years, Hunar and our team, we've been building this business, and we've encountered challenges and roadblocks. But at every step of the way, our students, the young women and the homemakers of Tier 1, 2, and 3 India have been our focus. They've been our source of joy and our driving force. And this recognition is not just for me. It is for our entire team. It is for all the people who have understood our vision, believed in our mission, and have invested either their money or their time with us. You all know who you are. In 30 seconds, there is no way I could name all of you, but thank you so much. For us, young entrepreneurs with a wild dream, recognitions like this, they really help keep us going. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All the best, Nishta. God bless you. Keep doing well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and congratulations, Nishta, on this incredible win. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's find out who is joining us in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Amy, please. So while joining us on the screen is Anika Tanwar, Business Head, Bobble AI. Congratulations, Anika, on this incredible win. Over to you. Great to see you again on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, and the entire jury of Business World. I am totally overwhelmed. I feel humbled. I was, in fact, very excited to be just shortlisted enough and winning and being part of the list with the other disruptors. It's just a great honor, I feel. I want to really thank our founder Ankit Prasad, and of course Rahul, the co-founder and CTO, and each and every employee of Bobble. I think that it would not have been possible for me to do everything that I was doing since day one at Bobble had it not been the culture and the kind of autonomy and the forthcoming attitude that everyone has at Bobble. So, and other than that, of course, my family, I'm really, they support each and everything that I do, even if it's outright wild and crazy. I just have to say thank you so much to everyone, like really overwhelmed.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Anika. I just request our jury, Mr. Salil Kapoor, for your thoughts and your congratulations on the same.
Congratulations, Anika. I think mobile AI is making marketing much more fun. From all those earlier marketing 1.0, when we had the long ads played on the traditional broadcasting channels, to looking at the way you are making it more exciting and engaging. It's a long journey. It's come a long way. So thank you for doing that and keep up the good work. All the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salil. Thank you.
Anika, not that I have any favorite one, but you're a woman and you're an entrepreneur, so I'm very happy that you won.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Anika, on this win. And we're again joined by our jury. Thank you so much, Ms. Anahita Dhoni, the chef and celebrated professional. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us your valuable time again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's find out who joins us in the hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Could we have the next winner, Amy, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is Sakshi Bakshi, CEO, Nucros Science and Taste. Congratulations, Sakshi, on this incredible win. Over to you now.
Thank you, Bhavna. I think nothing speaks louder than getting recognized by a jury who I've long admired. At Nucros, we believe in treating and reversing health conditions using food as medicine in an era where people have started considering medicines as food. So we are making some ripples on our way to making some waves and hopefully a healthy tsunami soon. So thank you for believing in our vision, and this serves as great motivation for us going forward. A big thank you to my team also, without whom this journey would not have been possible. Finally, a big thank you to Dr. Anurag and the entire Business World team who have given us young visionaries like us a platform to shine and showcase their hard work. So congratulations to all the winners, and a big thank you to BW and the entire jury once again.
Congratulations, Sakshi. Mr. Lloyd Matthias, who's also our jury co-chair, has also joined us. I'd request Mr. Lloyd Matthias to say a few words. Sakshi. Mr. Matthias, can we get him on video? I know he's joined.
Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to be having our jury co-chair joining us on the screen, Mr. Lloyd Matthias, angel investor and business strategist. Mr. Lloyd, if you're around, please requesting you to switch on your camera and unmute yourself and join us on the stage. So requesting the team to kindly help on the same. And meanwhile, congratulations, Sakshi, on this win. Mr. Lloyd? So I think Anurag, Dr. Anurag Batra, they're just confirming on getting him on the screen. Meanwhile, is there something you'd like to say to our winner?
Anahita, again, you're in this space of, food is an important space.
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, Sakshi, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, your presentation was very impressive, and I have also managed to go through your website. So I'm really glad that you are doing something, where you're curating menus, or you're working in the food space. Nutrition is definitely on the rise, and it's something that everyone's kind of looking out to create new menus and, actually add nutritious food into their diets and cut out all the junk. So I think you're doing a great job. I hope you expand and you do really, really well. So congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. My meal subscription is due. I'll be sending it to you soon.
Thank you. I think you have to send it to everyone. That's what.
Yes, I have to. I have to send it to the entire jury.
No, those are jokes. Those are jokes.
Congratulations, Sakshi.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, congratulations once again, Sakshi, and thank you so much to our jury chair, Mr. Lloyd Matthias, for joining us and giving us your incredible time as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's quickly move on and find out who's joining us next in the hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Amy, please. joining us now on the stage and screen is Nikhil Saraf, co-founder and COO, Stones to Milestones. Congratulations, Nikhil, on this incredible win. We'd love to hear from you. Over to you now.
Thank you so much for the recognition to the jury and the entire business world family. I believe is simply a manifestation of everyone who believed in us early enough to see us where we are today, and really, really happy and feeling way more responsible than normal accepting this award. So thank you so much and accepting this recognition. We, Stones to Milestones, is an organization that's aiming to be the gold standard for learning English as a second language globally. It's something that plagues literally 1 billion people where they're not able to read at the reading level they should be reading at. And we are very happy that we are inching closer and closer towards the goal. And platforms like this just help us amplify the word a lot more. So thank you so much, jury, and thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations so much, Nikhil. Keep doing well. Mr. Matthias, your words of encouragement.
Hey, thanks, Anurag, and thanks, Team Business World. Congratulations, Nikhil. I think fantastic. I was listening to your pitch, and I think it was really impressive. And also want to congratulate all the winners thus far. I think it's a great sign. Just the quality of the entrants and the kind of contributions, both entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs, was truly outstanding. I mean, we had some long, agonizing debates of how to get people into that 30, and there were obviously points of difference, but the overall standard was absolutely outstanding. So congratulations. Really enjoyed the entire judging session, and all the best for the winners yet to be declared. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, sir. Means a lot.
Thank you, Nikhil.
And Nikhil, what do you think we can learn from people like you?
So my entire leadership team is older to me, right? So I keep asking them what makes us stick together, and I think we vibe off each other. And one of the things that I picked up from them is more than EQ, IQ, which are things of the past. We find something called RQ, which is relevance quotient within the team, and how all of us can remain relevant not only today but going forward. And I believe every working professional has a moral responsibility to kind of reinvent himself every 18 months, right? So RQ is something that we coin internally to stay relevant, no matter which age, where in the hierarchy you fall. So that's something that's relevant for all of us, I believe.
Absolutely, that's great, Nikhil. Congratulations, and relevance IQ right there. So that's the new RQ. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's move on and find out the next winner joining us in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. So joining us now on the screen is Prashant Janadri, the co-founder at Tasmo. Congratulations, Prashant, on this incredible win. Great to see you again. Over to you.
Hi everyone. I would like to share my thankfulness to the entire Business World team for this facilitation. I would like to share and dedicate this 30 Under 30 award along with my co-partner Navin Ram and to the entire Tasmo fam. So it would, I think it would definitely boost up our journey towards digitizing the, gig jobs for the next 500 million internet users in New Bharat. So, thank you once again to the all, jury members, Business World team members, and even, Tasmo family.
Congratulations, Prashant. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'd request our jury, Ms. Naita, for your words of encouragement.
Hi, Prashant. Congratulations.
Hi.
So I still remember your pitch, and we were extremely impressed with all the work that you're doing. And, honestly, just keep doing a lot of on-ground work, and you're going to keep growing. And hopefully we'll see you more often and winning more such awards. So congratulations.
Sure. Thank you so much for your kind attention, Anaita.
Thank you.
Our jury co-chair, Mr. Lloyd, your words of encouragement, sir.
Yes, Prashant, I think the gig economy is here, and great that Tasmo is addressing itself to that. Today, the gig economy is not peripheral; it's mainstream. Lots of businesses are looking at gig out jobs, and I think the business model and what you shared with us was truly remarkable. All the very best.
Sure, sir, yeah. I would need your support to understand, more about this business also, sir. I would need your support.
Surely, Prashant. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, thanks for the talk.
So ladies and gentlemen, now let's find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Evie, please. So ladies and gentlemen, now joining us on the screen is Arnav Mutneja, the director at SOAR Technologies LLP. Congratulations, Arnav, on this incredible win. With this, we're passing the stage and screen to you now.
Thank you so much. I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Business World team, jury, such a varied jury with so much experience. It was an honor just to be with them on the call and just to have been shortlisted and to be on the list is an honor. And it's been an amazing journey for Business World and it's a really big achievement for entrepreneurs like us who are under 30 to be honored this way with from professionals of the industry. And I think there's a lot of talent in India which is under 30 and has crazy ideas, and I think they should all be supported. And it's not just 30, but in India with such large population, I think there are thousands and thousands of people who can actually achieve more, and I'm honored to be one of them.
Congratulations, Arnav. I think fantastic. I just want to say that, of all the jury deliberations, the toughest was to those who come from very successful kind of business families. We know that, what your family has achieved. When the fact to take that and then move into a new area and make a success is remarkable. So congratulations and well done.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Arnav, I want to say that we discussed your entry and your presentation a lot, and we talked about both of your brand, and our jury chair as well as Lloyd both understand your category a lot. So there's a lot of discussion. So you came through because some of the jury members believed in you, and clearly all the best for your future.
I thank the ones who really thought I would deserve to be, and I'd love to prove to the others that I did. And I'd love to have a chance to interact with all of the jury members soon.
At the end of the day, all the decisions that was a discussion. So these are unanimous. We all agreed to it. That's how we did it. But, of course, we were seeing relative to others. So some agreed faster. The fact that you're in the list means every jury member agreed to you. Right. Because, so it was not that, but some were very easy to reach. Some took more discussion. Yours did take 5 to 7 minutes after you left. That's a lot of time.
Great. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Arnav.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's find out who's joining us in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Amy, please. So ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the screen is now Anuj Rajan, founder and CEO, Suteria Command Center. Congratulations, Anuj, on this incredible win. Over to you now.
Thank you so much. My entrepreneurial journey started about 7 years ago with an idea that had a potential to disrupt the security and facility management industry. And with many years of learning, it feels great that I get a recognition or credit for that, and many more miles to go, I would say. I'd like to thank the jury members and Dr. Anurag Batra for making me part of this esteemed list. I'm truly humbled to be part here of a group that shares a common goal of making India a global driver of innovation and disruption. And a special thanks to the leaders of Turn-On Group who have been a really strong pillar in my growth. And this success is their success as well. Thank you again.
Congratulations, Anuj. And Lloyd just said to the last gentleman about, when you already have a successful business, your father has started, then the jury members tend to ask this question while judging, what has he or she done to be able to build business independently or to grow it further? What is his or her imprint, whether a male, participant or a female? In your case, we were able to figure that out, how you built in. That's why you're in the list. So congratulations. All the best.
Thank you so much.
All the best. And I just request our jury, Ms. Anayata, for your words of encouragement to Anuj.
Hi, Anuj. Congratulations. Just want to say that you're in a space right now which is absolutely growing, and honestly, like, you've been doing a lot of great work the last 7 years, and obviously in the next couple of years we expect to see even more. So just keep that up, and we'll keep watching you, so don't worry about that. Congratulations again.
Congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's now time to move on and find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30under30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Evie, please. So joining us on the screen and stage is Yashas Kore, the CTO of Fire Security. Congratulations, Yashas, on this amazing victory. Over to you now.
Thank you. I'd like to really thank the business world and the jury members for this recognition. Really grateful and happy to be part of 30 under 30 at the same time that of reaching a critical milestone of 1 lakh clients. Honestly, I've been really lucky because being the youngest sibling, I've had the opportunity to be mentored by 2 older brothers, and wouldn't have been possible without them. And this award actually goes to the entire team at Fires. We have a very young team, and this is a validation of the effort put in by each of them. Also, being a bootstrap startup, I'd like to give a shout out to all those young entrepreneurs who are willing to go through the hard grind and the hustle, even when VCs or angel investors may not believe in you. So on behalf of the entire Fires team, I'd really like to thank you all for the recognition.
Thank you and congratulations, our jury co-chair, Mr. Lloyd. Your words of encouragement.
Yeah, congratulations, Yashas. I think fantastic. I know that you started off really young. I think at 2005 you were among the youngest stockbrokers who got an NSE license. So I think it was bold. I think you worked together with your 2 siblings to build a great business. So your story was inspiring more than just in the corporate sense. I mean, you hold out a ray of hope for a lot of young people. A great job. God bless. Keep succeeding, and we'll hear a lot more from you in the future.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Yashas, on that.
Yes, all the best. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
So ladies and gentlemen, with that incredible win, it is now time to find out who's joining us next in the hashtag BW30under30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Evie, please. So joining us now on the stage and screen is Rohit Shah, CEO, Hemp Horizons. Rohit, congratulations on this incredible win. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. Hello, everyone. I'm really honored for this recognition by BW Disrupt. I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Batra, the jury members, the whole entire BW team, my family, and of course, the Hemp Horizons family. About 5 years ago, we envisioned to break the stigma around cannabis in India and introduce these products into the country. We identified a huge benefits for this plant and the socioeconomic benefits it has towards every person that is in the supply chain. So right from the farmer all the way to the patients, the incredible benefits are tremendous. So, in our journey from licensing to educating the authorities, to getting the licenses, to bringing out products in the market, everything was a hurdle. But we had to create a sustainable supply chain. And in that process, we realized that we're not just building an organization, but we're building a category. We're building a hemp and cannabis category in India. So this one not just goes out to us, but goes out for the whole cannabis industry of the country. Thank you.
Absolutely. So Rohit, what an incredible win. I'd just like to welcome our jury, Firstly, Mr. Gurpreet Singh, CEO and co-founder of One Digital Entertainment. Hello, Gurpreet. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Bhavna. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. And also joining us is Mr. Siddharth Batra, Independent Counsel, Practice and Partner, Satram Das & Co. Thank you so much, Mr. Siddharth Batra, for joining us today.
Congratulations, Rohit. I can say, but again, your entry was discussed. Is it too early to award you because, and then some of the jury members weighed that you're in a pioneering domain. So, and what you achieved looks good. You looked at government hurdles, policy issues. So clearly you're on the list because as a pioneer, you have to do a lot more that others are not able to do. So congratulations. Siddharth, would you like to say a few words to Rohit?
First of all, good evening, everyone. Rohit, great job. I think you're the rising star. All our best wishes. I think you made it very, very easily, and you were an obvious choice. So my best wishes and best of luck for you for your future. I think sky is the limit for you.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Gurpreet, your words of encouragement to Rohit.
Hi, Rohit. No, I think Mr. Batra mentioned while there was a discussion while is it too early to give the award, but I think most of the jury believe that you deserve it, and so congratulations and best of luck for whatever you're doing right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Rohit, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with such eminent jury members on our screen, it is now time to go and find out who is joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, AV, please. So joining us now on screen is our winner, Ramya Ramachandran, the founder and CEO of Wapple Global. Ramya, congratulations on this incredible win. You're looking amazing. Over to you. We'd love to hear from you now.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you so much, Judy. Thank you for choosing me and Wapple to be one of the disruptive startups under Business World. I would like to thank my team who has been tirelessly working and being so agile, and that's why we are able to achieve what we have in such a short span of time. I would love to thank my mentors who have always been there for me, always been guiding me, advising me whenever there is a hiccup. I would love to thank my parents who have always supported me to what I'm doing. And I think Disrupt as a platform is so beautiful. I've been hearing everyone, so many disruptive startups. It's so encouraging, and you want to do more, you want to push the bar. And also Dr. Anurag, so great to meet you again. And I think one thing you kept asking everyone through the evening is, what is that one learning you would like to tell us? And you are proud to have more females part of the list. I think that itself talks so future forward of Disrupt as a platform. So thank you so much. I'm so glad, I'm so honored and humbled to be part of this whole the Disrupt Awards. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Ramya, I must say that when the jury members and Lloyd was throughout the process, he was one of those, and he was like a co-jury chair, and he really participated deeply. That we did not look at whether you were a female or a male, but we were conscious if we could have more females, all things being equal, but we did not just best because you were a female, so we got to give you an award, or you're an entrepreneur, so we got to give you. We really looked critically at every entry. We spent time, and I think you're a deserving winner, and all the best to you. I'd request Lloyd to say a few words to you.
Yeah, congratulations, Ramya. I think we were very impressed with what you achieved in Wapple. Being one of the earlier people to get into content influencer marketing in its nascent stages, and really growing it right now to a very large level in terms of 5 crores of revenue turnover and the like. It's really impressive. Keep up the entrepreneurial journey. Keep up for the focus and the spirit, and all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ramya.
And Ramya, I want to say that there were too many, and it's never enough, but everyone is welcome. Life is about abundance. They were from influencer marketing domain. There were at least 30 entries in the overall, and at least 10 or 12, I can't remember, or 8, 9 that we shortlisted. And one or two jury members said, so, it's another influencer marketing agency, why them? And you have to look at the future promise and all. So clearly, you won after intense debate. Gurpreet, again, you understand this space well. Your words of encouragement.
Congratulations, Ramya. I think, like Mr. Anurag said, there are dozens of influencer agencies coming up every day, and right, and it's not easy to make up the mark from within, right? And I think myself coming from a similar field, I was also personally very impressed how you were clear what you were doing. You were not trying to do what everyone else is doing, just brokering the deals between influencers. You were focusing on the need gap, which is to build the gap between the influencers and the brands and to come up with ideas. And I think that was very impressive. Thank you so much. I personally look forward to do some business with you guys. Thank you.
Siddharth, your words of encouragement to Ramya.
Ramya, you represent the women power in the country. All my best wishes, as Dr. Anurag said. In fact, yes, there was a discussion about you, but then you're a unanimous yes. So my best wishes for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Ramya, on that incredible win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Evie, please. So joining us on the screen is now Natasha Seth, Marketing Manager, Netflix. Well, congratulations, Natasha, on this incredible win. We'd love to hear from you now. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I would really like to thank Business World and the jury for this appreciation. It means a lot to be part of this prestigious list. This award belongs to all my managers and mentors who have actually helped me come till here, as well as my family who has given me undying support through and through. I promise, taking from this award, I will continue learning and unlearning every day to get better and continue to be a disruptor. Thank you so much again.
I want to give again, I founded Exchange for Media with my friends, two friends, Amit and Naval now runs Exchange for Media. I can say that I understand your space. I understand agency space. Lloyd and me have, we understand that space very well. So does Gurpreet. Siddharth comes from the legal profession. So I can say you're among all the 30 winners are all equal winners. There's no less, more, nothing. But you're a woman and an entrepreneur, and your presentations were among the best. Very, very, it was easy to select you, let me say that. And it was the fastest in, and I won't be surprised that you want to do very, very well. I'm sure each one of the winners will do well, but some were able to present better, and you clearly had that art, I would say the gentleman from People, Girish, he was a unanimous winner. It's not some, some presented very lucidly, and, all of them were good. And I'm not being diplomatic, very little to choose, but yours was very convincing, and congratulations.
Thank you
Lloyd,
so
your
much.
words of encouragement to her.
Yes, Natasha, I think excellent presentation. It's very difficult to stand out when you're part of an organization that's newsy. So Netflix is right up in the news. But the fact that you did some great work, some great promotions around, Bard of Blood, Sacred Games, I think everyone really noticed that. So fantastic work. Keep up the good work. And like I said, it's even better being an entrepreneur within a large organization. All the best.
Thank you.
And I want to say, Natasha, the entrepreneurs who were applied it. See, one of the questions you remember ask is how authentic is she? Because sometimes people take credit for what they have not done. They look at clarity of thought. They look at clarity of articulation. They look at, body language, So clearly in your case, it came out authentic, and you did not take credit because Netflix itself has tremendous momentum on its own, But you came across as very authentic and representative of what you presented as your credentials. So you won. Gurpreet, your words of encouragement to Natasha.
Congratulations, Natasha. I think before running my own business, I've also worked with some of these big brands. And I know it's not just about the idea, but it's also about the confidence that you go and pitch that idea with, and the conviction that it requires to do it through different levels of approvals. And for you being able to come up with this idea and convince not just the Indian teams, but the global teams, and considering your ideas now being replicated in other markets, which is really great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Natasha, the fact is, jury members remember this. There's no script for us. And I remember 80, 90, I can't say 100 Gurpreet remembers this, Lloyd remembers it. So clearly, some people made a mark and you were towards the fag end. We were all tired. We wanted to finalize the list, but we still spent time with you. So kudos, all the best. Maybe we'll get you and a couple of you to do a workshop for the next set of presenters, because one of the things that people ask me, so how does one win? So it's like how you play on that day, that also matters apart from your credentials. Juries looked at they've been given one slide and they've heard you, they asked you questions. So that's a lot, but how you present also matters, and you were very good at that too. So I just want to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
You're the future of our country, and I think it was an obvious yes for me. Your 2 days promotion, I believe that was your idea. That did it for me. Congratulations. I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Natasha, on this incredible win. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to find out who's joining us next in the elite #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. The next winner, Amy, please. Joining us now on the screen is Siddharth Maheshwari, co-founder, Newton School. Congratulations, Siddharth, on this win. We'd love to now hear from you.
Thank you, everyone. And it's an amazing honor to receive this prestigious award on behalf of my team at Newton School. This award is basically a recognition for the amazing work that our team has been able to do over past some time in transforming Indian youth's life and career. And I hope and believe that the kind of work that we are doing will allow entire India to have access to high quality industry oriented education in the coming times. Thanks a lot to every jury member and the Business World team for organizing this amazing event.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. Again, you talked of your failures. You talked of the fact that again, you were very believable. You came across very honest and what you're doing. And one or two jury members were investors in you. They recused themselves. Our jury chair said, I'm involved with him, so I won't participate. So Lloyd and me had to kind of champion the other jury members towards the decision. So clearly, all the best. I want to say that Manu did not participate in your particular vote and said he would, because I think he's involved with you. So he was very upfront about it. And we do everything with integrity. You've seen that, and our jury members have seen. So I want to mention you that you came across very, very believable. So congratulations.
Thank you, Doug.
If I could just add a point there, I think one point that was we all excited to that was the fact that not only were you focusing on junior level tech hires, but also the zero upfront fees, right? A lot of people who can't afford it, so you actually let them, learn first, and once they earn, they pay back. I think that was remarkable. It was a nice social angle. It's a business after all, but businesses with heart, always strike a chord. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Yes.
Glad we share the same names. Congratulations. Though I was not able to judge you at the first when you were there, but later on there was a discussion, as Dr. Batra said, and you're a great choice. I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Repeat your words of encouragement.
Thanks, Siddharth. Again, I couldn't join when you were presenting, but I've gone through the profile later on, and kudos to the great work that you're doing. Best of luck and congratulations.
Thanks, Gurpreet.
Congratulations, Siddharth. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to find out who's joining us next in the #BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Let's have the look. So joining us now on the stage and screen is Anjana Sastry, the Director Marketing at Sterling Developers. Congratulations, Anjana, on this incredible win. Over to you now.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to the entire team of Business World, Dr. Batra, and the esteemed jury for finding me worthy of being a part of such a talented pool of young individuals. Awards like these certainly inspire confidence in us and encourage us to do our best. Congratulations to all the other winners as well. I strive to, of course, continue pushing the boundaries within real estate in India. and hope to, of course, be a change maker. Thank you once again for having me. Thank you.
All the best, Anjana. Again, in
Thank
your
you.
case, it was discussed, you're a part of a family and whether we should include you. What is your imprint? But we were able to figure out that, and I do say that, I believe that just because you're part of a family doesn't, eliminate you to be able to carry that legacy forward. And in your presentation, in your ideas, you came across somebody who will add to that. That's how the jury chair and the jury member selected you. So congratulations, Anjana. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Anjana, all the same. And with this, we're going to be moving on to the next winner joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, let's move on and find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Could we have the next winner, Amy, please? So well, now joining us on the screen is Bala Sardar, the founder and CEO of Vadam India. Congratulations, Bala, on this incredible win. Over to you now. Yes, Bala, over to you.
Thank you, Business World, Anurag sir and the jury for this amazing recognition. Feels great to share the stage with some phenomenal entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. I think BW and Anurag sir have been very encouraging of young entrepreneurs and startups like ours. And, I would like to take this opportunity to say that we are very, very grateful. At Vadam India, we feel very proud and privileged to get an opportunity to take native Indian products to the world under an ethical homegrown brand. And we promise to keep working hard. Such awards definitely help us pause, take a step back and, cherish the journey, while we run on this treadmill of our startup journey. So thanks a lot. Very excited to accept this on behalf of my entire team, without whom, this would not have been possible. Thank you.
Congratulations, Bala. And your passion for tea and business both showed off in that photograph and in what you say. Clearly, I can say that some of the jury members knew about you and your brand, and that also helped your candidature. So I just want to say that. Lloyd, your words of wisdom and appreciation to Bala.
Yeah, congratulations, Bala. I think, growing a business from 0 to 150 crores in 6 years, based on India's advantages, 25% of the world's production and growing a brand. I think phenomenal work. Truly proud of you. Congratulations. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Bala, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's move on and find out who's joining us next in the elite hashtag BW30 2021. Joining us now on the screen and stage is Mukul Rustagi, the co-founder and CEO of Class Plus. Well, congratulations, Mukul, on this incredible win. Over to you now.
Thank you. I think would love to thank the entire Business World team. Thanks to Anurag sir also. We met around 4 or 5 years back. It's been a long journey since then, and I think this is one more testimony to the kind of impact we're making in enabling educators of all types and kinds to take their business online and build a digital identity for themselves. And personally speaking, I think more than what I have done, I think 100x of that has been done by the team. And I think obviously this all of this in entirety actually is the effort of all the teams and all the educators who teach their students day in and day out. So yeah, happy to take this on the behalf of the entire Class Plus clan, and looking forward to empower educators every now and then.
Yes, I met Mukul about 4.5 years back, and he was very clear on what he wants to do. The small company, and look at where he's come. So congratulations, Mukul. Conviction and passion combined with hard work gets you where you got. I'm sure a lot more is ahead of you than what you achieved. All the best. Are you in Leh Ladakh right now? You come back. Clearly, you come back to Delhi.
I'm in the office right now.
Yes. All the best,
Okay.
Lloyd, Gurpreet, Siddharth.
Yeah, congratulations, you're the lucky one. You were discussed for a long time, and in fact, then you were choice without even, frankly, seeing you. But we wanted to see your video. But anyways, I hope you had a great trip, and congratulations. The future is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the entire BW.
Congratulations, Mukul. Speaks highly about your leadership skills to share the credit with the team. Congratulations and best of luck.
I hope you're taking them for a party. I mean, virtual party, sending them food.
I'm
not suggesting you.
Yeah. I took them out last night also. So yeah,
good.
As much as it is allowed.
Good. All the best.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Bye, Mukul.
Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to find out the last one who's joining us, the young disruptor in the elite hashtag BW30 Under 30 Club in 2021. Let's have a look at the winner, AB, please. So joining us on the screen is now Nitish Sardar, the founder, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces. Well, congratulations, Nitish, on this wonderful win. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Batra and the entire Business World Disrupt team. Also, I'm really humbled with this opportunity. You know, the entire jury, which is so diversified and experienced, them choosing us gives us a lot of motivation, you know, especially at this time when, you know, we're going through a lot of challenges in our day-to-day life. Being appreciated and the business being appreciated out of everything else is very humbling and motivating for us to keep doing better. I would also like to congratulate all the other winners who have won this prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Nitish, you're being presented the last, but clearly, as I said, everyone is equal in the list, so we scheduled you. Clearly, you're in a space that has been impacted in the last 16 months. And trust me, the jury members looked at the video, the presentation, and you had very tough competition. I can tell you, there were at least another 15 people who could have been in the list, if not 20, who were very close. So clearly, there's something in spite of the tough times that the space that you're in has seen. Your approach came as something that would pivot and get you out. And so congratulations, all the best. Lloyd, your words of encouragement too.
Yeah, congratulations, Nitish. I know the co-working space is new, it's disruptive in itself, and a lot of big players ranging from the WeWork and loads of other players. I think what SmartWorks have achieved in 5 years was phenomenal. Reaching a level of 300 crores, I think, was outstanding. So really value what you've done, and all the very best. Just go on and succeed from here even more.
Thank you so much. Those words
Thank
you.
Your words of encouragement to Nitish Sardar.
Nitish, congratulations. I know what it means to somebody who starts a new journey and to get featured in this prestigious list. I've gone through that phase, and I know how much it means. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a great achievement. It's a badge on your collar. I think you should carry the flag now, and all the best for your future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Nitish, I just want to ask you, I've been asking this question and you're the last one, so I don't want to let you go. What do you think people like Lloyd, me, when Gurpreet and Siddharth are doing well, but what can older people learn from people like you? I really mean, I believe in, clearly there's a value for us watching what you're doing. I mean, I thought that the cumulatively 11, 12 hours we spent in judging, I learned something, I got new ideas, I saw fresh energy, I saw ambition, I felt enthused, and as Samyak said, overwhelmed and felt I have underachieved, I never feel like that in the sense, I never compare. I'm very happy with what I am. Even if I'm in a tough spot, I'm quite happy because I know future will be better if you make efforts. So what do you think we can learn from people like you?
So honestly, with what the jury individually, everyone has already achieved, and what you've been able to do with Business World, Dr. Batra, I don't know if there is something that can go from my side particularly, but I think generally in this business, when you're trying to disrupt a category, especially like real estate, which hasn't seen any sort of disruption in decades, right? People be a little skeptical upfront. They don't believe in the model. They have sometimes think that this might not work because it's not worked for others. I think just giving that sort of faith to the person that you can really achieve it, and giving them that confidence that you should really try it out, that helps a lot. And I think I'll have to thank my parents for that, because I think my first sort of investor were my parents, and he was very, very open with his entire outtake with the business, and what he wanted me to achieve. So I think just one thing is that I've seen a lot in this industry in which people are really skeptical about change, but I think a little bit of change or a little bit of encouragement towards disrupting is great. But you guys are already started a channel.
No, we have, honestly, I think of me as starting up in the last 18 months. I took over the 41st year of Business World. I took it over in the 34th year, and I've achieved something. But trust me, our best is yet to come. Me and Lloyd were and Lloyd is a perfectionist. I am a perfectionist too, but I move forward. But I promise you that you want to do things with integrity, with honesty, and we will dominate this space. Give us 18 to 24 months. We will dominate this space in quality, in impact, in numbers, and making a difference. We already do a lot of impact, but I think our best is yet to come, and I really mean it. And with the support of positive energies from people like you, from our jury members like Mr. Lloyd Mathias, Mr. Gurpreet Singh, Mr. Batra, Siddharth, I'm sure we'll do well. I just want to take this opportunity to thank my BW team. Thank you, Bhavna. You've been hosting this since 9:55 a.m. Lloyd, my team clearly wants you to change your name, especially the first one. Second one, I'm not sure. My team misspelling your name, so that's I will tell them that at this juncture of your life, you may not want to change your first name. But Gurpreet and Siddharth, they misspell, maybe they'll be more open to changing their names. Salil Kapoor has clearly changed something in his name. He went to a numerologist. But thank you to the BW team, especially Chetan, who's right now not here, but Chetan started this process. I would say Nitish, who really in the last few days made sure that today's event went well. I would say Tanvi, who's really a backbone in BW. I would say Urvi, who writes some BW Disrupt and is engaged with all of you. I would say Prerna Singh, Malay, who was responsible for entries, Atul Joshi, Prashant, who manages our events, Mayank, who's involved in events. I may forget someone, and one or two I always forget. Pooja Malik, who writes on BW Disrupt. So really the BW business, it's a Saturday evening, they're working. They did a jury meet on Sunday. So you can imagine how committed and hardworking they are. And I can never express my gratitude for the wholeheartedness they bring to their job. They don't see it as a job, and really, I want to express gratitude to them, and I really mean it. And, I hope we're able to get your attention, your respect, and we're able to help you in the journey. So that's what I'd say. Thank you so much, Lloyd and Siddharth and Gurpreet, for joining. Congratulations, Nitish, and all the best. Thank you, BW team, and we'll strive to do better, and I'm sure we will. And I've learned a lot through this process, discovered new ideas, and now we'll connect the jury members with you so you can collaborate. We didn't want to do that till the list is done, but now the idea is, if someone has interest in you, either in mentoring you or you want to get mentored, whatever, I think one of the things is collaboration, and we would want that to happen. So all the best. Back to you, Bhavna. I just wanted to thank the team.
I just wanted to pay my gratitude to the whole team and the jury. Our co-jury chair, Mr. Lloyd, is here, a great person, which I got to know during the process. It was a mammoth task for us as well, a great experience for me. I sincerely thank BW for giving me this opportunity, because it was great to meet such youngsters doing so well. And as Dr. Batra said, we got advice from Nitish as well. Nitish, I think you gave a very good answer. My only suggestion to you is that the way your parents have given confidence to you, you must mentor your juniors as well. Give them that confidence to build it on. And in fact, another jury member we have, she's not here right now, Ruchira. She's written a great book on coaching. I've started reading that. And I think that's the essence of a leader. That's what I will conclude by saying. Thank you, and thank you to all of you.
Great words, Siddharth. Thank you.
And I just want to say one thing about Siddharth. Siddharth was the winner of the BW Legal World 40 under 40. He's 41 now, so that was last year. And I've known Siddharth because he's a legal advisor to MDI, which is my alma mater, and I'm on the board. And while he did not say anything to me or try to influence, but he kept asking me how's the jury process, this, and he went through being on the other side. Now he's seen, so I'm sure he appreciates it even more, the integrity and honesty. We haven't batted for anyone. We haven't said no to anyone, yes to anyone. It's transparent, recorded. So I think Siddharth, and if we believed in someone, we selected them. Nitish, we couldn't get you in person, but we insisted. I think you waited twice and we couldn't get you in because we spent 20-25 minutes with some candidates. We spent, that's the only reason Lloyd had to make from 2 to 6 on Sunday. We had to again meet. Actually spent 4.5 hours that day. We finished at about 6:35. So, but we were interested in you, right? So we saw your video and that nailed it, right? So clearly it was a very involved process. And there were at least 5 people there were people I personally believe in who are not in the list. I really believe in because I know them. And there's no other reason, but they're not in the list. And again, we're custodian of the list. We respect jury's decision, whatever. If even one jury member has a problem with any entry, it doesn't get it, period. There's no discussion. What our jury says is absolute. There are certain jury members who believe in some people. They called me, but I had to say that you're part of the process. I did my best. You did your best. If the person didn't win, sorry, but I can't do much. And I'm not a person who says no very often. I know my nature, I don't say, if I can say yes, I say. I started to say a lot more no in the last few months, but I don't say no, right? But I started to say no a lot more often. And, there are some jury members who haven't been able to turn. I know one of them who are upset because they recommended some people and they won't get in. But, I respect them, but I can't do much.
Okay, I'm not 40 yet. Let's get this record straight. I still apply.
Yeah, you'll be 40 in how many days? 10 days, 12 days, Siddharth?
18th of July, very soon.
Yes, so you'll be 40 in 15 days, man. I'm right. I remember you were 39, so I remember that. But you were on the other side presenting, and the BW Legal World jury was really, this jury was great, but that was like the all-time greats of legal. We had Shardul Shroff chairing the jury, Mr. P.S. Narasimha, who's an Additional Solicitor General of India, who I had proposed to chair, but he said Mr. Shroff should do it. We had Ryan Karanjawala. We had the Legal 11 team, like a World 11, and they really took over. In that, I was a spectator and I was learning about law, and I had no point of view in anyone. But you won because really the jury believed in you and your destiny. But I'm glad you've now seen it from this. Lord, you were saying something.
No, just wanted to thank the Business World team. Firstly, you, Anurag, but certainly all the others. I think a lot of great in-depth background work. It was not easy. And like I said, there was a lot of intense debate. To be fair, it was absolutely above board integrity. I think, there were some big names. There were some, very well big hitters. But I think we really looked at it in every which way of someone who's totally disruptive, who's done amazing stuff, and who's got real hard results to show for it. So I'm really proud of that moment. And I think Siddharth made the great point what you said, Nitish. I think one part of the journey is what we get. And, in a small way, we're all very privileged to achieve what we've achieved. I think the other part, really what is a marker of greatness is what we can give back, right? And just like Siddharth said, the mentoring you give to your team and what support you can offer to the others is actually what will elevate all of us, right? So I think that's the golden words. And yeah, I think it's valid for all 30 on the list and, over 100 others who didn't make it. Well said.
I also just wanted to quickly thank you, Mr. Dr. Batra and the entire Business World team. I mean, for someone like me, I think it's a great win because I get to learn so much from all the entries which came in, and also being a part of such a prestigious jury to be connected with them and learn from them. So I think I'm the one who's technically gained the most in this process. Thank you so much.
Gurpreet, that's your humility. Again, you've been a winner of a BW recognition. And again, you were on the other side. And we brought 4 such members. We brought Ainaita, who's not been winning in our, she was the youngest. We brought Samyak, we brought Siddharth, we brought Anshul, who was a BW 40 under 40 winner. I think we brought 5 because really, we also want to respect our winners and really you see in the process. So grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Siddharth, we'll let everyone go. I think the BW team and Bhavna must be tired and I think they must go and rest. There'll be a special edition of BW Business World magazine that will celebrate these 30 under 30. I think there's some people who joined, but we were running 5-7 minutes late. So 3 people couldn't join the ceremony, but they did join and we were running late. So congratulations to them. And all the ones who couldn't make it, some of you are young enough to apply next year. So clearly, I'm sure you'll be even stronger, better in your achievement. And it's a lot about luck. It's not about you're good or bad. Clearly, all of you were very good. Some a little better than the others at a different stage of your journey. It's about how you did that day. I think it's a lot about that. That's the nature of juries. So thank you so much.
If I may just add to what you said, I believe even I've gone through the process. Business World obviously is a great brand, but it's that process, it's that experience. I know we've chosen 30 winners, but I believe all those who have been in the process are all winners in their own way. To be before the jury and to make their application is a great experience as well. So my best wishes to all of you.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Bhavna, so that you can go home and all the best.
No, thank you so much. Thank you to our incredible jury. Everything you spoke, definitely a lot to take back from there. Thank you once again to all the viewers who've attended this wonderful event. On behalf of BW Disrupt, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for the day. And congratulations once again to all the winners.